Hey everyone, hope you're all doing great. Welcome back to the Anime Fictions 2.0. Today, we're diving into another exciting What If Naruto Doctor of Demons. If you're enjoying these alternate timelines, make sure to hit that subscribe button, share it with your friends, and check out the other videos on the channel. And of course, drop your thoughts in the comments. I always love hearing your ideas. Alright, enough talk, let's get into the story. Slay the demon. How does a man become a demon? Does hatred cause it? Medicine, perhaps? Or maybe it's just bad bloody luck. Truth be told, I don't know the answer. For me, it just sorta happened. By the time I realized the truth, I already was one. I didn't make a deal with the devil, didn't sell my soul, didn't drink any blood, none of that nonsense. Somewhere along the line, Kurama changed me. Or maybe I changed him. I'm still not quite sure. Strange, isn't it? When you can run faster than light and smash boulders with a punch, you really don't notice subtle changes in your body. Until they're not subtle anymore. From a physical standpoint, I don't think the human body is meant to contain a tailed beast for all that long. Couple years, maybe a few decades. That's it. Sooner or later something falter, be it the person or the seal, or even the beast within. None of that happened for me. You see, we may have overshot that mark by a few hundred years. And as a result, we changed. Kurama and I have lived together for centuries now. I'm not quite sure why, only that we've stopped aging as we wander through this wild world. That's right. Another world. Just our luck, right? Believe me, it wasn't something we planned for. Sealing a goddess, fighting your best friends, falling out of our world thanks to his ill-timed jutsu, none of it. How do you plan for nonsense like that? I'll tell you how. You don't. We weren't looking to fall into a realm of demons and demon slayers. By the time we realized where we were and what was happening, it was already too late. It's a shame, really. Kurama's eyes are nice and all, but sometimes I miss the color blue. Transformation jutsu just ain't the same, you know? But hey, when life gives you lemons, you make lemonade, or so the saying goes. Helps that I can still walk in the sunlight, I suppose. We've made a decent living these days, wandering the countryside, applying our skills, helping the sick wherever we find them. I'm not a very good doctor. I'll be the first to admit it. Most of what I've learned comes from trial and error. Believe me, there's been a lot of error these days. Still, I'm not going to give up. We landed in this world for a reason. There has to be a reason. I'm not sure what it is yet, or whether I'll find it this century, or the next. Still, I'll keep at it. I have miles to go. And promises to keep. Was this what death felt like? Yuumi didn't like it. No, she didn't like it one bloody bit. But, I guess, I really don't have a choice here. Anymore. Her body ached in the worst of ways, life slipping away as she hung limp in her brother's arms. She couldn't move. Could barely even bring herself breathe. Each second was an agonizing eternity, one in which her burnt and seared lungs protested horribly. She didn't want to die. She wanted to live, now more than ever, but living hurt. It hurt so damn much that she would have cried. If she still had tear ducts. Or eyelids. Instead she was left to gasp out her tiny little breaths, unable to do anything but listen, to hear her brother crying out for help. It wasn't fair. None of it was. Why was this happening to them? Why had they stopped? Big brother wasn't moving. A ragged gasp pierced the night. Please! You have to help. I'll do anything. Well, this is what I get for treating patients late at night. An unfamiliar drawl pierced the fog of her mind. What happened? More words passed between them. Yuumi barely heard any of it. Everything was spinning. Even now her vision was growing faint. It felt like she was slipping into a deep dark abyss, from which there could be no return. Death. This was death. She railed against it as only a child could, kicking and screaming in her mind. No! Not like this. No, no, no! She wouldn't die here. Absolutely not. She grasped at the fraying threads of her thoughts, struggling to cling on. Someone's hand touched her forehead. It was cold against her scorched skin. Had her lungs been intact, she would have screamed from the pain. All that emerged was a faint sob. Third-degree burns. A voice? Who was that? Sorry, nothing I have will help with this. Unless. Jotaro snarled and shook him. Damn it, old man. If you have something, help her. All right. She heard the stranger sigh. I really shouldn't be doing this. But in for a penny. Through the bleary haze of her fading vision, Yuemi glimpsed saw an arm, beheld clawed fingers rolling up a sleeve. Then dug into it. Blood welled up from the wound. Dark arterial blood. It dribbled down his wrist at a languid pace, pulsing in time with the steady beat of his heart. Bleary eyes squinted, not quite comprehending. Why had he cut himself? Why was he bleeding? And why? Did it smell so good? Distantly, she heard her brother gasp. Are you a drink? Although she couldn't see his face, the man's voice held no dark promise, only the promise of light. If you don't, you'll die. Realization broke with the dawn. So that's what he was. A demon. Why was a demon here in their district? And healing people? Didn't demons eat people? It didn't make any sense. All the stories said demons were vicious and cruel creatures, monsters who delighted in the suffering of others. She'd been raised on awful tales of these terrors, learned to fear and dread them in equal measure. So why was this one offering her his blood? Drink, she glimpsed whiskered cheeks now, a young visage dimpling in a gentle smile as he urged her on, and everything will be all right. For both of you. I swear. Yuemi hesitated. She wanted to live, but as a demon. All right. His arm came down. I can't make you drink. But do you really want to leave your brother behind? No. That decided it. Yuemi forced her head upright. Cracked lips parted around a raw gasp. Broken teeth flashed in the moonlight. That a girl. She thought she caught the flash of a smile in the low light. Now this might hurt a little. The man might have said something else. Yuemi didn't hear him. Her mouth fastened to his wrist like an infant at the teat, and then she was drinking, bracing for what she swore would be the awful taste of deathly iron. But it wasn't. Strange as it might sound, his blood was sweet, like drinking rich sake. She sipped until her mouth was full and inhaled reflexively once it was. One gulp was all it took, a single swallow for Yuemi's world to burn. Worse than the insults, worse than the fire, worse than any beating she'd ever suffered. It was pain pure and primal, a scathing inferno that left her convulsing helplessly in his arms. A shriek tore out of her throat, and she suddenly realized she could scream, that she had skin again, and oh God, her blood burned. Beneath that she could feel everything boiling, her cells changing, altering. She tore her mouth from his arm, eyes rolling in her head from the pain. Stop. Hurts. Distantly she Jotaro's ragged gasps and realized he must have ingested the blood, too. Somehow, the knowledge made her feel a bit better. At least she wasn't suffering alone. Without warning, the pain reached a crescendo. In her mind's eye everything went white. In that moment she glimpsed a great fox, large and crimson, sprawled in a dark cavern before her. 9 tails swayed idly behind its bulk, and too late, Yuemi realized it was looking at her just as much as she was looking at it. Worse. It saw her. Then the world snapped back, leaving strength to surge through her, power like she'd never known. She gasped against it, back arching with a gasp. Her hair, once rich and dark, burnished a stunning white. She must have begged at some point, she was sure she did, because she suddenly found herself wrapped in the stranger's arms. Her and her brother both. She couldn't remember the last time someone had held her. Mother never bothered to. There was nothing untoward about it, this gentle embrace, no rational reason for it either. This strange man with those weird whiskered cheeks knelt down so tall, and cradled them against his chest. He didn't make any demands of them, didn't say anything to insult them. He simply held them, using his body to shelter them. For 2 children who had never experienced the gift of human kindness, it was, well, almost like having a father. Yuemi didn't know how to feel about that. But weak, pitiful little Yuemi wasn't weak anymore now, was she? Not again. Never again. With each breath she took she felt her seizures grow weaker. She could move her limbs now, if only a little. Her entire body felt powerful, alive in a way she hadn't been before. And yet, for all that, she could understand why this stranger was being so damn nice. Why were her eyes wet? Am I crying? It's okay, now. Strong arms drew brother and sister close, sheltering them through their weakening convulsions. I'm here. You're both all right. It's all going to be all right. She sniffled and clung tight. In that moment, Yumi ceased to be. From that singular second, Daki was reborn. A/N, there we go. Pretty much just adopted Yumi Daki and Jotaro as kids. And all hell's about to break loose. I'll say it plain, any demon Naruto creates is drastically different than those of Muzan. For reasons you'll soon see. As ever, the Ember's rule persists. If folks don't like this tale, then I'll not continue it. I can't bear to write something folks don't like, and working 2 jobs on a near back-to-back basis leaves my energy at an all-time low. So by all means, speak up. Raise your voice. Make yourself heard. Reviews are the fuel that sustain me and my team in these darkened times. So in the immortal words of Atlas, review, would you kindly? And here, because folks often cry for them. Enjoy your previews. Preview. Daki, put your brother down. I already told you two not to fight. Ugh, Fien. You can be such a dad sometimes. Know any other way to be, Missy. You're not human. No, I am not. Rengoku, was it? Look, I'm not your enemy. So why don't we let bygones be bygones? No need for the swords to come out. You won't let anyone die? You'll save everyone? What kind of twisted ideal is that? Well, that left a mark. Still, it's my ideal. And unlike you, I have the power to do it. What's that? You don't believe me? Let's show them. Kurama. Hello? Is Rei in? Naruto called out to the trees. I'd like to have a chat with you in your. A clawed hand flitted out, obliterating a storm of threads. Family. Pointless. A muscle jumped in his jaw. Lives have meaning. A vein began to pound in his temple, beating in time with his racing heart. They will always have meaning. What do you take life for, exactly? What do you find so entertaining, slaughtering innocents? What's so amusing about this? A clawed hand closed around their skull and tore it clean off their neck. Well? He asked their severed head. Tell me. Is this fun? He expected more from an upper moon. I'm just a traveling doctor. I took an oath. To heal, rather than harm. But there are always exceptions. Look at you! Weakling! A clawed hand smashed the table. You heal the sick and don't eat human flesh. You're a disgrace to our kind. Our kind, Slitted red eyes considered him. No. I'm not one of your kind at all. A demon doctor who fathers demons and yet kills more. Tamayo smiled softly. What a curious contradiction you are. I've wanted to meet you for some time now. Halt. Come any closer and we'll show no mercy. The blade skittered off a hardened forearm. I'm the one who'll be showing no mercy. Golden eyes rimmed by red glared back from the shadow of his hood. Sorry, but I'm going to take out my rage on all of you. You can walk in the sunlight? You can't? Here, let me fix that. Family. 3 days passed by in the blink of an eye. 3 days in which Daki and Jotaro followed Naruto around like lost little lambs. A full 72 hours in which they traipsed after him across the countryside, scarcely speaking so much as a word. 4,320 minutes of awkward silence, only broken by brief periods of rest as he guided them to his sanctuary in the mountains. Frankly, the former shinobi found the way they clung to him adorable. And terribly, painfully sad. Even now he could read their emotions plain as day. They thought they owed him something, that he would collect at any given moment. They were relieved to be off the streets, they were grateful, yet an undercurrent of fear persisted beneath their every thoughts. That wouldn't do. No. It simply wouldn't do. Made him want to turn around and burn that god-awful town to the ground, it did. Now, Kurama chided. You know better than that. Besides, it's not their fault. They were raised this way. It'll take some time for them to trust you. Maybe so, but that didn't mean he had to like it. Turning youngsters was a risky business by itself, if only because they didn't always survive, let alone reach their prime. It was something he'd stopped doing ages ago for that very reason. Even when they survived, the process changed them. Yuemi had since renamed herself as Daki after her rebirth for reasons he didn't understand, and although Jotaro clung onto his old name, the older boy was likewise affected in his own way. Both brother and sister were hungry. Newborn demons always were. He could sense it, and yet for all their hunger, they didn't dare leave his side. His brow furrowed at the thought. Best address that soon. Wouldn't do for them to go feral when he wasn't looking. Thankfully there weren't any travelers about on the road, else he'd have to fend off 2 starving children and erase any evidence. A bandit or 2 might be nice. No one would miss those. Naruto clicked his tongue and kept walking. His cravings were something he mastered long ago. Even then, it took him the better part of a century to do so. Like it or not, he was a predator now, as such his body constantly craved meat. Human fare barely sated him these days. Ramen, even less. Wasn't that a crime? He'd gotten by all these years from feasting on animals and the occasional criminal. But not innocents. No. Never them. Not those simple souls trying to make their way in this world. Evil humans were to be destroyed, but good ones were to be protected at all costs. Daki and Jotaro would learn in time. He'd teach them all he could. Now if only he could get them to talk. Daki tugged at his hand like the child she still was at heart. It was this very act that drew him back to reality. Naruto shook himself out of his maudlin thoughts and looked down. Need something, kiddo? Bright eyes met his. She turned and pointed. Big brother's falling behind again. Sure enough, Naruto flicked a glance over his shoulder and found the latter lingering 3 paces behind. The gap was widening between them and her brother, not out of any malicious intent on either of their parts but rather, because the boy kept stopping to look around in the waning light. He wondered why. Realization struck him a moment later. It must have rained last night while they slept, because Jotaro had taken to balking whenever he caught sight of himself in a stray puddle on the road, or rather, his new face. Couldn't much blame him for that. His blood was potent. As such, Guy's subsequent transformation had cleansed him of the ruinous physical deformities he'd suffered from as a human. He actually looked rather handsome now. It hadn't done a thing for the color of his hair, though. Black and green was a strange combination, even stranger than white on green. Still, a faint smile touched his lips when the boy began to splash about in said puddle. They'd learn to change their appearances yet further as they grew. Many things would come with patience and time. But for now. Careful, now. He sing-songed at the boy. You'll get soaked. I don't exactly have a change-off clothes for you. His words broke the ice. Daki concealed a giggle behind the back of her hand. Jotaro's head snapped up, face flaming redder than a rose. Just as quickly, it snapped back down again. The boy muttered something crass under his breath, and refused to meet his gaze. He did stomp his way back to them, though. Why is he being so damn nice to us, eh? Kurama cackled. And here I thought the girl was at Sundara. Naruto waited patiently for him in turn. His cheeks dimpled in a smirk. What was that just now? And nothing. Jotaro tore his gaze away, startled at having been caught out. Stupid old man with your stupid ears. The insult false though it was finally reactivated Daki. Perhaps it was the spark that broke through her timid behavior. Maybe she'd merely misunderstood. Who could say? Regardless, her reaction was nothing short of explosive. Who are you calling stupid, brother of mine? The girl all but tore her hand from his and stalked forward. He saved us, remember? Ghostly pale hands seized her beloved brother by the collar and ripped him into the air. He healed me. And he helped you too. She gave him a mighty shake for one so small, thrashing him about with starting ease. Apologize. Let me go. Gil winced and grasped at her wrist, to no avail. She held tight in spite of his struggles. I wasn't insulting him. You called him stupid. Daki bared her fangs and thrashed him from side to side. Apologize. He didn't, of course, stubborn boy that he was. Put me down first. That was his cue. Daki, let him go. Naruto pushed himself between them before they could come to blows. I already told you two not to fight. Jotaro flailed his legs in the air, to no avail. I ain't fightin', damn it. She's the one that started it. Daki hissed. No, you did. Guy growled. Nah. Yeah. Now, Naruto couldn't claim to have the most experience being a parent. In fact, he was probably the least experienced in this world. But he'd seen enough in his travels to know the basics, enough to know this was going nowhere fast. Enough to discipline two children. He hoped. Children, both of you. He crossed both arms before his chest and fixed them with the most disappointed expression he could muster. Daki, drop him down right now, or you'll get no dinner tonight, young lady. Green eyes widened. Her stomach growled treacherously. That's not fair. Jotaro sniggered. Daddy's girl. Daki absolutely hissed. You wanna die? I'm sorry, Naruto rounded on Jotaro with beatific smile just short of murder. Did I say something you found funny? Wipe that smile off your face and tell your sister you're sorry. Right now. Jotaro muttered something that might have been a distant cousin to an apology. Ugh, Fien. Daki dropped him with a huff and puffed out her cheeks in a sulk. You can be such a dad sometimes. Naruto chuckled despite himself, cheeks flushing at her words. Maybe this parenthood shtick wouldn't be so bad after all. To know any other way to be Missy. Now it was her turn to flush. Why'd you say it like that? See? Jotaro stabbed a finger at him. He's doing it to you too. What's with this guy? You soft in the head or something? Naruto felt something twitch in his immortal heart. Too adorable. He couldn't help himself. He knelt down, bringing himself level with them. His arms rose. His hand moved of its own accord, drawing a flinch from the teens at first. One that soon smoothed out when he began to stroke the back of their heads. Gradually, the tension drained from them. Slowly, gradually, so as not to startle them, he then shifted his grasp to their shoulders. This time, when he pulled them into his arms, either resisted. He was sure they looked quite a sight, a stranger crouching down to hug two kids in broad daylight. Had he done this in town, he might have gotten some odd looks. As things stood, there was no one on the road today but them. Not a cloud in the sky at that. Seemed fortune was finally smiling on him for once. Listen, he drawled, pulling away to look at each of them in turn. Your siblings, right? Each offered a tentative nod at his prompt, to which he smiled in turn. You shouldn't fight with one another, you know? Squeezing their shoulders, he steered them toward one another. Because at the end of the day, family is all we have. Now shake hands and make up, both of you. Brother and sister glanced at one another. Silence reigned supreme between them both. Daki broke it with a plaintive warble. I'll say sorry if you will, big brother. TCH, fine. Jotaro grumbled. Didn't mean to upset ya. As he looked on, they shook hands. Naruto laughed. Wonderful. ACH? Why is he hugging us again? You're asking me? I thought you knew. Laughter swelled through the sky up in him as he held them close. After a time, they stopped struggling. Daki even deigned to snuggle closer when it became clear that he wasn't going to harm them. Jotaro put up a token resistance at first, but that crumbled when it became clear that he wasn't going to release him without a fight. Figured we'd get the one demon who likes to hug people. Naruto wisely chose not to acknowledge that. Look, I'm sure you're both starving. He climbed to his feet and tugged them up with him. Don't worry about that. I've got lots of food back in my territory. Try to hold out until then, alright? I'll talk while we walk. Got some things to share with you before we enter my territory. Daki tilted her head, pale hair falling across a green eye as she took hold of his left hand. Such as? You're strong now, but you're not invincible. He held up a finger, trying to hide a smile as the little ones looked on with rapt attention. You need to learn to master your new powers. The Demon Slayer Corps has several hundred members. Many of them would gladly see us dead, but they're not your worst enemy. He swung his free fist outward, casually striking at a distant tree. It vanished with a crackle of timber. The children cooed in awe. Arrogance is, he finished, lowering his arm. You're my family now. You can walk in the sunlight, just as I can, though I'm sure you've noticed that. We're a different breed of demons compared to most. But you can't let that get to your heads. Do you understand? They nodded quickly. Daki found her voice a moment later. You said we're different? Why though? Dunno. He shrugged. Maybe there's someone else out there making demons. Whoever they are, I haven't been able to find them. A comfortable silence wrapped them in warmth. There are only 3 rules in this family. Naruto held up 3 fingers. You will only ever be allowed to eat bad humans, the wicked kind, worst of the lost. Do you understand? You're free to feast on animals if you like, though I'd ask you to refrain from gobbling up pets. 2. Don't go revealing our existence to other demons without permission, let alone the core as you can help it. And 3. Here at last, his face grew stern. Should you turn someone, as I've turned you, you have to take responsibility for them. That said, if you have any problem at all, don't be afraid to come to me with it. Daki wrinkled her nose. But you're nice. I am, he scratched the back of his head, but a lot of folks don't agree with me. A rueful laugh bled into the cloudless sky. I mean, a demon being a doctor? Who does that? Achoo. Tamayo sneezed softly. My, is someone talking about me? Naruto's place turned out to be little more than a cottage in the woods. It took a physical act of will on Daki's part not to turn her nose up at it. A rather large cottage perhaps, but still a hut nonetheless. An old one at that. She didn't see much appeal in it, and she certainly didn't like the idea of squatting on the edge of a forest. Why live all the way out here? She asked. I thought you weren't afraid of the sunlight. I'm not. That staid smile didn't waver, even for a moment. That said, I prefer to keep a low profile. A clawed hand gestured to the so-called cottage in question. I've turned others before. Some are quite nice. Kyogai, for instance, is a humble author. This is his mansion, enhanced by yours truly. He makes a decent living selling his novels and playing drums. You'd like him, I think. He may look scary, but he's a gentle soul. Not every demon has to be terrifying. Jotaro wrinkled his nose. You call this a mansion? Don't worry, it's bigger on the inside. Brother and sister balked. How? Naruto held a finger to his lips. Ancient shinobi secret. He led them right up to the door and did something with his fingers. Something clicked in the back of Daki's head. Like the chime of a clock, a bell that tolled just for her. That was the only way she could think to describe the sound that followed. His hand close around the handle and swept it aside. It really was bigger inside. An endless expanse awaited her just past the threshold. It reminded her a feudal mansion she'd seen from afar, all tatami mats and sliding screen doors, a grand fortress straight out of fantasy. She couldn't think of any other way to describe it. Truth be told, she didn't want to try. So damn big. It just kept going and going. They made it all of 3 steps inside before the tone of a drum answered. Not a heartbeat later, someone, detached itself from the rafters with a cry. Whatever it was large, almost impossibly so. It alighted before them in a pointed crouch, pressed both palms into the floor, and prostrated itself before them. Welcome home, a low voice rumbled. My master. I'm back, Kyogayen. His brow turned stormy. What did I say about calling me master? Get up already. The dark-haired man-demon rose, and Daki realized just how damn tall he was. He stood a good head taller, and yet for all that, his posture screamed deferment to the blonde. Were those drums growing out of his shoulders and back? They were. She could barely see them through the thick dark robes he wore, but they were undoubtedly there. His eyes fell upon her next, and she stiffened. They were the brightest blue, framed by red scara. His teeth crooked in a snaggle-toothed smile. You've brought children? Are they food? Jotaro reached for one of his sickles. Hey! For all her fire, Daki found herself quivering. Food? A swift chop to the head courtesy of Naruto disabused him of that notions. Stop joking around. You'll scare them. My apologies, my lord. Kyogai bowed low at the waist. I forgive myself. Anyway, introductions. Naruto clapped his hands. This is Kyogai. I told you about him on the way here. Jotaro sniffed. What, is he some glorified bodyguard or something? Kyogai turned a questing look upon his master. Naruto offered a selfsame smile and a shrug. With a knowing look, the larger demon nodded and struck the drum on his rightmost shoulder. A hollow sound echoed in the room. That was their only warning. The world lurched. Daki felt it first and clung on to Naruto's leg. Jotaro wasn't quite so quick and landed hard on his rear. Hey! What gives? Well, I did warn ya. When Kyogai struck the drum again, so too did a thought strike Daki as the room righted itself once more. Just. How many people have you turned? She thought they were special. Chosen. To know that there were others besides them. Well, it took the wind out of her sails. Altogether? Her mentor touched a finger to his forehead. A handful. Can't really remember, but not a lot. You can't remember? Well, they have my blood, don't they? His grin was pure, no ulterior motives to be seen. That makes them my family. Brothers, sisters, wives, nephews, nieces. They can be whatever they want to be. That sounded so nice that she nearly missed what came next. They're all connected to me, after all. Which reminds me. He snapped his fingers. A shadow appeared behind him, crouched low to the ground. Yes, my master? Naruto made a curious face at that, almost as if he didn't enjoy being called such. But why? Daki could think of nothing better. After all the insults she'd been called, master was a step up. Why not embrace it? Thought told you not to call me that, Susumaru. Sure thing, master. She looped an arm in his and cuddled close. Whatever you say, master? His right eye twitched. You're mocking me, aren't you? Her laughter was telling. Not at all, master. Daki found herself gazing up at a pale-skinned woman wrapped in an amber kimono, draped in a black haori. A faint smile touched her round face, framed by dark hair gone orange at the ends, almost like a paintbrush of some sort. Likewise, her bright hazel eyes gleaming with amusement. Hers wasn't the gaze of a human, not those cat-like slits. These were the eyes of a demon. A strange white horizontal slat ran through them, lending them the faint appearance of light in the dark. Oh? That wild gaze settled upon Daki. What do we have here? And there, tattooed in her cheek. What was that? A word? No, a number. 5th. What did that mean? Was there a reason for the number? She wore it like a badge of pride. The other demon didn't have any such number. Did that mean this girl was special? This here's Susumaru. Naruto flicked a hand back at the demon. She's. Well. He scratched a whiskered cheek with a sheepish smile. Suppose you could say she's my shadow, of sorts. He grunted when she leaned up on the tips of her toes to kiss his cheek. And also your older sister in the family. In any case, he spoke over the angry noise Daki made, she'll be responsible for your training for the next few days. These two, eh? Bright eyes flicked them up-down. They've got spirit, if nothing else. Should be fun. Jotaro scowled. I thought you were gonna train us. Yeah. Daki seconded. What gives? I fully intend to do so. His smile was soft as ever, and the parental kindness in it stole her breath away. And I will once your bodies are up to it. He held up a finger, as she looked on, his fingernail elongated, creating a claw. Think of your body as a temple. She's going to help you build the foundation. Starting right now. Finally! Susumaru wriggled free from him and shrugged her jacket off with a delighted cry, revealing a small black serosure to conceal her upper abdomen. The latter bulged, and quite suddenly this snarky girl had the bite to back up her bark. Forearms burst forth from her flesh, each rippling with toned muscle. Daki balked. That wasn't a woman's physique at all. Too late she realized her mistake, because this woman was a fighter, an experienced demon, while they were still only fledglings. Worse, that smile didn't look friendly. Why did she have a bad feeling about this? All right, rookies. With a rush of red light, a round ball appeared in each of those many hands. Ever heard of dodgeball? Yeah, that bad feeling she'd had? It just got worse. All kinds of worse. Definitely worse. Daki and Jotaro exchanged a baffled, albeit worried glance. No? Susumaru's smile was all teeth. You're about to. You chose well, my lord. I hope so. Naruto winced as a ball whistled painfully close to Daki's head. She dodged aside with a snarl and dove at Susumaru's legs, opening the way for Jotaro to tackle the many-armed demon from behind. She could have broken every bone in their bodies for that. Instead, she let them drive her down. They went down in a tangle of arms and legs. She wouldn't kill them. He'd forbidden it. They'd only wish for death once the trainer was through with them. This was for their own good. Shaking his head, he turned to reality. Did you look into that mountain I asked you about? Rather than answer, his attendant struck the drum on his back, moving them to another room for the sake of privacy. He took a moment to steady himself, stomach lurching. In this mansion, Kyogai was akin to a king. His 4 drums allowed him to marshal all manner of madness, teleportation included. Even now, he still wasn't quite used to being teleported like that. I did. Kyogai nearly knelt the moment they reappeared, but a black look told him he wouldn't take kindly to that. He saluted instead. A great many people have been disappearing in the vicinity of Mt. Natagumo as of late. A brief wave of the hand was all it took to spur him onward. I believe it to be the work of a high-class demon. An upper class? It had been some time since he'd fed on one of those. And what proof do you have? Spades of it. Kyogai clasped both hands behind his back, warming to the subject. As per your instructions, I sent several demons who wished to join our cause. Concern reared its head. But none of them were blooded. They were unaware of us. Recruiting demons wasn't something he did often. He'd encountered both Susumaru and Kyogai when they were human. Indeed. The guardian shook his head. I would not send a member of the family into that spider's web alone. Concern became anger. You said spider just now. I'm coming to that. His tone brooked bad news, so he held his tongue once more. When none of them returned, I went myself to investigate. A blonde brow quirked. Wasn't that reckless? Kyogai offered a self-depreciating shrug. My life is not so valuable. Unacceptable. Every life in his family mattered to him. Silence loomed between them. Go on, Kyogai. Naruto pinched the bridge of his noise to stifle a sigh. Speak freely. I'm not gonna punish you for speaking your mind. I ventured well into the forest until I was set upon by a storm of threats and forced to retreat. The man's face twisted, as though digesting some foreign emotion he didn't understand. Before I departed, I glimpsed a woman in a nearby clearing. She was crying. I believe she may have been beaten. Her wounds were fresh when I encountered her. Demons attacking demons? His eyes flashed. I see. Continue. Sir. Loyal follower that he was, Kyogai did just that. I didn't get a good look at her. She had long white hair and a pale face. He mimed a puppet-like gesture with his fingers. She seemed to be using long threads to control others. His head bobbed once. Is that so? And what did you do? Nothing? He sighed. Please don't lie to me. Kyogai must have misunderstood the reason for his anger, because he was quick to step back. I may have told her of our safe haven. The ground splintered underfoot and he retreated yet further. I'm sorry. His hands came up, ready to ward off a blow. I acted without thinking. You told me not to engage under any circumstance, and yet. A lesser leader would have struck him, harangued him for doing something so foolish, torn strips out of his hide. Naruto did no such thing, but he felt a flash of ire all the same. He had to act now, if only to prevent the secret from getting out. What one demon knew others might soon know. Loose lips sank ships and all that. He'd wanted to spend some time with Daki and Jotaro, to oversee their training. Now that would have to wait. All because of this blunder. It likely meant he'd have to bring new demons into the fold. Or silence everyone on Mount Natagumo. Neither option was terribly appealing. After all, he was terribly picky about who he turned these days. Calm down. Control your breathing. Accidents happen. Just let it go, Naruto. With a supreme effort of will, he restrained his anger and schooled his face into an impassive mask. You went above and beyond the call of duty. The fear flickered out of Kyogai's eyes. I beg your pardon? I said you did well. Naruto took another breath to master the thrashing tide of his emotions and stepped forward. He wasn't angry with Kyogai. Far from it. His rage stemmed from something darker. More primal. A piece of his past he'd near forgotten. It's fine. He clapped him on the shoulder, ignoring the way the larger demon flinched against the contact. I didn't want any of you to risk yourselves if you didn't have to. And we both know your talents aren't best suited to the outdoors. We could fix that. On a whim, he acted upon Kurama's words. All right. Let's fix that, shall we? Kyogai blinked. Sir? From his pack, the blonde withdrew a dark amber saucer roughly the size of his palm. Usually it was reserved for sake or other drinks. Today it would serve a purer purpose. Naruto raised a hand to his mouth and bit his thumb, fangs biting deep into his flesh. A pinprick of blood dribbled out. Kyogai exhaled sharply, but he didn't falter, even when he held it above the saucer, even as he let it fill the vessel near to the brim. A steady drip 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 welled up in the basin as the second ticked by. And then... Here. He held it out to him, palm upturned. For reminding me of something. Rules were to be obeyed, but suffering must never be tolerated. They may be demons, but they weren't monsters. Kyogai accepted the gift with trembling hands. I am honored. Truth be told, Naruto never understood why. His blood was potent to be sure, but the results varied from demon to demon. Some became exponentially stronger all at once, others went through a bit of a sleeper period, their new abilities lying dormant until they needed them most. He was curious which Kyogai would be, if only because this was the first time he'd gifted him blood after claiming him. Drink then. The greater demon obeyed and tipped it back to his lips. Naruto planted both hands in his pockets and watched him guzzle down every last drop. The very moment Kyogai finished, his legs buckled beneath him. A gasp tore out of the taller demon as he crashed down to hands and knees. The saucer struck the ground at an angle and shattered like so much glass, spraying ceramic shrapnel across the tatami mats. Veins pulsed in his body as he bent double, contorting in on himself as he struggled to contain the sudden influx of power given to his body. For all that, he didn't scream. Even as fresh tremors wrought his body, he held his tongue. A true fighter to the end. I'm sure you'll survive this. Naruto knelt down to regard the quivering demon. No, I know you will. Look after the others while I'm away. He planted a palm on his shoulder, patting it once for encouragement. I'll be back by sunrise in a day or so. As you command? A muffled groan answered him. We shall await your return. That a boy. Make sure she doesn't break the kids while I'm busy, eh? Naruto didn't run. To call it running would have been an insult. No, he didn't run at all. He absolutely blurred. A thunderclap echoed in his wake. Ray's going down the mountain today. And? What of it? Why are you telling me this now? Let's run away together. You're the only one I see as my real sister. Betrayal. That pain that feels like it can eat you from the inside out can either break you, or forge you into something stronger. But there would be no forging here. Only death. She'd been betrayed by her sister, the very sibling she'd sought to run away with. Forsaken and left to die. Was it fear that made her do it? Some misguided form of love for Ray? She didn't know. In a way, she pitied her, if only because she would never truly be free. She couldn't even remember her own name. It didn't matter. She was going to die here. For her treachery, what was so wrong with wanting to be free? Ray had beaten her, tied her to their house, and left her to burn in the sunlight while they hid deeper in the forest. She could see it now, creeping over the horizon. Her face was already beginning to burn. Flames kissed her pale skin, their touch bringing searing agony. She tried to be strong. Tried to grit her teeth against it. But the pain. A single tear rolled down her cheek to evaporate in the morning light. Not like this. Please. Someone. I don't want to. And then the pain stopped. Phew. A new voice whispered in her ear. That was cutting it close. You know, It's not every day I see a demon string up another demon like this. Poor thing. The girl dared to open her good eye. The other was too ruined to see by. Might I have a moment of your time? The voice hummed. She saw him now, silhouetted against the sun. There was a man standing in the light, shielding her with his body in the shade. No, that wasn't quite right. His shadow saved her from the sunlight, denying her the death she feared. Dimly she noticed whiskered cheeks and wild blonde hair, his body wrapped in an amber robe, but those weren't what held her. It was the eyes. His gaze was the most brilliant shade of red she'd ever seen, bright scarlet with slitted pupils like a vertical shard of glass. This close, his scent was everywhere. It filled her lung as she rasped out a gasp, the scent of faint medicine mixed with cinnamon. Not a human. Not a human at all. He was undoubtedly a demon. And yet for all that, his smile was kind, warm as the sunbeams he now shielded her from. Even battered and bloody as she was, she dared to hope. Who are you? Just a doctor. Her unlikely ally tooted, not budging an inch. How about you? She reached through her foggy memory and found only mist. She'd had a name once. Hadn't she? Before all this. Before the betrayal. Before Ray. She couldn't remember. Why couldn't she remember? A jolt of pain flashed through her forehead and she winced. I don't know. Those vivid eyes blinked back at her. How can you not know your own name? Oddly enough, his words sparked a seed of anger in her. With it came defiance. I just don't have one, all right? Well, then I guess it's only fair to give you one. His voice soothed the ragged edges of her soul. How about it? I'm pretty good with names. After all, mine is. His lips moved, and her ears rang. What was that just now? I couldn't hear his name. She tried to speak, and succeeded only in coughing up blood. Her wounds were healing, but slowly. Bound as she was, she couldn't move anything save her neck, even that required substantial effort on her part. A tan hand touched her head, even as he continued to shield her from the sun with his body. Come again? Naruto. He repeated plainly. Nice ta meet-cha, Miss No Name. Hope bloomed in her heart even as she tried to suppress it. Was he really going to help her? It seemed almost too good to be true. Still, this is a bit of a problem. He prattled on with a hum. I can see you're in a bit of a bind here. And I can't really move too much. The second I do, you'll burn to a crisp. His smile grew pensive, like clouds looming in a storm. I'm fast, but I can't really outrun the sun with no cover. So. She gulped. There was a spark in his eye now, the glimmer of a man with an idea. So let's make a deal. His forehead kissed hers, those eyes hovering mere inches from her own. This kid who left you here to die, I caught a glimpse of him before I ran out here and threw a distraction his way. His tone said much of what said distraction must have been. Tell me about him, about this family of yours. And in return. He shifted his head just so, exposing his neck to her, arching it back. I'll give you a new name. And save you. Free of charge. How can you save me? She read his intent and frowned. I'm already a demon. So was he. Moreover, why wasn't he burning up in the sun? She hadn't noticed it before in the haze of her pain, but now that she'd been granted a reprieve she realized. Her sleeves were smoldering where they'd been exposed to the light. Yet he stood in it unharmed, seemingly ignorant to the danger. It wasn't fair. Why could he stand in the sun and she couldn't? Not fair. Not fair at all. She just wanted to be free. No, that spark became an inferno, waiting to be unleashed. You're not a real demon, he leaned in and sniffed once. Just a pale imitation. I can tell. Nonsense. There was only one kind of demon in this world. Only one lord of demons. Wasn't there? So? Her unlikely sally said, apropos of nothing, how does you sound for a name? That literally means freedom. A bitter laugh escaped into the silence that followed. You're terrible. Well, it's what you want, isn't it? He granted her a crooked grin. Why else would you run away? He had her there. Ray's strong. You won't be able to beat him. He Naruto didn't answer. He only smiled. Could he really do it? Her brow furrowed. What did she have to lose? If this failed, she would die. She didn't want to die. Anything but that. She wanted to live, even if only for a day, just long enough to wrap her hands around Ray's throat and squeeze the life out of him. Maybe free the others, if she was lucky. But she knew she wouldn't be able to do that. No one on this mountain could beat Ray. Could they? Well? What are you waiting for? Naruto noticed her hesitation and nudged her once. We're burning daylight here. He won't be distracted for much longer. I accept your terms. Come on, now. He laughed. Don't make it sound like a contract. Think of it as an invitation. A clawed finger flicked out, gently breaking the strings that held her. She nearly fell then and there, would have too, if he hadn't caught her and pulled her into his arms. How he managed to stand near vertical like that she'd never know. In this moment, she didn't really care. Now or never. The poor demon known simply as Spider Sister raised her head and placed her lips to his neck. Fangs flashed in the light. She bit down. Hard. It was all too easy to find a vein and drink from it. She heard him gasp in pain, but the noise went unnoticed as she nuzzled his neck. Blood spattered her dress and sullied her face. She didn't care. She bit deeper. Harder, latching onto him for dear life. The taste was rather pleasant, actually. It was like biting into a berry. Unbelievably sweet. Intoxicating. Instinct took hold and shifted her grasp on him, pulling him closer. She forced herself to swallow. The moment she did, she felt his strength enter her body. It burned. Not like the sun. This was different. A gentle heat suffused her veins. Just like that, though the sunlight meant nothing to her. She felt it on her face, and yet it left her unharmed. She looked up at it and winced, but it was merely blinding. Nothing more. Tears pricked at her eyes. This power. It put Ray to shame, made him seem a tiny spider before a giant fox. She wasn't sure why she made the comparison. It just felt right. Perhaps it was because she was already a demon. Maybe being so near to death left her body ready for the change that came. Who could say? Regardless, she suffered no convulsions. No tremors. She felt veins pulse in her forehead as his blood filled her every pore, made a little mewling noise as she continued to drink. Her eyes burned a vivid red as her wounds began to mend. More. She wanted more. Needed more. Now. Ouch. Her patron laughed, somehow managing to speak with her fangs buried in his jugular. Ordinarily I'd say welcome to the family, but I'm pretty sure you're not listening. His hand came to rest upon on the back of her head, holding her close. Try not to get too blood drunk, you know. Too late. She's gone and become a lush. Whose voice was that? Why did she hear it? No, that didn't matter. She'd gone well past the point of no return. This was addiction, pure and simple. As she drank, the bare bones of a plan began to form. Ray? Who the hell was Ray? She felt like she could crush him with both hands tied behind her back. This power would change everything. If she could share it with the others. Ray was not prepared for what followed. None of them were. A/N, to be clear. That's one of the Spider Sisters he just claimed. Yes, there's two. Feel free to check. And I'm painfully aware of Rui's past. Naruto's not claiming every enemy Tanjiro is destined to encounter. Some he wants nothing to do with. Spider Family next chapter. Among other things. And there we go. To clarify, Naruto can take a demon and make them one of his, but the process has its risks and is quite lethal if it fails. Moreover, Muzan would surely notice that sort of thing. In his arrogance, he might assume the demon merely died, but if he looked closer. As ever, the Ember's rule persists. If folks don't like this tale, then I'll not continue it. I can't bear to write something folks don't like, and working 2 jobs on a near back-to-back basis leaves my energy at an all-time low. So by all means, speak up. Raise your voice. Make yourself heard. Reviews are the fuel that sustain me and my team in these darkened times. So in the immortal words of Atlas, review, would you kindly? And here, because folks often cry for them, Hope you enjoy your previews. Preview. Hello, hello? Is Ray in? Naruto called out to the trees. I'd like to have a chat with you in your. A clawed hand flitted out, obliterating a storm of threads. Family. Then again, what you have here is not a family. Not even a facsimile of a family. You dare. Take that back or die. I will not, you little runt. Family? You call this a family? Using fear and terror to shackle them to you. This is not the bond of a family. I'm going to make this right. No one's dying on my watch. You won't let anyone die? You'll save everyone? What kind of twisted ideal is that? Well, that left a mark. Still, it's my ideal. And unlike you, I have the power to do it. What's that? You don't believe me? Let's show them. Kurama. I'm just a traveling doctor. I took an oath. To heal, rather than harm. But there are always exceptions. Pointless. A muscle jumped in his jaw. Lives have meaning. A vein began to pound in his temple, beating in time with his racing heart. They will always have meaning. What do you take life for, exactly? What do you find so entertaining, abusing your family innocence? What's so amusing about this? A clawed hand closed around their skull and tore it clean off their neck. Well? He asked their severed head. Tell me. Is this fun? Roy snarled at him. Oh? You severed your head with strings at the last instant. Clever boy. He bullied me. He cut off my head and tried to kill me. Is that so? A scarlet eye blazed over his shoulder. Guess he has to suffer then. There are 3 things all wise men fear: the sea and storm, a night with no moon, and the anger of a gentleman. Naruto sneezed. Ugh. I hate the smell of wisteria. Damn mountain gives me the sniffles. Sabito stepped forward. What do you want, demon? A moment of your time, nothing more. Mikago, was it? The blonde smiled, the shadows of the trees hiding his face. It's all right. Don't be afraid. I'm not here to kill you. She'd bumbled into something worse than a Hashira. She was going to die. No, please. Mercy. She cast herself to the ground and flailed furiously. I'm only the lower 4th moon. Oh? I just said I'm not going to kill you. The girl was struggling for air. Limbs crushed, torn off, barely alive. A pitiful shell of her former self. It was a miracle she'd found her. Daki looked left. Daki looked right. Daki sighed. I really am too nice sometimes. What's your name, girl? Ma. Como. Do you want to live, girl? Lord Naruto would never let her live this down. She knew it. Lost lives will never return. They can never come back. Those made of flesh and blood cannot do what demons do. You know this. And yet, why do you rob them? Fun, you say? What do you find so entertaining? What's so amusing about this? What do you take life for, exactly? Why can't you understand? How can you forget? You don't know what death is. You have no idea what death is. But I do. That's why. I'm going to cure this world. Surprised? You shouldn't be. Just as Muzan Kibutsuji flaunts his 12 demon moons, so too does the great fox have his 9 demon lords. But unlike you lot, we know our limits. Ha! It's almost funny, when you think about it. One demon made from medicine, another born through bloody evolution. One inferior, the other superior. And yet, you honestly thought you had a chance against me. I'm sorry. I just can't stop laughing. It's hilarious. Really, it is. What fun, what fun! Along came a spider. The spider family was hiding from him. Naruto wasn't sure whether he should be amused or offended by their behavior. Perhaps it was the other way around? Not cowardice on their part, but arrogance. Perhaps they didn't think him worth their time. It could have been confidence in their strength. Or sheer numbers. Most demons didn't group up these days, his family aside, and while he had encountered the odd pair in the past, it was nigh unheard of for so many to gather in one place without being eradicated by the demon's slayers. He'd seen it firsthand. Most deserved it. Some did not. Technically speaking, Ray's brood didn't know of his, and demon slayers were the only things they feared. Why be wary of other demons? It wasn't as if they could kill one another after all, short of dragging each other into the sunlight. The only one who knew he was here in the forest now was the newly turned Jiu, and she was firmly on his side. Speaking of which, he flicked a wayward glance Jiu's way and found the newest member of his family sprawled not a yard away, admiring herself where she sprawled in the fading sunlight. A faint smile touched his lips as he watched her thrash about, admiring the play of the light on her hands and milky white skin. She'd been like this for hours now, just giggling to herself. Sunlight. Heard her mutter, gazing down at her hands. I'd forgotten what it felt like. Think we did the right thing? I'd say so. She just want to be free. Is that a crime? He didn't disagree. An uninitiated demon would have been hard-pressed to recognize the pitiful wretch she'd once been. Her once pale eyes were still thus, but now there was faint shade of red to them that hadn't been there before. She'd hit a growth spurt after being exposed to his blood. Even on her knees she was a head taller than before and likewise filled out her kimono accordingly. He'd need to find her something else to wear once they left the forest. But they couldn't. Not yet. Their work wasn't done. So, he thumbed his chin as he gazed up into the thick canopy of trees looming above. Why has this coven been left alone? Kurama offered the mental equivalent of a shrug in his mind. Maybe they haven't. If there's as many as she says. Anyone sent by the Corps might have been wiped out. Naruto bit his thumb, drawing a thin bead of blood. We know what that means. They're going to send a Hashira soon. Maybe two. Most likely. His frown deepened into a scowl and he lowered his hand to contemplate his bloody digit. A single bead of blood ran down his thumb, followed by another. The wound closed soon thereafter. A portent of fate, perhaps? Which do you think it'll be this time? Flame? Water? Wind? None, if we're lucky. He watched the sun creep lower. I'm hoping we get away clean this time. In his experience, pillars were damned annoying to deal with. Not to fight, he would and had when it came down to that, but because he truly despised the idea of cutting down good men and women in the prime of their youth. He didn't consider the Slayer Corps his enemy. They weren't. Quite the contrary. They did good work. He only took exception with their single-minded hatred of all things demonic. Granted, most demons were vile, vicious creatures that needed to be put down. Many deserved to be slain. Many, but not all. He would protect those he could. Master? Red eyes rolled. Told you not to call me that. Looking down, he found Jiu at his side, gazing up at him. One hand had caught on his sleeve, tugging on the fabric. It's nearly sunset, she informed him. Are we going to move now? A wry smile tugged at his whiskered cheeks. Not yet. Soon. In his heart of hearts, Naruto wanted to say otherwise, just as he wanted nothing more than to storm the heart of MT Natagumo now and deal with them, while Ray's brood while we're vulnerable. But it would be a pain to root them out while the sun was up. They'd go to ground. The moment he went for one, the rest would scatter. And then where would he be? No, he needed to deal with them all in one fell swoop, not give them a chance to communicate, much less spread his secret around. His family lived on anonymity. Without that they'd be exposed. And if they were exposed, he would have to kill again. Damn it, Kyogai. He heaved a sigh, shoulders sagging with the weight of what he knew he must do. You really made this complicated. Anger boiled in his blood, seethed in his soul, vibrated within the veins even now bulging in his forehead. Not at his subordinate, but at the one responsible for this mess. He'd become more emotional since his evolution, more prone to making rash decisions, and less tolerant of cruelty. What Roy was doing here went well beyond that. Don't worry. Sensing his wrath, Jiu clung to his arm. I know their haunts. I'll make myself useful. Left unspoken was the silent plea. Don't abandon me. She'd been like this ever since he turned. He'd tried to tell he wouldn't cast her aside, but she hadn't listened. Newfound power didn't change the fact, she suffered under Ru's so-called care for decades. It just made her all the more eager to exact her revenge. Time would temper that, as it did all things, but right now her wrath burned red hot. So did her fear. And so his eyes sought hers. Tell me who we're dealing with again. There are 4 demons left who serve Rui. She began to tick down off the fingers of her right hand as he looked on. The mother, another of my sisters, the elder brother, and finally, the father. Her pale eyes flicked up to him. As far as strength goes, father would be the strongest, second only to Rui. Her lips twisted in concern. You can beat them, right? Kurama barked a laugh. Naruto answered for him. Definitely. Her hands knitted together, betraying her anxiety. Are you going to save them, too? Her question caught him off guard, if only because he hadn't considered it yet. Do you think I should? Not all of them, no. Jiyu lowered her head, suddenly hesitant to meet his gaze, perhaps fearing his wrath. Father's a mindless brute who beats mother whenever she upsets him. He's strong. Terribly strong. None of us can hope to match him. Though her pale hair hid her eyes, he saw her bite her lip. Meanwhile, our brother is cruel and enjoys turning humans into spiders, but... Naruto shuddered and pushed on to give her a nudge. But? Mother's pitiful. His new follower amended. She wants to escape, but she's too afraid. And I want to help my little sister. A blonde brow rose. The one who left you to burn? She was afraid. Jiyu's brow writ with fury. Rui was there, waiting for us. She did what she had to survive. Naruto winced. Loyalty to one's family was something to be commended, but this concerned him. Easy there. He laid a hand on her head. I wasn't blaming you. It's all Rei's fault. Too late, she was already mumbling to herself, lost in her past. He needs to die. You don't know what it's like. She cradled her head in both hands. Every time we stepped so much as an inch out of line, he hurt us. Tore our faces off to make us look like him. He calls us family, but we're not. It's a farce. A facade. A facsimile. Those pale hands fell to her sides and clenched into fists there, biting into her palms until they drew blood. He controls us with fear. That's why I ran, that's why I'll never go back. I'd rather die out. She jolted when he pinched her arm. Teary eyes met his. I don't want to go back. Please. She grabbed at his sleeve again, all but pressing herself against him. Don't make me go back. For a fleeting instant Naruto's world went red. I won't. Yet another reason to have a word with that boy. Choosing violence already, are we? Who said anything about violence? He began to crack his knuckles. I just want to talk to him, loudly, repeatedly. With my fists. That is violence. Jiyu clung to him tighter. Can we save my sister first? In the beat of silence that followed, her face twisted in anguish. Please! I'm begging you. Absently, he pulled her close, if only so he wouldn't have to see her pitiful expression. Don't cry. Lead me to her, and I'll do the rest. She sniffled into his chest. Thank you? Naruto's temper flared anew, not at her, but at Rui. He'd never laid eye on the boy, but here in this instant, he began to hate him. Rather than stamp it down, he locked away in the back of his mind, sealed it away for later use. She shouldn't have to beg. It was only natural to care for one's family. Temptation reared its ugly head once more, if only because he knew he could flood the forest with clones and flush the little twerp out. If not for Jiyu, he might have done just that. He might be able to speed blitzed a lot of them by himself, but if there were 4. No, he needed help here. Kyogai was still recovering after that blood infusion. Susumaru had her hands full literally, with Daki and Jutaro at the moment. The others were too far or busy with their projects. And besides, he didn't want to burn down NT Natagumo anyway. Calling in the 9 to deal with a measly 4 demons just felt like overkill, you know? Really, it all depended on who was the closest. He'd come running if we asked? And he's close by. Naruto huffed, mildly put out by the suggestion. He would, wouldn't he? But I don't want to bother him, he's with his wife. Oh please, you know he'd jump at the chance for a good fight. Red eyes rolled. With me, most likely. True, but he's reliable. Fair enough. With a wince, he climbed to his feet. Guess we're calling for reinforcements. Jiyu blinked. There are more of you? Naruto didn't answer. Instead, he closed his eyes. He was connected to every demon he'd ever created. He knew where they were at any given time, if not necessarily their thoughts. He didn't care to micromanage those he'd turned. Communication was easy. His blood allowed for limited telepathy of a sort. Some of those bastards had really sharp hearing. It was merely a matter of contacting them. From there he flicked out a simple command. Come here. The mental message was simple. I need you. After a moment's pause, he received a reply. Where? Naruto placed 2 fingers to his lips and whistled sharply. Why was Naruto whistling? Jiyu, and she really did love her new name, would be the first to admit that she really didn't understand this whole family business. Granted, she'd not had the best experience. Until now. In these last few hours she had been treated was already a sight better than her old one. Her new sire was nothing short of a gentleman to her thus, a far cry from Rei's tantrums and his cold malice. He was kind to her. A demon, being kind to another demon. Such was unheard of. He'd given her power, the chance to change her fate. And he'd promised to help her. She would make herself useful to him, or die trying. So she swore. Just as soon as she figured out why he was whistling. Sir. She tilted her head. Why are you? Naruto held up a finger. Wait for it. Wait for what? Something crashed down from on high, like a star falling out of the sky. The ground didn't simply shake. It ruptured. Dust sprayed forth, blinding her. Somewhere behind her, a tree crashed to the ground, uprooted by the sheer force of the landing. Finally! A low, drawling voice intoned from the crater he'd pounded into the ground. I've been so damn bored. Do you have any idea how far I had to leap? Jiyu squeaked as the dust cleared. Meep! The demon, he couldn't be anything else, was a sight to see. Chalk-white skin show in the fading light, crisscrossed with vivid blue lines. His hair was a ruffled color of pink to match his lashes, yet for all that his eyes burned a wild gold against blue like so much cracked glass. She felt her face burn at the sight of him. This aura! This presence! Who the hell is he? Stranger still, he hardly wore any clothes to speak of, sporting only a short, sleeveless dark purple haori cut off near the waist, likewise left open to match his broad chest. Below it he sported a pair of baggy white pants rolled to just below the knee, with a vivid azure rope belt securing them at his waist. A chain of large pink pearls circled round each of his ankles, completing the strange if earthy look. Wait! What was that etched into his vest? A strange kanji of some sort. No, a number. Jiyu tilted her head to regard it. 8. Hey there, partner. The stranger rose from his crouch with a roguish grin and offered a marked arm to Naruto. Long time no see. The blonde clasped his forearm and drew him into a manly embrace, even going so far as to slap the man's back. They shared a laugh and a grin. Something sparked between them. Jiyu felt herself frown. These two knew one another. No, more than that, she realized, they were comrades. Old friends. What? Sorry for calling you out here, Azaka. Naruto apologized. How's the wife? Before her very eyes that savage smile softened, just a touch. Koyuki? The other demon withdrew with a laugh to scratch at the back of his head. She's fine, just a bit grumpy. We're expecting our first kid this winter. Might name him after you. Please don't. Naruto's face twitched. Still, that's great. His scowl snapped back into a smile. How long have you two been trying now? Couple decades, give or take. Akaza crossed both arms before his broad chest. You weren't kidding. Took forever. Jiyu's right eye began to twitch. Excuse me. Her hand shot up of its own volition. Too late, she realized she'd spoken. I'm sorry to interrupt, but you must be mistaken. Demons can have children. Naruto and Akaza exchanged a bemused glance. It was Former who responded. Mine can. Eh? Well, it's not a sure thing, the blonde shrugged, but it's like I said, we're a different breed. Speaking of which. Jiyu gulped, realizing she'd made a mistake in drawing their attention, because Akaza took the chance for what it was and whirled to face her. It didn't help that she was still sitting on the ground, because the big blue bastard crouched down to see her. It made him look even larger than he already was. His eyes glowed in the low light, lending his friendly smile a menacing air. He could have been the friendliest fellow in the world. Right now, he looked like death itself. You just turned her, didn't you? He inhaled deeply, testing the air. I can tell. She's got that new smell to her. Naruto winced but a little. It was that or let her burn in the sunlight. Fair enough. So, little spider. Those wild eyes snapped back to her. Are you strong? Jiyu's brain gibbered and her lower lip trembled in fear. This was an upper-level demon, old and powerful. He'd squash her like a bug. She wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Yes, she felt strong, much stronger than she had been as one of Rei's demons, but against someone like this. Weak! She spluttered out, voice rising in a tentative squeak. I'm very weak. Her hands flailed to ward off an imagined blow. Weak as can be, that's me. Nah, you're not. He clapped her on the shoulder and rose to his feet. You've got his blood in ya. He'll make something of you yet. Wonder what your blood art will be. Curiosity broke through her fear. You think I'll have one? In any case, this is Akaza. Naruto made the appropriate introductions before the brother-in-arms, my oldest friend, second in command, and an utter battle maniac. Don't mind him. He whispered aside. He might act scary, but he's a big softy around the family. That and he won't hit a girl. The latter coughed into a fist. I appreciate the praise and all, but why'd you call me here? Now it was Naruto's turn to smile. Found someone strong for ya. Oh? It was like flipping a switch. Quick as a flash, the young demon pivoted to face him. Is that so? He's also been beating his wife. A muscle jumped in Akaza's jaw. Then he dies. But you're fighting me tomorrow. Got a new technique I want to try out. Naruto tilted his head just so, and a hint of something flashed through his gaze. It wasn't a smile, not really. More of an amused smirk. Whatever it was, it looked downright lethal. Akaza must have seen it, because his grin grew feral. The air thickened between the two of them, bringing with it a sudden sense of pressure, as they sized one another up. Jiyu felt her breath catch in her throat. It was all she could do to stay conscious. The mere act of breathing threatened to overwhelm her. These were demons. Real demons. They made Rei look like a harmless child. Abruptly, Naruto smiled, and the menacing aura dissipated with it. Sure, whatever you say. Akaza slugged his shoulder. I swear I'll knock that smile off your face one of these days. TCH. Naruto elbowed him in return. Blasted battle maniac. Jiyu gulped. These two were clearly crazy. No, scratch that. They were mad. Each had a presence well beyond Rui, like comparing heaven to earth. Still, for better or worse, she'd thrown her lot in with them. If it was sink or swim. Well, she was going to swim, damn it! And she would never, ever betray them. The three of them waited until sunset. Just to be sure. Enough to be absolutely certain. Then the assault began. Yo! I hear you're strong. The spider father jolted as something landed before him. Akaza grinned at his prey, gold blue eyes wide with murderous glee. Let's see how strong. She ran. Ran for dear life, throwing herself into the thicket, never once trusting herself to look back. She ran from her guilt, her regrets, her fears, everything. But she couldn't outrun her thoughts. They haunted her every step. All the while she saw the dead face of her sister staring back at her within her thoughts. She could picture her now, burning in the sun. Sure, she hadn't stayed to see it, but the image stuck with her. She'd been burned by the sun once, just a little, and the pain was unforgettable. And she'd left her to die in that same sun. I'm sorry. I didn't have a choice. It was you or me. I wanted to live. The silenced specter didn't answer her. And so she ran on. It was all she could do. Bare feet slapped against the ground, lungs heaving as she threw her body forward. She had to move. Had to run. Had to do Rei's bidding before he killed her too. Because she'd messed up. There were people on the mountain. He was already so angry after her elder sister's betrayal. She tried to talk him down. But her transformation had slipped. He'd seen it. Her real form. She tried to calm him and he'd cut her face. She'd healed, of course, but regeneration or not, demons still felt pain. Worse than that, he'd threatened her. Even now his words echoed after her. You're going to betray me just like her, aren't you? Maybe you should burn too. But I'm your sister. Then make yourself useful and kill the intruders. She didn't know if he'd been serious or not, and she didn't care to find out. Instead, she fled deeper into the forest. But she could never run any further. If she truly did make a break for it, she would be caught, and strung up like her big sister. None of them were strong enough to fight back, not against the lower moon. She wanted to run. More than anything. But she didn't dare. She absolutely did not dare. Her desire to live outweighed it. She felt guilty, all right? She felt awful. Terrible, even. But she wanted to live. Her foot caught on an upturned root, and that was the end of it. Down she went, her face slamming in the muck. Momentum carried her forward, further sullying her once pristine kimono in the muck. She heard a distant crash in the glade behind her, a sure sign that father had found one of the intruders. Her family was even now fighting back against these invaders. Tears pricked at the corners of her eyes. Family? Ha! Yeah, right. This was no family. If she'd known what she was getting into, she would have let the slayers kill her that day. Death was better than this. You died once and that was it. Death was easy. Living was hard. Living with her guilt, even more so. A pale fist slammed into a puddle, splashing water in every direction. I'm sorry! She wailed into the mud. I'm so sorry. I apologize, so please forgive me. There's nothing wrong with feeling guilt, you know. It makes you human. Spider Sister's heart nearly exploded out of her chest. A streak of orange danced in her peripherals. Intruder! She rolled onto her back with a snarl and brought both hands to bear on the sudden blur. There! Her threads. She'd use her thread to capture whoever this was, and then maybe Ray would. The wind howled. A sudden storm of motion obliterated her threads like so many cobwebs, scattering them into the air. Several strands snapped back from the recoil and slapped her in the face, drawing blood. She jerked with a startled blink. Just a blink. A brief flutter of her eyelashes, nothing more. In that brief nanosecond of inattention, something touched her forehead. Good evening. The voice sang to her again, low and masculine. Lovely night for a coup, ain't it? When she opened her eyes anew, a striking young man stood before her, clad in a bloody amber robe. His forehead pressed was against hers, gaze biting harsher than any blade. Red eyes shone in the low light, framed by whiskered cheeks and wild blonde hair. His smile seemed pleasant enough at a glance, but there was an edge to it, and in it she glimpsed his fangs. Not human. Inhuman. Demon. Those glowing slits focused on her to the exclusion to all else. Not a demon slayer. Not at all. What was another demon doing here on the mountain? Are you running from us? No, he thumbed his chin. I don't think you are. Akaza's been busy, but we've been quiet. Ah. Those deep red eyes stared into her soul. I get it. His fist smacked into an open palm. You're running from yourself. Which means you're the one I'm looking for. She scrambled to her feet and retreated, backpedaling rapidly. Stay back. He shook his head and plodded after her. I'm afraid I can't do that. Why? Because someone asked me to meet you. The blonde steepled both hands. So let's have a chat. Just the three of us. He stepped aside and she saw something behind him. No, someone. Sister. Her sister. The one who'd offered her a way out. The very sibling she'd left to die. It took a moment to recognize her such as she was. She was taller, stronger, yet the markings on her face were the same as was much of her hair. Her eyes weren't red, a paler shade than his perhaps, like a drop of blood diffused through water. Yet she had the same presence, that same aura. Her voice merely confirmed it. That same placid smile, the pitying look with which she favored her. Hello, sister. She recoiled and took another quick step back. No! You can't be here! You're not real! Her head tilted. Aren't I? Spider Sister's shoulders struck a tree, and in her panic she tried to force herself up it. She failed. All the while her dead sister walked placidly forward to meet her. This was a trick. A blood demon art. Some fell illusion crafted to torment her. Yet she couldn't bring herself to raise her arms against it all the same. Stop! Her face twisted in horror as that shadow fell over her. Stay away! You're not real! You died! I saw you die! Pale hands reached out. Any moment now they would strangle her. Her hands? Illusions couldn't touch you. Pale fingers curled around hers to hold fast. It's all right. Her smile was soft, and so very, very sad. I forgive you. 3 little words. She hadn't even known she wanted to hear them. And yet they and the embrace that followed broke through her defenses, cutting deeper than any Nichiren blade. Her lower lip trembled. A tiny keening noise escaped her lips. Was she dreaming? She had to be. She must be. And yet. I'm sorry! She slammed into her sister and latched on for dear life. I didn't want to. Her chin came down over her shoulder as she bawled. He made me. I'm sorry, sorry, sorry. Damn. The blonde man looked away with a tortured grimace. That's powerful. I kinda wanna protect her now, too. Those words broke through her grief, if only for a moment. Teary eyes blinked. Who are you? Her sister drew back, holding her at arm's length. I'm afraid it's a bit of a story. Explanations followed, a story so fantastic that she almost couldn't bear to believe it. She wasn't sure how much time passed. Minutes? Hours? It was probably the former, but it felt like the latter. Distantly she realized the forest had fallen eerily silent once more, but for their words. And what wild words they were. Another race of demons? A second chance. They were going to kill Rui. Are you going to let me go if I say no? Her sister shook her head. That's not for me to decide. The blonde man stepped up beside her. Any chance you remember your name? No point in lying now. She shook her head from right to left, setting her pale hair swaying in the full moonlight. There had been something once. Long ago. A distant specter of her past, worn and faded by time. Rui had stripped that away too, just as he had her face. Whoever she was, whatever she had been, it was lost to her. She was simply the Spider Sister now. Even if she didn't wish to be. The unlikely duo considered her for a moment. Eventually, one of them gave up and shrugged. All right. How about Nozomi then? The blonde one declared at length. How's that sound? She made a tiny noise of confusion and blinked. Eh? You're giving me a name? Her elder sister tooted. That means hope? Really? Your pants at this. Hey, don't look at me. He reached down to muss her hair. What kind of parent names their kid Naruto? She quirked a pale brow at him. What kind of demon decided to call me Giyu? Freedom? A disbelieving laugh burst out of Spider Sister. Seriously? Hey! He scowled. You try coming up with new names. Ain't easy. He was actually sulking. It humanized him in her eyes. Did she accept his gift? Could she? They were going to kill Rui. Surely that was a good thing. And when he died, well, she'd fallen prey to the demon slayers before. She didn't want that to happen again. Alone she would be easy prey for the core. They'd pick her off. She could hardly hope to defend this forest alone. Did she even want to stay here afterward? This place was awful. Too many bad memories. And the sun. To walk in the sun unafraid. She'd give anything to experience that. I'll do it. Her words emerged in a tiny whisper. If you're offering me a place with you, then I'm yours. She bowed her head, bending low at the waist. I submit myself to you. Stop that. I ain't lording over you. He waved her up when she tried to bow deeper. We don't do that in my family. An ember of hope sparked to life in her heart. Then you'll One last question. His eyes narrowed. How many humans have you killed? Instinctively, she was tempted to lie. 5 sounded like a good number. Then she met her sister's eyes. Saw the subtle shake of her head. Something in her gaze said Naruto wouldn't take kindly to any such deception. But to give an actual number to him? She didn't remember. It was impossible. There had been so many. She hung her head. More than I can count. Naruto frowned and raised his hand. This was it then. He was going to kill her for this. She closed her eyes, unwilling to meet her demise head-on. At least she'd received a moment of happiness. Good girl. His voice was a low rumble. We already saw the cocoons on our way here. A warm palm came down on her head. Unconsciously, she found herself leaning into it. Her brain caught up a moment later. The spider sister released a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. Her knees folded beneath her, and she slumped to the forest floor. A test. That was all. Just a test. She'd passed. If she'd answered false, who knew what might have happened to her? Now listen, Naruto jabbed her forehead with one finger. That changes from here on out. We don't feast on innocence, you hear? Now hold still. The girl now known as Nozomi blinked. Wait, hold still? What do you mean by? His fangs slammed into her neck, razor sharp. It was, by all accounts, a brief bite. Little more than a nip on the neck, yet it had her jolting nonetheless. Ow! She recoiled, touching a hand to the wound. What was that for? Words peaked into a gasp as a sudden convulsion hit he head-on. More aptly, as his blood hit her bloodstream. Her legs folded beneath her, and she slammed down to her knees, arched her back with a gasp as the change began. Cloth ripped as her body began to shift, welcoming the change. And she laughed. She wasn't a good mother. Never had been, never would be, no matter how hard she tried. After all, a real mother loved her children, and they her. She cherished them, held them close, and they returned her affection. A true family looked out for one another. There was no abuse in a family, no hate, no spite, and certainly no terror. But this wasn't a real family now, was it? Never mind what Ray said. She hated it. She wanted to be released from this hellish coil. Hate, hate, hate. That awful brat. She wished she could kill him. Who did he think he was? But only a few days ago, a strange demon had offered her hope. She remembered him well, an odd fellow clad in dark robes, with drums growing out his shoulders. He'd stumbled upon her, weary and bleeding, yet he'd taken one look at her wounds and paused. My lord will undoubtedly help you, he'd pushed a bit of cloth into her hands. You have only to speak his name and use this. He'd been driven away soon thereafter by Ray and Father. Oh, the pain she'd endured after that, such suffering for letting him escape. But she'd held on to the words, foolish though they were, and the gift with them. Even if there was no such spell, clinging onto it gave her strength. And now there were intruders in the forest. They'd long since made mincemeat of her undead puppets, leaving her powerless. Could it be? The demon known solely as Spider Mother looked left. Quickly, fearfully, she looked right. Not a soul in sight. Trembling fingers reached within her robe, dipped between her breasts, and withdrew a tiny folded piece of cloth. From within she extricated the item in question, an old bone whistle, worn down by the ravages of time, yet remarkably clean. She understood its purpose in an instant. Such a little thing. Did she dare? Using it would give away her location. Ray was in a foul mood already. He wouldn't take kindly to this. All this pain, all this suffering. It would be so much worse. To hell with it. Screw him. She closed her eyes and exhaled forcefully, blowing with all her might. A soft, mournful note filled the air, a haunting and beautiful thing that nearly brought tears to her eyes. It lasted for all of 3 seconds before the whistle snapped in her grasp, carved cleanly in two. Numb fingers fumbled for the pieces and failed to catch them. They clattered to the grass at her feet, useless. A bitter laugh tumbled out of her. Of course. It was just a trick. Ha! That certainly made it easier to find ya. Hi-eek! An unladylike shriek tore out of the Spider Mother as she spun round on her rock with wide eyes. A young man stared back at her not a yard away, body wrapped in loose amber robes. Tawny blonde hair rested atop his head, framing whiskered cheeks and, by the spirits, those eyes. They were a stark, slitted scarlet. Even from this distance she felt his presence, a great looming thing that threatened to crush her at a glance. Demon. Her mind gibbered. A strong demon. Stronger than you. Run! She would have, but then she noticed something else. In his arms lay one of her girls, sleeping peacefully, bleeding faintly from 2 small holes in her neck. Another of her children peeked out from behind him and dared a tentative little wave. She actually found herself mirroring it before. Confusion reared its ugly head. Each of them looked different. Altered. Changed. So many questions. But fear had its say and she raised her hands toward him, threads bared. Who are you? I could ask you the same question. The blonde handed her girl off to the other, freeing his arms as he stepped forth. Now how did you have one of those? His eyes locked onto the broken whistle resting at her feet. Ah. That beast-like gaze narrowed your further. Kyogai gave you that, did he? When she didn't answer, he flung up his hands. He's gonna get a tongue lashing when I get back. The spider mother shrank back, warding a hand before her face. It was him, then. Had to be. This was the one the drum demon had spoken of. Their eyes met once more, and something quailed deep inside the mother's skittish little heart. He'll kill me! Paranoia roared to life in her mind. He'll cut off my head and leave me to burn in the sun. Think. You have to think. Say something. Anything. But if I die, a morbid piece of her interjected. I'll be freed. And then I'll find peace. Ray can't hurt me anymore if I'm already dead. Peace sounded terribly nice right about now. Please. She offered him her hands. Threads fell from her fingertips. Set me free. Kill me. The young man Naruto offered her a slow blink. I think you're confused. She blinked. Way. I'll certainly save you if that's what you're after, he titled his head as a fox might, but I'm not going to kill you. You've given me no reason to. So. Tan hands clapped, startling her terribly. I'll make you a counter-offer, fair and square. The mother shied back on her rock, unwilling to run, yet unable to face him. I don't understand. Become a demon. He offered her his hand. That'll solve all your problems. Long lashes fluttered in a slow blink. But I'm already one. This again? Red eyes narrowed on hers. Yes, you're a demon. But. A finger rose, jabbing at the air. Not one of mine. There's a difference. She flinched. Was there? One family had been bad enough. Who was to say this wouldn't be more of the same? More torment, more pain, more suffering. Her heart was too jaded to blindly trust his words. Even if there was a tiny part of her what wanted to do so. He must have read it on her face, because his smile thinned. Right, you're concerned. He made no move toward her, skittish as she was. I get it. But you've got nothing to fear. I'm on your side. I swear. If you don't believe me, take it from them. A thumb hooked over his shoulder toward the 2 children he brought with him. The slumbering one was only just beginning to awaken, but the other was awake and alert. Jiyu? You talked to her. You should listen to him, mother. The elder daughter's smile was smooth as silk. Naruto's not going to hurt you. Her sister grumbled something in her sleep. Well, she amended with a laugh, the blood transfusion hurts a little, but that's it. Easy for her to say. He'd clearly saved her. Once she could have dismissed, but twice? Was he telling the truth? Why would you go this far for someone you've never met? Because, and here did his eyes pulse, I can feel your emotions. His head tilted another fraction of an inch to the right. More than that, I can see your soul. Those whiskered cheeks dimpled in a frown. You're sad. So terribly sad and afraid. Though his feet remained rooted where they were, his voice took on a mournful note. You've been trapped here for all these years, all these decades, crying for help with no way out. It hurts my heart as a doctor. Doctor? Him? She didn't believe it. She couldn't. Moreover. Don't do that, she rasped, covering her chest. Don't look inside me. Don't give me hope. All she received was a careworn smile. I said stop. Her threads lashed out, slashing him across the face to splitting his lower lip. He didn't budge. I'm sorry I couldn't give it to you sooner. A clawed hand offered itself to her, palms splayed, fingers outstretched to take at her leisure. Become a real demon. I'll give you a name, too. Laughter bubbled out of him. But I'll warn you, though, I'm not really good when it comes to naming things. A name? It would be so nice to have one again. No. Focus. Don't get distracted. She looked away. You've lived in darkness for so long. He took a large step forward, nearing her boulder. Time to step into the light. Her defenses wavered. You're not lying? Another step now. Nope. His smile was almost boyish by comparison. You see, I never go back on my word, I don't lie, and I always see what I do through. A third step, and he was nearly upon her. If you're not happy, you're free to leave at any time. A choice. She had never been given a choice before. Her fingers twitched. Is it really all right? He climbed up to meet her full and plunked down beside her. Of course it is. His hand found hers, firm fingers curled into hers. She traced the calluses there. Warm. That was her very first thought. So very warm. Not cold like Ray's, just warm. At such close proximity she could feel his body heat when his shoulder pressed into hers. Up close he really was tall. Or was she just short? Blast it. She loathed being short. But she hated pain or... She hiccuped once. Will there be pain? A little. He confessed. You just need a bit of my blood. And a name. His brow writ with thought. All right. I've got one. How does Sora sound? The spider mother touched 2 fingers to her lips. Sky. It meant sky. Fitting. She often stared at it, wondering what lay beyond the forest. On occasion she had dreamed of being a bird, spreading her wings to fly far, far away from here. To simply live her life in the wide open skies. Hunger aside, she wanted nothing more. Adequate name. She heard one of the girls mutter. Naruto's head whipped around. Her eyes snapped to his still bloody lip while they giggled, while he was distracted. Blood. This was what she wanted. Strength. Power. Freedom. Just a bit of blood. A tiny pearl of courage coalesced in her chest. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. She reached out and thumbed his face back to hers with firm resolve. Her lips crushed against his and bit down, hard enough to bruise. He didn't respond, though she heard him inhale in a sharp burst of surprise, but it was too late to do anything else. Blood filled her mouth and she inhaled reflexively, swallowing as drew back. It was strangely sweet. Well, Naruto coughed, cheeks heated red, not the way I intended to go about that, but it works, I guess. Sora didn't hear him, because her very soul shivered. Veins pulsed in her forehead, and her body bent double as the spasms began. She gasped once, sucking in a sharp breath. It wasn't enough. The air felt too thin, her heart beating far too fast. In her mind's eye, she beheld a giant 9-tailed fox, larger than the mountain itself. The giant beast stared back at her, grinning ruefully with so many teeth. And along came a spider. She blinked, and he was gone. Her balance went with it. Her body faltered and she tumbled off her boulder. She would have dashed her head open if Naruto hadn't caught her. Strong arms lowered her gingerly to the dirt, but didn't release. It feels like a gentle breeze. Pale eyes widened as her soul began to shift. It doesn't hurt at all. Her body trembled as a fresh spasm rocked her. It's not agonizing. It's simply warm. She felt a faint itching in her eyes now as they bled red. I never dreamed that something could be this tranquil. Her new sire didn't speak. He simply held her. Those eyes, her own widened, tongue dead in her mouth as she dwelt on them. Such kind eyes. Back when I was human, I think someone used to look at me like that. She tried to remember, and recalled only a vague silhouette with dark hair. I wonder who that was. I can't remember. Her eyes drifted shut as sleep crawled in along the edges of her consciousness. It was someone who always treasured me. I wonder how that person is doing now. It didn't hurt. Not at all. Not a bit. It felt almost tranquil. Sora smiled. You're next. Akaza showed no mercy. None at all. That was all the elder brother heard before death came for him. Ray no longer felt fear. It was a foreign concept to him these days, stranger than the stars and the moon in the sky. He'd long since forgotten it, just as he had most of his human life. Oh, he was sure he'd been human once. He must have been. Every demon was at first. He was aware of the fact, but only distantly. Time and power had obliterated much of his past, and with it, his ability to empathize. He wanted to have a family, even if he no longer remembered why. Maybe having one would make him feel again. But they were all so useless. Useless, useless, useless. And so he'd made up his mind decades ago. If they wouldn't love him of their own free will, then he would control them through terror. Fear was the only reliable way. And it worked. Most of the time. Those that dared to defy him died. The rest fell in line sooner or later. Such was the power he commanded. Now he felt a new emotion, one he'd not experienced for quite some time. Rage. Because you see, his family had begun to disappear. One by one. Hour after hour. It had begun with sister, then mother was nowhere to be found. Now brother and father weren't answering his calls. Stranger still, all the spiders in the forest had fallen silent. Fools. They were all traitors and disappointments. None of them could fulfill their roles. If they had left, or been slain, he would simply start again. After he found the one responsible. He located them soon enough, in the very heart of the forest. They weren't trying to hide. In hindsight, he should have realized something was amiss, if only because they were actively kicking down every tree they could. Hello, hello? Is Ray in? A blond stranger hollered out to the treetops, wholly ignorant of his approach. I'd like to have a chat with you about your. Ray flicked his wrist. Screw speaking with him. He'd carve this idiot up and be done with it. A clawed hand flitted out behind his back, obliterating the storm of threads. Family. Red eyes narrowed to ruby slits as the intruder turned to face him. Then again, what you have here is not a family, is it? He had time enough to recognize him as a demon, little more. Not even a facsimile of a family. He knew the man was trying to goad him. It didn't help. Fury sparked within his black heart. What did you just say? I said your family is fake. The intruder repeated placidly. A fraud. I'd like to ask you a question about them. Rui blinked, anger abating for a moment. A question. The blonde held up a perfectly still finger. What is a family to you? Pawns. The answer was obvious. If they can't fulfill their roles, if they can't make me feel anything, they're useless. Useless. Evidently it was the wrong thing to say, because a muscle jumped in the man's jaw. Lives have meaning. A vein began to pound in his temple, beating in time with his racing heart. They will always have meaning. What do you take life for, exactly? He reached up and pulled back the sleeves of his robes, exposing marked arms within. What do you find so entertaining, abusing your family? Veins pulsed in his exposed forearms as the muscles there began to shift and writhe in his anger. What's so amusing about this? Rui tried to raise a hand, only to find that he couldn't raise much of anything. Or move at all for that matter. He soon realized why. A clawed hand had closed around his skull and torn it clean off his neck. An awful silence stretched between the two of them. He took my head. He blinked once, not quite comprehending how he'd lost his body. When? I didn't even see him move. Well? He asked of his severed head. Tell me. Is this fun? Rui snarled at him. This won't kill me. I know. Reattach your head. He flung Rui back at his down body, setting the world spinning. We're going to settle this. You and me. One-on-one. It took the work of moments to reattach his head, even if it felt like an eternity. All the while he seethed. No one had ever humiliated him in such a fashion. He swore to repay this indignity tenfold. And really a family? The blond man tooted once. You call this a family? using fear and terror to shackle them to you. This is not the bond of a family. He took a low stance, swept one foot forward and planted the other while sleeping a clawed fist sweeping forward. 5 fingers crooked in a come-hither motion. So I'm going to make this right. No one else is dying on my watch. You won't let anyone die? Roy righted himself with a groan. You'll save everyone? What kind of twisted ideal is that? Well, that left a mark. He received a chuckle in return. Still, it's my ideal. And unlike you, I have the power to do it. In spades. He dared. His heart twitched, fingers itching at his sides. What was it you just said? The blonde's smile vanished. You're finished, Ray. There was something about those words, the surety with which they were spoken, that shook him to his core. As he looked back, the blonde's shadow stirred, becoming twisted and monstrous. Something with 9 tails. It spooked him, had him lashing out blindly, but yet again, those myriad threads parted before the blonde's body. What was that? The wind. Once more. Your family was terrified of you. The stranger caught one such string between his thumb and forefinger, then toothed and let it fly away. I can see why. There's nothing more terrifying than a spoiled child. Didn't your parents raise you better than this? A sudden headache struck him. I'm sorry I couldn't give you a stronger body, Ray. Those words. Where had he heard them before? Who had spoken them? Movement in his peripherals caused him to pivot, to no avail. His next swing went wide. In that moment he saw them. His family. They were close, they were watching, the 3 of them. Mother, and his 2 sisters. One of whom should be dead. Yet there they stood. They were different. Changed. His sisters taller, older, while Mother stood by with an angry gleam in her eye. He couldn't sense his power in any of them. Not any anymore. An ugly, foreign feeling welled up in his chest. He didn't like it. No. He despised it. This was worse than betrayal. They'd forsaken him for this. This low life. Give me family back. He lunged at them, only for a fist to slam into his face and launch him away. I will not, you little runt. The intruder stomped in after him, slapping aside a string that should have taken his head clean off. They're my family now. He raised his hands, formed a seal, and the mist swarmed in. They'll never fear you ever again. He stepped back and vanished into it, disappearing completely. It's time we put an end to this. Roy's every sense shrieked a warning. Too late. A hand clamped down on the back of his head with impossible force, ripped him into the air, and slammed him down to shatter every bone in his body. Stars flashed across his vision. He heard something pop in the back of his head and all sense of balance went with it in an instant. Fury frothed in him, a kettle left to boil. This wasn't happening. This couldn't be happening. Are you feeling angry? A low voice hissed in his ear, as he began to heal. Humiliated, is that it? Clawed fingers bit down into his skull, forcing his nose deeper into the dirt. Brat. You don't know what humiliation is. This is what they felt. Every day, as you cut them down, inch by inch. A knee cracked against his back, splintering it and the earth beneath. Fear. He experienced it now at last, a creeping dread that stole upon him, a presence akin to that of Master Musen himself. But it wasn't him. Through a haze of pain he squinted up. The man with baleful red eyes gazed back at him. Clawed fingers touched his left eye and peeled it open, allowing him to see it fully. Lower fifth? What's that? Doesn't matter, I suppose? He squeezed his head even harder. I wanted to test you, to see if you were as bad as I'd been told. Congratulations. His scowl was nothing short of murderous. You failed. Roy bit his lip until he tasted blood. Get off me! His threads flashed out to cut at the air, only to find the blonde no longer there. A finger tapped his back. Roy whirled to face it. Light filled his vision. That was all he saw before a spiraling sphere smashed into his chest and drilled him through a tree. Then another. Another. Yet another still. It ripped him apart and cast his body down in pieces, tearing a great furrow in the ground as it went. It took all he had just to escape it. What was this? He'd never been battered around like this before. Anger boiled in his blood. I didn't even see him move. This may sound a bit cliché coming from me, but you should give up. Through ringing ears, he struggled to hear. Abandon your false family, apologize to them, beg for forgiveness, and I'll let you live. Dimly, he saw him approach. I'm just a traveling doctor. I took an oath to heal, rather than held out a hand him. Truth be told, I'd rather not fight you at all. But there are always exceptions. Roy grit his teeth. Surrender? To someone like this? Out of the question. It was a fluke. Had to be. Wasn't it? You may have gotten the drop on me before, but a miracle can only happen once. His body bent double as a fist slammed into his torso, then through it. Impaled upon an impossibly large golden arm, he struggled in vain. There was a monster below him, a beast impossibly large, glowing a fell gold on black. Blood spattered the ground as he retched. Is that so? The blonde looked up at him. Then what do you call a second time? He tore the eldritch limb free, leaving him to retch on the ground. Or a third? Roy tried to retort as a boot stomped down, but succeeded only in hacking up blood. Nothing to say? His tormentor tooted once. That's all right. I'll do the talking from here on out. A kick caught his chin and sent him hurtling into the trees. Bark burst before his back as he flew, spinning end over end. Frantically shielding his face with both arms did him little good. By skill or luck, he managed righted himself with a pair of threads in midair. It's all right. He can't reach me up here. His eyes flitted about in the haze, searching for his hated foe. From here I can. He looked down aghast, and found only a fading cloud of smoke. He vanished? Impossible. Where did he go? A thread creaked behind him. What about a fourth? An almighty elbow slammed down into Ray's back, snapping his spine like so much kindling. Momentum took over and launched him to the forest floor once more. He tried to right himself to no avail. He struck to the dirt face first, and a cloud of gray dust burst up. Something stomped down, shattering his ankle and drawing a pained cry from him. He leaped away with his good leg, frantically trying to place some much-needed distance between them. Heal, he willed his body. I have to heal before he finds me again. That's 5 now, Roy. The man's voice called out to him in the haze. 1 for every decade of pain you inflicted on your family. He glimpsed a dark silhouette in the screen of smoke, creeping relentlessly closer. You decide when this ends. He couldn't remember a time when he'd been beaten this ruthlessly. It burned in the worst way. Shut up. Shut up. Roy flicked his hands outward, blood staining his pale fingers scarlet as he strengthened his threads yet further. Shut up. Baleful red eyes glared back at him. Apologize. He gathered his now bloody threads and flung them forth instead. Blood demon art, murderous eye basket. Twin hands swung back and collided in an almighty clap, the sheer shockwave of which rent his blood demon art apart from all sides. Red threads shredded themselves, caroming away to annihilate a score of trees and ravage the soil beneath, but not the one they sought. Not yet. He raised his arms, gathering a storm of bloody threads about him. Cutting web mandala. These at last actually managed to reach his foe. Distantly, he heard one of the traitors cry out. Served them right. He'd kill them next. The stray demon tilted his head back, spread his arms and sighed aloud. Slitted eyes surveyed his arms and the ruin of his robe. It had fallen down to his waist, leaving him bare-chested. Ray scowled at his wounds, only to watch the deep lashes heal as quickly as they'd come. There were more of those strange symbols etched into his skin. What were they? Symbols? He couldn't read them. That's much better. The man's head swung back to face him. I can actually feel this. Good for you. Even now he made those infernal jokes. In mere moments, all you'll be feeling is. A faint smile touched his tormentor's face. Oblivion? Then the threads fell upon him anew. Roy lost sight of him for a moment as the torrent of cutting fibers tore him limb for limb. Only for a moment. That was all. Then those blazing red eyes were inches from his own. Right there in his face, mocking him for his failure. But how? He'd torn him to pieces. Against his better judgment, Roy looked back. He'd struck a log. Distance. His mind bleated in a raw panic. Get away from him before he. Something pulsed in those bloody eyes and his body froze, rooted where it stood. I've tasted oblivion once before. Naruto's gaze didn't just glow in the low light. It burned with the very fires of purgatory itself. Didn't much like it. Care to see what it feels like? Why you? Blood demon art. A clawed hand flitted out as he walked by him, trailing 5 streaks of scarlet light in its wake. Rend. Then he was past, walking ahead without a care in the world. Blood spattered the forest floor and Ray was left blinking at the severed stumps of his arms. When did that happen? His hands had fallen from their wrists. Even now he looked on aghast as they struck the forest floor. A sudden surge of pain hit him, and he crashed down to a knee. Gaping at the ruined stumps of his arms did him no good. This was no trick. No illusion. This was real. Painfully, horribly real. Still the blood dribbled from his wounds, to no avail. It didn't clot. Nor did his limbs regrow. Why wasn't he healing? Do you feel it now, Ray? His tormentor knelt before him. Mortality. It's a painful thing, isn't it? What have you done to me? My blood demon art. Ain't like my chakra. It's not all that flashy. It doesn't simply strike at the flesh. It goes for the soul. 2 fingers pinched his chin. Did you know demons have souls? Even after you transform, a bit of what made you human remains. Fascinating stuff, really. I'll spare you the details, but it's quite lethal to your kind. Do you understand now? A hand reached down, pulling him up by the hair. You're out of your league. You were outmatched from the very beginning. Ray spat blood and tried to rise. He saw them, then. The filthy traitors. All 3 of them. Watching from the sidelines, lingering just out of reach in the shade of the trees. None looked worried for him. Far from it. Each seemed relieved, eager even, to see him brought low. Mother saw him staring, turned her head and spat, while his sisters looked on in rapt attention. I see. He really did make them this. A crimson claw cut his legs out from under him and fell into the dirt. I'm sure you were human once. That you didn't mean for things to turn out this way. A clawed finger touched his forehead. Ordinarily this is the part where I'd offer to turn you. Make you a part of my family. His lips pursed into a thin line. But I think not. Your victims are terrified of you. So long as you live, the scars you inflicted upon them will never fade. There's only one way this ends. Realization broke with the coming dawn. No. No, no. No, no, no. Not like this. He didn't want to die. He still had so much to do so. Wait. Wait just a second. So rest in peace, little one. Naruto twisted his pointed finger just so, digging the nail deep. He sounded almost like a father then. A real father. The father he couldn't remember. Go to your family, wherever they are, and know that whatever caused you to become like this, it wasn't your fault. Another pang of memory dug in. He didn't want to go. Wait. Roy rose on the points of his elbows. I never meant to. That clawed digit dug in. Chakra pulsed with impossible force. Rend. The claw didn't just pierce his skull, such that it nearly annihilated his head in its entirety. Even then it was still a fatal blow. All that remained was a single crumbling eye, and part of his forehead. Without it, his body began to crumble, falling away to so much ash. In his final moments he saw the blonde clasp his hands. Felt him press them to his forehead. They were damp. Tears? Why was he shedding tears for him? May you find peace in the hereafter. His dissolving iris began to burn. How did it come to this? Death came swiftly. Mikage had been given a task by Master Muzan. Really, it was a simple one, so simple, even she couldn't bungle it up. Her objective was simple. She was to rendezvous with the lower fifth and deliver a message to him. You will go to Mount Natagamo and seek out Rei. Her lord had commanded, really, of her as she waited on Ben Ni. He hasn't answered my summons in quite some time. Ascertain the reason for this and report back to me. If there are any slayers there, kill them. Succeed in this, and I shall consider giving you more of my blood. She was more than happy to deliver the message, if only because it meant she wouldn't have to fight a Hashira tonight. Not one of those monsters, please. Anything but that. The last time she'd encountered a pillar, she'd barely escaped with her life. Hashira were awful, terrifying. Flame pillars were the worst. Her body was riddled with burns after that experience. But it wasn't her fault. Her blood demon art wasn't suited to direct combat. Besides, the Hashira were strong. She wasn't. If she could just get a little more blood. A crow shrieked in the distance, and she stumbled. Eek. Who's there? Silence reigned supreme. She gulped once. Just jumping at shadows. At least demons made sense. Demons didn't attack one another. Demons only went after humans. Maybe she could convince the lower fifth to team up with her? He was supposed to be strong, even if he didn't care to raise his rank. Come to think of it, this forest was really quiet. Almost eerily still. No spiders guided her path. No one answered her calls. Not a single soul. She ventured deeper into the wood. As she neared the heart of the mountain, she began to see the signs: crumpled trees, tattered clothes, all the marks of battle. Dread began to well up in her heart, running fingers of ice down her spine. Had the slayers found Rei first? Were there Hashira here? A seed of panic sprouted in her head. She hastened her pace. And then she found him in the clearing, a blonde demon clad in tattered orange robes, standing over Rei's dissolving corpse. As she looked on, 3 others all but dove on him, a woman and 2 girls. They all but tackled him in their haste to embrace him. Well, that settled it. He had to be a demon. Must be. There was no sword on his body, and nothing else had eyes like that. A demon. Had just killed a demon. No way. Demons couldn't do that. Only sunlight or one of those awful blades. Well, those and Lord Muzan, but she really didn't want to get on his bad side. Her overactive imagined his face for an awful instant once she reported back. You failed. Mokago nearly shrieked, but managed to stifle it by clamping both hands over her mouth. Calm down, me. Just calm down. They don't see you, so back away slowly and... A hand came down on her shoulder. What are you doing skulking about? Trembling eyes rose, following the marked arm holding her fast. A demon with gold-blue eyes gazed back at her. Akaza grinned. Well? Gonna answer me? Panic slipped its leash at last. Nuh. Mokago's eyes rolled back in her head from sheer, naked terror. She couldn't help herself. She screamed. A sharp, shrill sound pierced the forest, one that immediately gave her position away. 4 pairs of eyes snapped toward her, and she knew at once that she'd been made. If they hadn't been aware of her before, they certainly were now. She tried to retreat. She really did. I didn't see anything. She backpedaled, flailed her arms. Just forget I was here, Al. A yelp tore out of her as the demon gripped her shoulder, and Frog marched her forward. Out of the shadows and into the moonlight. Toward the smiling man. Another one? Where did you come from? The blonde turned, the shadows of the trees hiding his face, but not his red eyes. It's all right. Don't be afraid. I'm not going to hurt you. Someone that could kill a lower moon. She'd bumbled into something worse than a Hashira. She was going to die. No, please. Mercy. She cast herself to the ground and flailed furiously. I'm only the lower 4th moon. I'll serve you. Just please don't kill me. The blonde scowled. I just said I'm not going to kill you. Mokago didn't hear him. Her terrified cry split the night. Mierxi. A/N, yeah, she's pretty much the demon version of Zangetsu when it comes to panic. So we have Susamaru ranked 5th, and Akaza ranked 8th, meaning there's one more above him. I'll not say who. Yet. To be clear, Naruto turned Akaza well before Muzan met him. He even went so far as to do the same for his wife. I'll not speak Akaza's real name here for spoiler's sake. Time skips a coming. Won't say how long. As ever, the Ember's rule persists. If folks don't like this tale, then I'll not continue it. I can't bear to write something folks don't like, and working 2 jobs on a near back-to-back basis leaves my energy at an all-time low. So by all means, speak up. Raise your voice. Make yourself heard. Reviews are the fuel that sustain me and my team in these darkened times. So in the immortal words of Atlas. Review, would you kindly? Hope ya enjoy your previews. Far out as some may be, comma. Preview. Daki raised her arms, obi belt flaring behind her. Look what I can do! Her expression said it all. Screamed it, really? Praise me! Naruto smiled softly and patted her head. Good girl. You make me proud. Daki giggled even as Jutaro grunted. TCH, spoiled. Hey, I wasn't done. Naruto turned to face him. Let's see this blood art of yours again. Just like that, his face turned a deep red. Shitty old man. Language, young man? Why were you looking at me like that? Arg. She screamed at the ceiling. You're impossible. Do I have to spell it out for you? Susamaru dove on him and crushed her lips to his. Someone cried out behind her. No fair. A torrent of threads caught the demon's slayer and strung her up before she'd made it a single step. She struggled, to no avail. This is our home. Leave. He could conquer the world. Why doesn't he? Oh, for crying out. Let me save ya already. Another race of demons? Muzan all but spat the words. Veins pulsed in his face, throbbing in time with his twisted heart. Absurd. Is this your excuse? I am the king of demons. No other. But master, I swear. Silence. You lie. For that you will die. His wrist flicked out and the demon before him ceased to be. He had enough to fear. He would not dread those who were lesser than him. He refused. Excuses made by the weak were just that. Excuses. Perhaps it was time for new blood in the lower moons. Thunder breathing, was it? You're fast. As he looked on aghast, the demon grew back its arm. I'll give you that. But I ain't interested in fighting a Hashira. Leave. This is your only warning. And if I refuse? A hand closed around his shoulder. I meant what I said. I won't kill you. But I'm not above taking your leg. Or should I make you a demon? Gramps? Zenitsu screamed. A demon? Nuh! Leave me alone! Mokugo screamed right back. Stay away! When it all falls, they'll look to you. So stand. Raise your head. Set your heart ablaze. Ugh, wisteria. He doubled over and sneezed. I hate that stuff. She frowned. Why aren't you dead? Been asking that for years. Physician, heal thyself. Muzan loathed change. Be it changing circumstances, changes of the flesh, changing emotions, or simply changing times, the king of demons despised it all. Change brought on weakness and inferiority. He preferred the unchanging, the eternal. A perfect and unaltered state, that which bred neither sickness nor weakness. Such was the peak to which he aspired. Today's report heralded the ripples of change. Needless to say, he was displeased. Another race of demons? He all but spat the words back at the lowly demon cowering before him. Veins pulsed in his face, throbbing in time with his twisted heart. A family? Absurd. Is this your excuse? His hand swept forth, tearing at the air and drawing a panicked whimper from his minion. I am the king of demons. No other. I'm telling the truth, master. The twisted creature before him prostrated itself yet further, head scraping the floor of the Infinity Castle in a desperate attempt to appease him. I swear! His thoughts certainly suggested as much. There was no attempt at deception here. He must be mistaken then. What was this one's name again? He couldn't be bothered to recall it. Some lowly mutt he'd turned long ago, no doubt. Harrow something or other. Irrelevant in the greater scheme of things. And what nonsense was this? A family of demons? He'd not given his permission for such a gathering. Not since Roy's death. and Mikago's disappearance. Two of them approached me, Harrow mumbled frantically into the floor, mistaking his silence for acceptance. A woman with pale hair, and a man with horns. They offered me a place with them. Muzan absolutely seethed and the poor soul whimpered at his feet. I refused, of course. I am loyal to you. Out of fear, nothing more. And yet your thought says otherwise. You considered it. Master, no. Sweat poured down Harrow's brow. I would never. Silence. You lie. For that you deserve to die. A wrist flicked out and the demon before him ceased to be. It was, by all means, a swift end. Muzan considered the ruined pile of flesh before him with all the disgust it deserved, and walked away. The castle would dislodge the fool's remains. Such weakness, such fear, how weak! He had enough on his plate without these ludicrous claims. He would not dread those who were lesser than him. He refused. Excuses made by the weak were just that. Excuses. Still, there could be no denying Mikago had failed. Rui as well. Said failures incensed and baffled him like nothing else, if only because he didn't understand what had transpired on Mount Natagumo. Rui had clearly perished there. Someone, likely a Hashira, must have slain him. He'd felt the moment of his death. And yet the circumstances surrounding Mikago's demise were not the same. It hadn't felt like death at all. Almost as if her connection to him was severed, like a blade had been taken to their connection. Had she managed to escape from him as Tamayo had? The thought rankled. Perhaps it was time for new blood in the lower moons. Strong blood. Blood without cowardice and weakness. For a wild moment, Muzan considered abolishing the fools altogether, of simply wiping out the remaining lower ranks in their entirety. In the end, he thought better of it. The 12 demon moons were useful pawns. There was no need to cull their numbers at the moment. Not with the Slayers making a resurgence. Just like that man, a small, fretful voice whispered in the back of his head. He'd heard whispers of late. Rumors. His right arm trembled. He noticed at once and clamped down on it with a snarl. Was this fear? Nonsense. He had only ever feared that man. That monster. Yorichi was dead. Gone. Wasn't he? Shaking such thoughts aside, he returned to his research. He would become a perfect being. No matter the cost. Even if it took decades. He could afford to wait a century, to muster his forces and prepare for any surprise. 100 years. Time meant nothing to one such as him, but his patience had its limits. It aggravated him beyond words to push his plans back, but perhaps it was a necessary sacrifice. He would bide his time in which to create yet more demons. After all, time was on his side. Not theirs. It had ever and always been his ally. He would wait for the perfect moment to strike. And then he would annihilate the demon slayers. Mikago woke with a shriek. No! I don't want to die. Mercy! Heart pounding and eyes wide, she jolted back to wakefulness, flailing against a foe that wasn't there. No attack came. No blade in the gut, no sword to the head, nothing at all. Even the sound of her scream had faded to little more than a distant noise. Eh? She touched her face. Her horns, was it just her, or did those feel a little different? And everything else, just to make sure she hadn't lost any important. I'm alive? Yay! Her heart did a happy little flip. I survived another day. But why was she in bed? The last thing she remembered was that terrifying blonde fellow demon, looming over her. Seeing his smile, a smile with far too many teeth. She recalled the surge of terror that followed, a thin reedy yelp escaping her lips as that clawed hand reached out for her. And then, nothing. Nothing at all. How strange. Quivering a little, Mikago sank back into her cot and pulled the covers up over her chin. Must have been a bad dream. Now that her panic had abated, exhaustion crept back in through the cracks. So too did awareness. Why was it so bloody bright in here? She blinked and squinted against it, trying to see, to no avail. The light spilling through a nearby window was just so bright and warm. Almost like sunlight. Enough to lull her back to sleep. Oh, it's just morning. She rolled over, content to let sleep claim her. Nothing to worry about. A moment passed. Then another. Realization dawned. Morning? Her stomach sank down to her toes. Sunlight? Jaya! I'll burn! She lurched upright, frantically trying to shield herself, to no avail. There was no pain. Her gray skin did not smolder, her flesh didn't burn, and she most certainly did not burst into flames. Eh? What? How? She patted herself down, mind twisting in confusion. What's going on? Demons burned in sunlight. Everyone knew that. Even Master Muzan wasn't immune. So why was she all of a sudden? She squeaked out in confusion and raised her hands, watching faint motes of light play across her arms. Tears pricked at the corners of her eyes, and not from fear. It felt so warm. She'd almost forgotten the like. But she mustn't cry. She had no idea where she was, and if she made a noise, she might give herself away and Oblast Shu's crying gone away. You know, a low voice yawned beside her. Somehow, that never gets old. For all her luck, Mikado's soul remained skittish as ever. She rolled over in her cot, and realized there is another bed beside hers. Half-lidded red eyes met hers in the waxing light, framed by tawny blonde hair and whiskered cheeks. Yo, Naruto waved at her. Sleep well? Her very soul shivered. It was the blonde bastard from before. Hike! Not a dream. Not a dream at all. Her brain took one look at him, and noped right the hell out. Senseless gibberish fled from her lips as her eyes rolled back in her head. The world narrowed to a single pinpoint of existence, and she went limp with a gasp. Ha! No one could hurt her in her dreams. Hey! A distant voice drew her back from the black. None of that. No fainting again. She must have, because between one blink and another, Mikado found her tormentor sitting cross-legged before her. A hand took her by the shoulder, and another came down around her back. She tensed in preparation of a killing blow. He was going to kill her. Just like he'd killed Rua. She had to run. Escape. Use her blood demon art, or... It never came. In place of the death blow she so feared, the blonde politely guided her into a loose sitting position and let her go. So. The blonde planted his chin in one hand and tilted his head to regard her. I imagine you're confused. Very much so, yes. But she daren't say it. This guy was way scarier than Muzan. And why couldn't she feel his presence in her anymore? Perhaps sensing her disquiet, the blonde snapped his fingers. Someone who looked exactly like him strode through the door, bearing a tray in hand, with a kettle and cups set atop it. The doppelganger set it down before them, bowed once, and stepped back out. Tea? Mikado hissed. He laughed. It's not poisoned. I'm good. She still shook her head. No tear for me. Skittish little thing. Her fear only served to amuse him. I'm really not your enemy. Silence stretched between them, stiff and awkward. All right. The blonde sided into it, shoulders slumping in annoyance. Answers then. I'm Naruto. A tan hand rose, and she glimpsed the claws on his nails. Nice to meet ya. Any chance you'd be willing to tell me your name? Her tongue felt stiff, but she managed to squeak it out and shake his hand. Mikado. Great. His arm pumped her once and fell back into his lap. Call it pity, but I gave you a few drops of my blood while you were out. You did say you joined my side. Mikado made fearful Mikado noises and jerked her hand back as her heart leaped into her throat. Eh? Right, she'd said that, hadn't she? She'd not expected him to take her panic literally. My blood. A spark of something flashed through his eyes. It's in you now. You haven't noticed? Noticed what? Too late, she realized there was a small, handheld mirror on the tray. Naruto plucked it out, hand held it outward. In that instant, she glimpsed her reflection in the glass. A stranger gasped back at her. Startled silver eyes remained, set within scarlet sclera. That much hadn't changed, not much at least. They were sharper, slitted, each bearing a vertical cat-shaped slit. It was then that she noticed her right eye no longer bore Muzan's mark. The traditional crimson marks carved into her cheeks had thinned, bearing 3 whisker marks to each cheek. She looked a little older at that, taller by at least a head, her face a bit leaner, ashen hair spilling down her shoulders to cover a bosom she was sure hadn't been this full before. Her arms folded across it, doing what the straining fabric couldn't. Who was this gorgeous creature? Even her horns hadn't escaped the change unscathed. Those once sharp spires stabbing from her skull had evolved into something altogether more slender. She reached up and ran her fingers over them, marveling at the smooth spires. No longer jutting straight out of her forehead, they sloped up gently, curving through her hair, curving upward around her bangs. Is that me? Sure is. My blood's a powerful thing. Naruto patted her back. Guess it gave you an upgrade. That was putting it mildly. She looked like some ancient Oni out of the old fables. Straight out of Muzan's time at that. And now that Naruto mentioned it, she could feel something stirring in her. With her panic settled for now, she finally became aware of it. Power. It pulsed through her veins, pounding in time with her heart. Still, her nerves remained. Why was he being so nice to her? Demons weren't supposed to be nice. You're not like Master Muzan at all. Muzan? Red eyes fluttered in a belated blink. Who's that? Horror dawned. She'd screwed up. Mukago clapped both hands over her mouth. And no one. Nothing at all. Naruto frowned. If you say so. She wasn't saying so. Nope. Not saying it. Not telling. She didn't dare. Was a miracle she could say his name aloud, but she didn't dare speak any more for fear of triggering the curse. Even if it was gone, her fear simply wouldn't allow her to speak that man's name. A clawed hand pinched her cheek, but gently, as an older brother might unto their sister. You're not thinking of turning traitor, are you? No. She hiccuped, words slurring as he tweaked her face. I'm so why? I'll be good. So long as you understand. The blonde man smiled suddenly, changing his tunes. Want some sweets? Susumaru's making dumplings. Mukago's head whipped back around with an audible crack. Dumplings? Sweets? For her? Muzan? Who the hell was Muzan? Long live Lord Naruto. Banzai. Time means little to demons. It ever flows by. Like leaves in the wind. Months pass, almost before you know it. Followed by years. Try to kill me. With a gust of wind, those words whipped across the open plain, winding away into the night. He planted both hands in his sleeves and awaited their response. It was a simple statement, all things considered, blunt and to the point. There could no room for hesitation, no mistaking what he'd said, no room for interpretation. And yet. Naruto clapped his hands together. What's wrong? You're pale. How can you say that with a straight face? Dakiyuemi still flinched, looking like he'd slapped her across the face. We can't do that. Her arms flailed, absolute horror writ across her pale visage. We owe you way too much to do something like that. We could never kill you. White hair flashed in the moonlight as she shook her head fiercely, clearly revolted by the thought. No. I won't do it. She stomped a foot down, rattling the ground. You can't make me. No way in hell. Jotaro proved less vocal in his protests, but maintained the same sentiment regardless. That's no way to repay a debt. Daki looked to her brother with a triumphant smirk. See? He agrees. And you're right. His head bobbed. I can't force you. Daki eyed him warily. You can't. Damn straight. Not at all. Naruto dimpled as he reached down, patting Dai's head with one hand. She purred like a pleased kitten and leaned into his palm. I just wanted to see how far the two of you have come after all the last 3 decades, but if you don't want to show me. He trailed off, baiting the proverbial hook. Jotaro absolutely hissed. You calling us weak? Naruto waved his free hand, feigning a laugh. No, not at all. Beneath his occupied hand, Daki went still as stone. Her eyes snapped up to meet his. Narrowed. He could see pride burning in them, ire warring against devotion to the man who'd saved her life. She had to know he was prodding her, but he really did want to see the fruits of their training. After all, they weren't kids anymore. Demons aged slowly, but there could be no denying that they'd grown. We're not weak. Daki bridled, looking fit to spit. The appeal to her ego worked wonders. We've gotten a lot tougher. We'll join the 9, soon. Unlikely, but it was possible. The rankings had been known to shift every few decades or so. Even little Mikago had clawed her way up to 4th, just below Susamaru. If rising higher truly was their ambition, he wouldn't deny it. If anything, he felt that deserved praise. Good girl. He bumped his forehead against hers. Then you won't mind showing me your skills. Daki made distressed Daki noises. No fair. You can't say it like that. You sure about this? Jutaro slowly reached for his sickles as he stepped back, handsome face contorting into a scowl. We won't hold back, old man. It was precisely what was aiming for. He'd devoted the last 30 years to training them after all. He had to make certain they were ready for what was coming. The only way to test that was under pressure. Only then would they truly reveal all that they'd learned. Oh ho? A blonde brow rose. Someone's sure of themselves. Tell you what. He touched a finger to his cheek. If you both manage to land a decent hit on me, I'll give you both a reward. Daki perked up, knees wriggling from side to side. What kind of reward? Dunno. He shrugged. Whatever you like, I guess. Her eyes flashed. Then marry me. Still 4 decades too young for that, missy. She sulked. Boo. All right, then. He clapped his hands. Begin. Daki and Jutaro needed no further prodding than that. His palms hadn't yet parted when the siblings shared a look and leaped away. One tore left, the other right, each vanishing into the tall grass. They hid themselves well, better than any human possibly could, a far cry from what they had once been so long ago. He closed his eyes and stretched out his senses, only to find that he couldn't detect them so easily. It required a physical act of concentration on his part, and even then, they kept moving, not once letting him draw a bead on them. A savage grin tore across the blonde's face. So damn proud. They'd come a long way. Tainted flesh sickles whistled up at his head. Once he would have easily intercepted them with a single finger. Now he found he actually had to use his entire hand to hold it back. The wound stung, and for a moment, he felt his vision blur, balance teetering precariously. Poison, huh? He hummed. Useful, but this won't slow me down for long. His pupil grinned. I ain't done. Blood demon art, flying blood sickles. Naruto bridled. He'd unlocked his blood art? A barrage of arcing blood blades raced in on his flank, no doubt meant to make him to disengage or be cut to ribbons. Blue eyes flashed gold, and they spattered harmlessly off his back. A hand swept in, caught Jutaro by the throat, and held him up for a moment. Had this been a real battle, he would have crushed his throat with rend and ended his life. Instead, he flung him away, sending him skipping across the ground. Wait. Where was Daki? He found her not 2 yards away, eyes closed, arms raised over her head, fingers reaching for the night sky, brow furrowing in concentration. Her hands whirled in strange rhythmic movements, as though she were sweeping some unseen strings before her. Don't forget about me. He quirked a brow under the moonlight and waited patiently as he fended off Jutaro, wondering what she was on about. He knew better than to say anything. Daki Ume was fragile like that. Her pride was flimsy at the best of times, and to try and disparage her now might well hurt her. Abruptly, the obi she wore at her waist unfurled. No, perhaps that wasn't quite right. It didn't so much unfurl as it did spring to life, 9 layers of hardened cloth lashing out to cut at him. 9, eh? She'd taken after him again. They burst from her body, from the ground, and even the air itself, a storm of hardened belts slashing with wild abandon. Evidently she'd unlocked her blood demon art as well. Clever kids hiding that from him. Still, even as this range it would, easy enough to dodge. Jutaro dropped his sickles and latched onto his wrists, costing him precious time. No, you don't! Clever boy. Naruto lashed out in a vicious headbutt, stunning the younger demon. Jutaro slumped with a wordless gurgle, but didn't let go. And that brief moment of inattention caught him. Even as he kicked the boy aside and tried to leap away, he knew he wouldn't be able to block them all. Deflecting availed him not. There were simply too many. The siblings had sprung their trap well. A grievous wound opened in his shoulder, spattering blood across his robes. It regenerated not a moment later, but the stain remained. He'd underestimated them. So why did he feel so damn proud? How was that? Daki preened as he landed. We got you good, didn't we? Her expression said it all. Screamed it, really? Praise me! Such a fragile little thing she was. But that was all right. She was family. She could be whatever she wanted to be. I think that's enough for today. Naruto smiled softly and patted her head. Good girl. You did good. Real good. Daki giggled even as Jotaro grunted. TCH, spoiled. Hey, I wasn't done. Naruto turned to face him in turn. Let's see this blood art of yours again. I want to get a better look at it. His praise worked like a charm. Just like that, the boy's pale face turned a deep red. Shitty old man. Language. Laughing, he took a moment to consider just how far they'd come. Technically speaking, it made sense that their skills worked so well together. He turned them at the same time after all. They were one demon. So long as one kept their head literally, at all times, they wouldn't die by conventional means. Jotaro's poison made them deadlier still, perfectly suited to hit and run tactics. These two would be strong. Give them a few more decades and they might well rise into the ranks of the Nine. Sage knew they'd need all the help they could get. Are you really leaving again? The sudden inquiry drew him back to reality. You could weaponize that kind of cuteness. Must look. She was sulking. Naruto knew it at a glance, and not just because his fledgling wouldn't look him in the eye. Her posture screamed defiance as she crossed both arms before her chest. Gah! Don't look at that either. She might have grown up, but she was still just a fledgling in his eyes. Can't help it, kiddo. He patted her head, humming a little as she leaned into his palm. There's a lead I need to track down. Then I want to come with you. She reached around and latched onto his wrist. You'd said you would give us a reward. Let that be mine. Ha! Jotaro growled. That's not what I want. Training. That's the reward I'm after. She scoffed. Then you stay here, stupid. What was that? Naruto thrust himself between them before they could come to blows. Look, where I'm going, it's not really safe. It would be better if the two of you stayed. There's always next time. No! I'm not leaving you. Daki puffed out her cheeks. By the sage, she could be so childish sometimes. I'm never going to leave you, okay? We're always going to be together. When he didn't answer, she mistook that for anger. Please don't hate me. She clung on to him, tears pricking her eyes. Don't scold me. Don't leave me all by myself. Naruto cast a desperate glance for Jotaro, only to find him wilting as well. Traitor! He deflated with a sigh. The two of you will do exactly as I say. Yes. Daki clung onto his sleeve. Anything. 0.0.0.0. Asakusa really was a lovely place. Far from the heart of Tokyo, the city sat near a large bay. Perhaps that explained why it thrived so, for the city proved just even more lively at night than it was during the day. Large buildings and bright lights lit up the night, illuminate the city for miles around. People thronged the streets, crowding through a dense marketplace loaded with countless signs and merchants hawking their wares. Carriages guided citizens through the roads, forcing others to make way or risk being run down. There was even some primitive trolley system running throughout the city. It really was a lovely place, but it baffled Naruto to no end. People pressed in on every side like so many gnats buzzing about, forcing them to keep walking. If they didn't, they'd be mowed down. Well, he wouldn't, but still. So big. Daki cooed from her perch on his back. This isn't anything like our hometown. He stole a glance back at her. Aren't you a little too big for piggyback rides? She stuck her tongue out at him. Stingy. You said you'd carry me. I was joking, you know. There's no arguing with her when she's like this. Jotaro rolled his eyes as he slunk at his side. Might as well give up again. So, is it here? They weren't here to sightsee. He'd come to investigate a tip from one of his sources. Naruto sniffed once, inhaling deeply as he tasted the air. His nose crinkled as he found it. Yeah. How was there a demon here? While the scent of so many people was mild to him after all these years, many did not share his resilience. Crowds of this size would have driven a newborn demon mad. Even in moderately aged one would have had difficulty controlling themselves. Which suggested an older demon had claimed this place. A very ancient demon indeed. Hundreds of years old. Kurama winced for him. That's not a good thing, is it? No, Naruto swallowed. No, it is not. Demons grew ever stronger the more they devoured, and the longer they lived, the craftier they became. It wouldn't be a stretch to say they had near limitless potential. If this one had been around as long as he thought, if they were able to restrain themselves in such a crowded city, they might prove problematic. The kids weren't ready for a foe like this. Daki off. He rolled his shoulder, and she complied without complaint. Didn't stop her from snatching up his hand, though. Really? Not sorry. Her fingers laced with his. Fine. Just stay close to me, the both of you. The sibling complied wordlessly. Under normal circumstances he would have praised them. Not now. Because smelled her. Not Daki, but the demon herself. In hindsight, he wasn't even sure how he knew it was a woman, but the scent spoke to him, all the same. He saw it in his mind's eye, like a ribbon of red steam wafting into the distance. Like any good tracker, he followed it. From there it was a simple matter to let it lead him, to follow its path to the source. Down winding roads it led him, through narrow alleyways, twisting paths and forgotten buildings. Still his feet carried him forward without fail. He wasn't sure how long. Minutes? Hours? It felt like the latter. Daki clung to his hand without complaint, leaving Jotaro to roll his eyes and trek after them. They walked in companionable. At last he found the source, or more aptly, he came face to face with the wall. His ears twitched as he heard the wind whistle through it. More than that, the scent continued well past here, suggesting there was more at work. He rapped a fist against it, then frowned when it rang hollow. A false door or some such? He knocked again. Doing so would surely alert whoever was on the other side, but he couldn't bring himself to destroy such an intricate work. Abruptly it creaked open. Well, would you look at that? Kurama rumbled. Seems we've been invited in. Naruto strode through without hesitation and was well rewarded for his faith. There was a large house not far from them. The scent coiled around it, but his told him it was closer, very close indeed. Something moved in his peripherals. Behind you! Daki yelped even as Jotaro hollered a warning. Naruto whirled and shoved them both aside. A streak of metal slammed into his face, fast, but not fast enough. He caught between two fingers with a solid thunk, wincing only a little as momentum bit into his skin. The hell is that? A scalpel? Realization dawned. That was close. He cast the surgical implement down, producing a faint clatter. Ambushes are for weaklings, you know. Why don't you come on out, and we can talk this through like adults? Someone stepped out from the shadows. He found himself face to face with a beautiful woman. Her round face framed by long dark hair, parted in the center, braided back into a loose braid held by a floral hairpin. Keen eyes met his, the color of hazy lavender fading to dark purple near the edges. Her notably red lips stood in stark contrast to her pale complexion. She wore a dark purple kimono hewn just above the knees for ease of movement, yet decorated with wavy branches and red flowers, secured by a cream-colored obi round her waist. Interestingly enough, her feet were completely bare, a sure sign of her haste. She tilted her head just so to regard him. Why have you come here? Naruto blinked, somewhat taken aback. For a moment, just a moment, she reminded him of someone very dear. Someone long dead. The resemblance was almost uncanny. He blinked and the specter of his past vanished like so much morning mist. Anger stirred in its wake. She smelled like a demon, but different. There was a faint, medicinal scent about her. Not unpleasant, but sweet? Regardless, she looked just as startled to see him as he was her. You know how it is, he could have answered truthfully, but that sneak attack just now had left him more than a little cagey. A little bird told me. Are you one of his, then? She raised a clawed hand, nails ready to dig into her wrist. If you are, I won't go quietly. Daki surged upright, Obi flaring. You witch! I'll kill you! Naruto held her back. His. Her lips pursed into a scowl. Muzan, you fool! Are you one of his? Muzan? A blink. I have no idea who that is. Oh my! A pale hand rose to cup her cheek. She tilted her head again, the other way this time. Forgive me for this, but I must be certain. Confusion morphed into concern. Certain of why Chiwai. His palm snapped up, catching her fist in hand. A shockwave blasted out as he caught her fist in an open palm. Fascinating. She raised her head, violet eyes gleaming into his own. Her facade slipped, and he glimpsed the demonic slits within. I don't sense any bloodlust from you. None at all. He gave her a hard shove. That's because I don't have any. I'm a doctor, damn it. Apparently it was the right thing to say, because it had her skipping back. Then she started to giggle. It was a surprisingly rough sound for one so refined. He hardly expected her to look at him and laugh. Naruto frowned. What's so funny? Of course I'm laughing, you oaf. Her head snapped down, eyes blazing. I've just found the middle of something terribly entertaining. Another fit of laughter shook her from head to toe, leaving a lone tear to run down her cheek. At times like this, people laugh, get angry, and cry. She wiped the tear away with a bitter smile. Isn't that what being human means? It's been so long since I let my hair down like this. The ghost of an uncertain smile touched his lips. Depends on your definition of the word. We're hardly human. And yet we are in our hearts. Her eyes lit up at his words as much as the rejoinder she gave. It really is you, then. A demon doctor who fathers demons and yet kills more. She smiled softly and touched a hand to her cheek. What a curious contradiction you are. Another fit of laughter had her doubling over. Forgive me, I'm just so very happy. Jutaro cackled. She's cracked. Heh. Beautiful, too. I like her. Daki rolled her eyes. Stupid older brother. On that, they were in agreement. Naruto turned back to face the strange demon. You know, even I can laugh and get angry. Stop beating about the bush. Who are you? My name is Tamayo, good sir. She bowed then, low and deep at the waist. I've longed to meet you for some time now. Just as quickly she straightened, swept an arm toward the humble abode behind her, and stepped aside. I suspect you have a great many questions. Won't you come in for tea? Naruto stole a glance over his shoulder, not quite willing to make such a monumental decision on his lonesome. Daki shook her head fiercely even as Jutaro offered an indifferent shrug. It was enough. A faint smile creased whiskered cheeks. We'd love some. A/N, Doctor meets Doctor. And methinks Naruto's about to learn of Muzan. To be clear, we're rapidly approaching the main timeline, and hitting another time skip next chapter. As ever, the Ember's rule persists. If folks don't like this tale, then I'll not continue it. I can't bear to write something folks don't like, and working 2 jobs on a near back-to-back basis leaves my energy at an all-time low. So by all means, speak up. Raise your voice. Make yourself heard. Reviews are the fuel that sustain me and my team in these darkened times. So in the immortal words of Atlas. Review, would you kindly? Hope ya enjoy your previews. Far out as some may be, comma. Preview. Another one? Naruto blinked thrice. Nozomi didn't look much pleased with him. Neither did Sora. Nor Jiyu. Susumaru least of all. Why were you looking at me like that? Arg. Susumaru screamed at the ceiling. You're impossible. Do I have to spell it out for you? She dove on him and crushed her lips to his. Someone cried out behind her. It sounded like the Spider Girls. No fair. Yeah. Daki buelled in on the side and clutched on his arm. Mine! Says who? Naruto sighed as he found himself tugged to and fro. I'm not something you can claim. Can and have. Mine! Mikago knew better than to jump into that dog pile. Why yeah, I'll just come back when he's alone. Less chance of dying. See this bottle? Naruto sat down and held the jug of sake out, liquid sloshing within. Think of this drink as your blood. Spill it at your own peril. One of them smashed it, spattering his chest. He blew out a sharp, angry breath. It was always the young ones. They never learned. That was perfectly good sake you just wasted. As one unit, the other slayers drew their blades. As one, 4 of them died, falling to bloody pieces at his feet. The 5th survived through sheer bloody luck. Being near the back, they tripped and fell. Their blade trembled in their hands, eyes wide as they gazed upon their ruined comrades. They hadn't seen him move. Of course not. They were only human, after all. Naruto turned slowly, red eyes blazing in the gloom. Think it through. His words must have shaken the would-be slayer, because they stumbled back. Their sword fell from their hands. It clattered harshly onto the road. He could see the anger in their eyes, the hate, but also the fear, the cruel realization that they too would die just as needlessly. And they would if they picked up that sword. He disliked killing, but he would for his family. Remarkably, they listened. Good. Finally, someone with some sense. It heartened him to see such. He liked the ones who actually stopped to think. I can see you're the smart one. He stood, bit his thumb to make it bleed, and strode forward, letting a bead of red run down his hand. I've got a proposition for you. But first, what's your name? Bright eyes met his. Mikago squeaked and scarpered. Nope. Not fighting that. Coward! The Hashira shouted at her, rapidly retreating back. Stand and fight. Nope, nope, all the nope. I don't think so. She who runs away lives to fight another day. Daki smiled. It was not a nice smile. That's adorable. I think I'll keep you. Get up. It's over. There was a brief silence. And then. You saved me. My hero. Jutaro flailed, yelping a little as the young woman slammed into his chest and latched on like a limpet. What the hell? He tried to pry her off, to no avail. She flung tight. Get off of me. Oh, Akaza! Help! No can do. The higher rank clapped his shoulder and walked by with a merry smile. You rescued her, she's your responsibility now. Ha! Don't give me that. Pushing her head down, he cast a baleful look his way. What am I supposed to do with her? Turn her, marry her, make her your pet. I don't care. Just be sure and tell the boss beforehand. The girl blinked up at him. You're a demon? But you're so handsome. And nice. Heat rose into his cheeks. Just like that, Jutaro was lost. Akaza laughed and made a whipped noise. I want to watch you live a bit more. Hands dug into her hair, yanking painfully. That's right. Live. Cling to life. Know what it means to have a heart. And then, come stand before me again. Reporting, sir. The young woman pressed her head into the floor at his feet, uncaring of her dirty uniform. I have news of the core movements, and a raid in 1 week's time. A week, huh? Naruto thumbed his chin. Huh. Seemed they were getting uppity after what he'd done. How many Hashira? 3. Water, thunder, and fire. That. Many? A low, tired sigh pervaded the air behind him. Interesting. Let them come. Red eyes rolled. You're worse than Akaza, you know. I am not. They remained in the shadows, but he caught the glimpse of a smile therein. Akaza would slay them all in the name of a good fight. If they are weak and refuse to see reason, they will die. If they are strong of spirit and heart, they will join us, blood or no. You know, that makes sense. Honestly, there was no arguing with this one. In any case, you did well. Naruto ignored his erstwhile ally and knelt to pat his subordinate's head. Thank you, Mairi. I'm sure it was hard, all those years. I was happy to be of service to you. She raised her head, eyes shining, cheeks flushing at his praise. I spent so many months pretending to be one of them. Will you make me a demon now? Like you promised? Naruto shared a look with his lieutenant. They shrugged, still not leaving the shadows. Fine, force the onus of choice on him. Hold out your hands. She raised trembling palms. Naruto bit his hand. Blood spilled into her trembling fingers as she cupped them. Drink it all without hesitating. Anything less will probably kill you. Long live the king. Do you understand now? Naruto really, truly wished he didn't. Outwardly, he masked a frown by drinking more of Tamayo's tea. Inwardly, however, his mind began to race. There was another demon king. He wasn't quite sure why the knowledge rattled him so. It shouldn't have. He'd suspected such over the years, contemplating the possibility that someone else was running around creating demons, but there had never been any proof. Every demon he encountered seemed loath to speak of such, and he never had a name to lead with. Until now. NeonZangetsu. He burned the name into his brain. Committed it to memory, even as he drank yet more tea. Daki squirmed restlessly beside him, no doubt sensing his anxiety. She'd always been sensitive to such. He patted her head and she melted into his right side, clinging on for comfort. Jutaro muttered something angrily, and he set his cup down to sling an arm around the boy's shoulder in turn, drawing him close as well. The younger boy squawked and tried to resist, but his efforts were token at best. It's all right. He murmured, for their sake as much as his. This doesn't change anything. Not a thing. Daki dipped her head. Feels like it does. We're weak. He's strong. He can kill us. Naruto kissed her forehead, setting her ace sputtering. Nope. Jutaro made a confused sound. No? Nope. He bobbed his head. I don't get it. You don't have to. Naruto hummed. He touches you, either of you, and he dies. Simple as that. They shivered a little, basking under the naked truth of his words. Tamayo had painted an unpleasant picture of Muzan and his associates. Upper moons. Lower moons. Come to think of it, didn't Mikado used to have one of those etched into her eye? So had Ray, come to think of, but that little brat was long since ashes. He'd have to ask her then. Scaredy cat or not, she was still family. She'd not gone astray these last few decades, and he somehow doubted she would now. If this Muzan was so keen to walk in the sunlight, it might well put his family in grave danger. More than that, he'd be difficult to find. Anyone who could change their appearance was one thing, but their very aura? Their emotions? This world was already brimming with so much of it. Time would be needed to ferret him out. Decades, if not more. Still, there was no need to panic. There were precautions he could yet take, preparations he was able to make. If Muzan tried to find or feed upon any of his family, he'd be in for a nasty surprise. His blood was potent, almost lethally so. Many had tried to join his family by force and he passed. None had succeeded. Without his express permission, none could be turned. To the uninitiated, his blood was the most potent of poison. To those of the family, it was a drug, one they must take care not to grow addicted to. Blood aside, every one of his demons was strong. They would not die easily, and if any of them were in peril, he'd sense it. Still, better let the 9 know. Kurama sighed. That one too? Naruto whined inwardly. Already? His family reconvened every 100 years for the great banquet. He'd endured one shortly before recruiting Daki and Jutaro, and the less said about that fiasco, the better. The next was at least 7 decades away. Akaza would undoubtedly come if he called, but the rest were scattered across Japan and beyond. He knew where they were, of course, just as he knew the location of every demon he'd ever created. One had gone overseas in search of adventure. Another was eking out a humble existence in the countryside. A third had taken it upon themselves to teach others the way of the sword. As to the others, well, the less said of them the better. They wouldn't hurt innocents per se, but they certainly wouldn't go out of their way to help them either. News of this Muzan fellow might well change that, but until he gathered them they wouldn't see any reason to change their ways. It was a simple thing to warn his brood about Muzan and his 12 moons through his mental connection, and he did, but he wasn't sure how many would listen. More than one might actively see such an affront as a challenge and seek them out. Blast. He really would have to call them together, and soon. Just ask Shuten to whip up a bit of her special sake. Worked wonders last time. Suyer. Because drunk demons were easier to deal with than sober ones. Wouldn't you destroy a mountain again? You should consider working with the Demon Slayer Corps. Tamayo's soothing tones drew him out of his thoughts. They might be able to help you track down Muzan. Silence stretched between the four of them. Naruto made an incredulous sound. The Slayers? Daki squirmed free and bared her fangs in a hiss. Like hell. Why should we work with them? They'd put our heads on a pike the first chance they get. What she said? You stupid or something? Jutaro began to scratch the right side of his face in thinly veiled agitation, tearing bloody furrows there that healed thrice as quickly. You are right? You gotta be. The second they lean we can walk in the sun. Bam! He slapped a hand down. Game over. We'll be public enemy number one. Tamayo weathered their scorn with the patience of an eternity. Her gaze sought his. Rather than answer, Naruto held out his empty cup. More tea, please. But of course. Like the graceful hostess she was, the demoness refilled his earthen cup at length. Wrapping both hands around it, Naruto raised it to his lips. From there he closed his eyes and drank slowly, savoring the blend as much as the taste. Not a bad recipe. He'd have to ask after it once they were done here. Setting the cup down, he exhaled softly and weighed his options, knowing full well what she wanted. She wasn't even trying to hide it in the least. Really, the choice was painfully obvious. I refuse. Tamayo recoiled, looking like she'd been slapped. See? Daki preened as she squirmed into his side. He agrees with us. Shove off, you old biddy. He raised a hand to silence her. Daki, be nice. We're guests, remember. Disagreeing with her is no reason to be rude. But why? Tamayo leaned forward, a thin thread of agitation weaving itself into her words. We share a common enemy in Muzan. Why not work together to eradicate him? Because there would be a mass panic. He bit out the words, drawing another flinch from her. The second they realize me and mine are a different breed than Muzan, all hell will break loose. You exaggerate, surely. Tamayo touched a hand to her chin, looking somewhat alarmed by his claim. Surely the Ubushiki clan would not take such drastic measures once they learned of your intent. When he quirked a brow at her, she proved quick to amend her statement. Muzan is a stain upon their name, a living curse upon them. They want to exorcise him from memory. Nothing more. And when he dies, Naruto leaned forward with a smile, every demon he ever created turns to ash, no? Including you? Her face went ashen. How did you? How indeed? It's not exactly a quantum leap, Missy. In his peripherals he was keenly aware of Daki and Jutaro. They were looking at him again, coming to the same conclusion he had. He created those demons. His blood flows through their veins. If the creator dies, so does his creations. He heard the former gasp and knew she'd figured it out. The same might apply to me, of course. A clawed hand rose, veins pulsing in his hand. Huh. Was that a tremor of anger just now? Or had he imagined that? Care to test it? Doctor gazed upon Doctor. Demon glared against demon. Even with her instincts suppressed and body modified, Tamayo was powerful. But he was no mere demon. If it came to any kind of fight, he'd win, hands down. The same couldn't be said of the kids. Jutaro was already reaching for his sickles. Daki's obi twitched, ready to lash out at the slightest provocation. Naruto shook his head and they stilled with baffled glared. They didn't understand. Tamayo would eat them alive. You didn't live this long without a trick or two up your sleeve, and he suspected she had more than a few. In that moment, Naruto made his decision. If Tamayo so much as twitched toward them, he would kill her. His fellow doctor saw the look in his eye and leaned back. I think not. I've no wish to die. Words. Empty air. So much of it. She might not desire death against him, but she'd happily throw herself on the pyre if it meant the end of Muzan. There was a story there, something she'd not told him. A secret so black, a pain so poignant that she dare not think of it, even now. Instead, she'd stomped it down and buried it in the back of her mind. Why did she want Muzan dead? What had he done to her? How had she escaped him? It was mystery, one he longed to unravel. Instead, he stilled his temper and offered an olive branch. All right, he said at length, watching her perk up. Can you say with complete certainty that the Slayers wouldn't hunt us? He tilted his head just so and let his eyes glow in the low light. Let's assume for the sake of argument that the Slayers agree to work with me, unlikely as it may seem. He granted her a small, sad smile. We team up, find Muzan and storm his hideout, slaughtering every demon in our path. It's a massacre. Good guys win, bad guys lose. Happy ending, right? Her expression suggested it wouldn't be. So tell me then, he prattled on, what's to stop the Slayers from turning their blades on me and mine the second Muzan dies? Do you have good relations with them? She looked away. The silence was her answer. Can you give me your guarantee? He leaned in, knowing she couldn't. Your word? Tamayo met his glare for a full 3 seconds. Then she looked away in shame. I cannot. Didn't think so. He steepled his fingers. That said, I don't want to kill every demon. There are monsters, sure, but there are also those who had no say in the matter. If possible, I'd like to turn them myself. The bad ones can rot for all I care, and he'd annihilate anyone who enjoyed hurting innocents, but those who didn't have any say in the matter, those who have a choice. They deserve a second chance. Her lips pursed into a thin line. Still, she did not snap. That would take decades to accomplish, if not more. Perhaps, he allowed. But not likely. I've dealt with the moons before. Shouldn't be hard. Her attention fixated on him with frightful intensity. Upper or lower? Naruto paused, dug back through his memories, and frowned. Lower, I think. He touched one hand to his eye. That Roy kid had the mark. I remember seeing and being confused at the time. You've already killed a lower moon? And converted another without even realizing it at the time. He chortled. Looking back, Mikago's fear made sense. She'd been terrified, caught between a rock and hard place, between him and Muzan. Poor girl. She spooks easily, you know, but she's really strong when you push her. Don't get me started on her blood demon art. She's all kinds of broken. Of course she was. She clawed her way up to 4th in 3 decades. Even Daki and Jutaro hadn't accomplished that, and he'd been training them directly. He'd need to give her a big hug when he got back. Maybe bring her some sweets, too. Did she like fried tofu? No, that was the other one. One would argue that those turned by Muzan made their choice. Tamayo interjected into his thoughts. She was quite adept at that, it seemed. You can't hope to save all of them. Not all, just most. He held firm, lifting his chin in defiance. My point stands. I won't annihilate an entire race just because their leader happens to be a bad person. Surely you do not intend to do such a thing alone. I have an army. I think I'll be fine. I see. Tamayo's hesitation said otherwise, but she seemed willing to humor him. And just how many demons do you have serving you? Kurama scoffed. As if we'd tell her that. Cut the crap. He snapped his fangs at her, cutting her off. You're 100 years too young to manipulate me. I am not trying to. But numbers or no, it doesn't change the fact that thing isn't human. He could feel the anger seething in her words now. You don't seem to understand. Her eyes flashed slitted, regaining their cat-like pupils once more. Muzan is evil. There is no length he won't go to, no depths to which he won't sink to achieve his goals. Veins pulsed in her forehead as she snarled at him, giving him a glimpse of the wild woman she'd once been. He leads and he lies, uses and betrays. He acts the angel, when he is the devil itself. Her hands balled into fists, claws biting into her palms to draw blood. You cannot reason with him. You cannot convince him. Any kindness you show him will only be a dagger in your back. Do not make the same mistake I did. Mistake, you say? Naruto jumped on it, eyes gleaming. And what mistake might that be? Tamayo trembled where she sat. I do not wish to speak of it. He wanted to push. He really, truly did. This was his chance, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to unravel the mystery of the woman before him. She had already probed him with all manner of questions, wasn't he owed at least one? A proper leader would have pressed the advantage, demanded she reveal her past or, in the absence of it, that he wouldn't trust her as an ally. If she refused, he'd be well within his rights to simply take Daki and Jotaro and walk away right now. He had her, and she knew it. You don't have to tell me anything. The news seemed to surprise her. I don't? Nah, he waved her down. You obviously have some history with Muzan. Was he your husband or something? Husband? Tamayo surged to her feet, towering in her rage. You dare. He'd spoken the words in jest, a playful jab to lighten the shroud of sorrow hanging over her. As such, he wasn't wholly prepared for the sudden surge of hate he felt and experienced in the moment. It boiled out of Tamayo in a relentless tide, drowning the gentle facade she'd worked so hard to create. Her claws swiped out, annihilating a nearby wall. Daki and Jotaro flinched as dust and debris sprayed forth. Naruto remained seated, not batting an eye, even as she surged forward. Say that again and I'll bite out your heart. Her hand snapped out, seizing him by the collar. She thrust her face against his, forehead to forehead, fangs bared, eyes glowing with rage. The faint scent of antiseptic mixed with lavender filled the air. Not an unpleasant aroma by any means. Her lips hovered an inch from his, and for a moment he wondered if she would attack him. She'd held herself back for so long, buried her true nature. Now, it came roaring back to the fore. My mistake. Her ire was genuine if nothing else. So, not in love with Muzan then? No. Never. She leaned back and spat at his feet. I'd sooner shag a slug. Fair enough. He shrugged. I apologize. Her words, her vehemence stuck with him. Shag a slug? That was an unlovely image. Naruto felt his lips twitch. He couldn't quite hide the snort that followed. It shattered the tableau between them. Tamayo recoiled and he let her go. He could have killed her a dozen different ways. Instead, he found her sudden spark fascinating. When was the last time someone had threatened him with such a creative means of violence? I think I might like you. It bled the anger from her like a broken sieve. You're definitely different from most demons I've met. Daki made angry Daki noise in the background. Oh, come on. Then allow me to clear up the misconception. Tamayo seemed to shrink in on herself for a moment, then rallied once more. It's ironic, really. A peal of bitter laughter fled from her lips as she hung her head. You're so proud of your family. Her head rose again, and now it was his turn to flinch at what he saw there. You love them, don't you? Pain. Misery. Regret. So much regret, it nearly closed his throat. You'd do anything for them, to be there for them. I do? He firmed his heart and sat a little straighter, trying to ignore the pleased sound Daki made. And I would. There were no lengths he wouldn't go to for his family. Would a father not defend his children? Would a husband not protect his wife? It went without saying. He'd happily lay down his life if it came to that, but at the end of the day, immortality had made him somewhat selfish. He wanted to help others, sure, but he wanted his family to prosper and thrive too. Most fathers can destroy mountains. Semantics. I had a family, once too. The veins in her visage receded, the demon she was giving way to the sorrowful woman she'd become. I was a married woman. A gentle, forlorn look bled across her pale face. I had children. A boy and a girl. Her gaze stayed to Jotaro and Daki. Not unlike yours. Daki hissed, even as Jotaro swore softly. Realization broke like the dawn. Oh dear. You said had. Naruto forced himself to swallow. What happened to them? I fell ill. She didn't so much speak the words as she did sigh. Stricken with an awful disease and began seeking a cure. Muzan found me and offered a cure. Naive, I accepted. And became a monster. Her gaze pinned him. A demon. And do you know what I did? Naruto bit his lip to stifle an angry oath. He'd seen newborn demons before, created more than a few in his day. It took nearly a full year for his to properly control their hunger and power, during which they had to watch at all times lest they hurt someone or themselves. Daki and Jotaro were the exception to the rule, Both had been near death when he turned them. Perhaps that affected their appetite. Somehow, he doubted Muzan cared as much for those he sired. You went on a rampage, didn't you? A nod, slow and grave. I did. Those once lively lilac eyes fell, gazing at her empty hands. I killed them. She wept, staring at her hand. My husband, my children. All dead. She hugged her arms close to her chest, took a deep breath to steady herself, then barreled on. And so many others. Once I learned the truth, I raged against him. I fought. I lost. I fell into despair. I didn't find hope again until much later. She looked like she would say yet more, but cut herself off. That is who Muzan Kibutsuji is. That is why I want his head. Do you understand now? Daki. Jotaro. Naruto raised a hand, forestalling the argument he knew was coming. Don't insult Tamayo anymore. The former balked, but complied. Ugh, fine. How can I be angry with her after that? If you still doubt me? Tamayo fell silent for a long moment. Then her right hand rose and tugged back her collar, exposing the pale expanse of a slender neck. With the other reached up and pulled the pin from her hair, freeing from its bun. An ebony curtain cascaded down her back. It made her look years younger. Despite himself, Naruto felt his pulse quicken. Turn me, then, she said, arching her head back. Make me yours. Bind my fate to your own. Let that be proof of my faith. The hairpin she cast aside, sending it clattering into a corner. I offer all my medical knowledge to you and yours. If the slayers come for you, they will come for me as well. If you die, I die. Silence stretched into oblivion. Someone whistled, a low, sharp sound pervading the room. It took Naruto a moment to understand from whence the sound came. Not from Jotaro or Daki, who was currently gnashing her teeth and looking fit to burst, but from someone entirely unexpected. It came from him. Bold of her. Kurama uttered a jaw-popping yawn. I'll give her that. Well? What are you going to do? She could be a useful ally. This wasn't the first time someone had tried to infiltrate his ranks. No matter how sincere she might be, her presence still carried an inherent risk, one he wasn't sure he was willing to take. Tamayo would go after Muzan. With or without him. That much wasn't in question. He could understand why now, but it didn't change the fact. You've got guts asking me to take you outright, he said, choosing the words with great care. But I don't see how making you family will help us. She stilled. I beg your pardon? You said it yourself? He held up a finger to forestall another argument. Muzan is hunting you. If I take you in, it would paint yet another target on my back. If it were just him, he wouldn't care, but he had lives to look after, followers to guide, and families to protect. It benefits you, certainly, but also hinders me in the long run. Tamayo tugged her collar back yet further, exposing the swell of her bosom, heavily wrapped and bound back by a breastband. Would you rather I offer my body to you? Daki lunged forward. Jotaro caught and reeled her back, arms locking around her mouth and waist. Heat crept up the back of his neck despite his best efforts. Why did your mind go there? No? She tugged her clothes back. Then you truly are a noble man. Naruto palmed his face with a sigh. It ain't a matter of ingesting my blood. You need my will, that is to say, my permission to become one of mine. Even then it's a coin toss. Some aren't strong enough to survive it. I've seen demons stronger than you die writhing in pain, begging for mercy. Is that what you want? Good sir, a dark brow arched as her eyes went slitted again, the faintest smile touching her lips. I do hope you're not implying that I'm weak. Not at all. He waved a hand, mildly amused by her fire. But if I make you family, you'd go straight for him. What happens if you fail? Her hand fell, the faintest fleck of a scowl touching her pale face. Do you not intend to pursue him? Are you afraid of him? Did she really think that? It was too much. He just couldn't help himself. Naruto threw his head back and laughed. Susumaru looked up from her book. Oh, it feels like I'm missing out something good. No matter. She'd corner the young master when he came home. Tamayo had never been so heartily ridiculed in her entire life. Even during her terrible tenure as Muzan's servant, No one had laughed at her like this. Because make no mistake, she was being laughed at. It was the worst sort of mockery. It burned in her blood and boiled her soil. And still Naruto continued to cackle. He slapped at his knee as he doubled over, shoulders shaking from mirth. His attendants looked as startled as she felt. It wasn't cruel or kind, but rather something in between. Baffling. Infuriating. Will you please stop? Sorry, he rattled off with a hoarse chuckle, wiping a mirthful tear from the corner of his left eye. Didn't mean to laugh at you like that. It's just, another snigger escaped him. I can't help myself. You honestly think I'm going to leave Muzan alone? Me? You aren't. No, Naruto shook his head side to side, blonde bangs swaying with the motion. No, no, no. Not a chance in hell. He finally raised his gaze then, and what Tamayo saw there struck the words from her tongue as sure as a strong storm. Dangerous. That was her first thought. Naruto was still smiling, but it no longer reached his eyes, or indeed, any other part of his face. Planting his chin on a fist, he regarded her intently. Eyes burning like twin coals in his skull, he crooked a finger at her. In that moment he looked less like some peasant pauper and more a king reclining upon some unseen throne. His presence loomed large, threatening to strangle her where she sat. Her heart hammered in her chest, beating a mile a minute. Come here. It was not a request. I'm going to let you in on a little secret. Some eldritch force compelled Tamayo to lean in and listen. I'm going to destroy Muzan. Body and soul. His lips brushed the outer lobe of her ear. Mind and spirit. She felt the subtle curve of his mouth, curling in a scowl. Then? I'm going to feed him to my family. We'll see how high and mighty your so-called demon king is then. No allies to back him up, no means of escape. Only slow, agonizing death. He laughed, and the spell broke, leaving her to recoil. It'll be a sight to see. Naruto thumbed his chin and looked upward, imagining it. No matter what he says, what he does, what he summons, I am going to kill him. Eventually. He discussed the concept of violence so casually, but every word rang true. And it was then that she understood. For all his smiles and jests, this man held power. He could be cold as ice, or warm as fire. She'd just gotten a glimpse of both sides. It terrified her. Fascinated her. Just what was he? From what you've said of him thus far, it doesn't sound like he's aware of me. Yet. Naruto poured her a glass of tea and she found herself accepting it. Wait, when had their roles been reversed? Raising it to her lips now as prattled on. That gives us options, I suppose? Her heart skipped a beat. Us? Not me? Was that good? She took a moment to ponder it. Had Muzan made a move against Naruto, the world would be afire. Demon would fight demon in the streets. Innocents would die by the dozens, no hundreds. The slayers wouldn't be able to conceal that kind of carnage. The existence of demons would surely be revealed and everything would plunge into chaos. Japan might even plunge back into the Dark Ages. An even less pleasant notion struck her then. What if Naruto worked with Muzan? They were both immensely powerful, and Muzan terribly charismatic. If they ever met, he might well sway him to his side. No. Absolutely not. Her mind ran with the image, envisioning a world in which demons ruled, where humans were so much livestock to be fed upon at their leisure. The Slayer's core would be annihilated, and all knowledge of slaying demon with them. People would live in fear, ever dreading their demise, never knowing which day would be their last. The thought made her very soul tremble. As things stand, we'll have a war on our hands sooner or later. Naruto drummed his fingers against the table, pounding out a steady rhythm. If I were him, I'd be mustering my forces. Even if he isn't aware of me just yet, I'd been tearing through his demons like paper. That's bound to put him on edge. You sound confident of your victory. I am. 2 little words, and not a grain of deceit in them. Unlike him, I've not been idle with the time given to me. I've got friends all over Japan. Shouldn't be too hard to pull a few strings. He mimed the motions of a puppeteer, wiggling his fingers at her. After all, it's such a nice thing to have friends in high places. Her blood ran cold again. Just how high? High enough. His smile was all teeth. That's all you need to know. Did he have demons in the government of Japan? Spies in the Slayers, perhaps? She had no way of knowing. This man was the antithesis of Muzan in every way. He cared not for immortality, the blue spider lily, any of it. His only focus was his family. And unlike that vicious little parasite, he appeared to have utilized his allies in a far more subtle capacity. Demons capable of walking in the sunlight would be utterly indistinguishable from humans. Who knew what purpose they might yet serve? You'd kill them all. Only those who won't listen to reason. He shook his head. Sorry, but I'm done looking back. I'm shaking the past off. I'll prove myself by surviving. I'll prove that it's better this way. I'll prove that I'm not crazy. No matter how much humanity rejects me with their words, their deeds, their thoughts, I won't bend. No matter what they think. No matter how they threaten me. I'm not gonna falter. I'm not gonna shrink away in fear. I will persist. I will endure. That's what it means to live. An inspiring speech. He'd actually made her heart skip a beat there. Wasn't trying to be. Demon or human, at the end of the day, we're all alive, you know? She leaned back, realizing the gravity of his words. Do you see what I'm saying now? He laughed and patted Daki on the head, drawing a pleased hum from his ward. I don't care how well Muzan thinks he can hide. I'll find him sooner or later. With or without the core and their assistance. Before her eyes, he held her and Jotaro close. I will not part with a single member of my family. None of them will fall to Slayer blades. Do you understand? She did, in a sense. Family as everything to him. Just as hers had been. Which is why. His sudden exclamation startled her. You'd best not make me regret this. Before she could think to ask what he was on about, Naruto pulled away from his children, raised a thumb to his lips, and bit down. Hard. Blood ran freely from the digit. He cupped it in his hands and bent them over the earthen cup he'd drained only a few moments before, filling it to the brim. Tamayo looked on, fascinated, and frankly, more than a little nervous. Now that the opportunity was before her, she found herself hesitating at the last. In truth, she would have much rather preferred to run tests on Naruto's blood first, but somehow she doubted he would allow such. Not yet. Not when there was still so little trust between them. The idea of becoming human again was suddenly a dim and distant prospect indeed. She couldn't best Muzan as human, and certainly not as she was now. Kids? Naruto craned his neck back. Why do you think? Jotaro shrugged. I say go for it. No point doing things by half measures now. Can't leave her like this either. Don't look at me. Daki folded both arms before her bosom and looked away with a sulk. You're gonna do it with or without my approval. Naruto fixed her with a flat stare. Do you really think so little of me? As Tamayo looked on, the younger girl wavered. And then? Alright, fine. Now listen here. She whirled and jabbed a finger at her. You're lower on the pecking order than me and Mikado. You got that? A faint smile touched her lips. I understand. You'd better. Alright, then it's decided. Naruto held the cup out to her. I'll warn you, if you drink this, your hunger will mostly likely come roaring back. His voice simmered with promise, dark and dire. Becoming a true demon burns away every bit of the old, I found. You'll be stronger and faster than before, too. She perked up, her inner doctor rising to the fore. By how much? Oh? Naruto hummed, warming to her line of questions. Curious, are we? I am a doctor, after all, came her rejoinder. It would be remiss of me not to ask. Your self-control's gonna be shot in the beginning. For that first year, you won't go anywhere without a minder. Her lips thinned at that, but it was a concession she was willing to make. If you glut yourself on innocence, we'll put you down. If you've managed to keep a hold of your senses after that, then you'll have a permanent place with us. A year of probation then, with a chance to extend the terms indefinitely. Trembling hands cradled the ceramic. I've endured worse before. Bottoms up then. Tamayo didn't back down from the challenge. She absolutely did not dare. Half-lidded eyes locked on Naruto, she raised the glass to her lips and drank to the last drop. Her hands spasmed. The cup fell from her fingers and crashed to the floor, splitting clean down the middle. Sweet, was her first thought. Wait, why was the room spinning? Tamayo touched a hand to her head as the room began to spin. I feel strange. You didn't mention this. That's normal. Naruto hummed, voice echoing oddly. You're not coughing either. He thumbed his chin and nodded. That's usually a bad sign. Tamayo's world tilted on its head and hers hit the ground. Her thoughts grew fuzzy. Had she fallen? How silly of her. A faint ringing rose in her ears. Why couldn't she move? Someone was giggling. Was it her? It sounded like her. She raised a hand and saw the veins pulsing there, felt his blood mingling with hers to make her something more. An almost pleasant heat crawled through her veins, suffusing her every cell. It felt like she was melting away in a hot bath. There was no danger, and she yielded to it with a pleasant sigh. Well, she heard Naruto rumble as her vision continued to blur. That's new. No pain for her at all. Seems she'll be fine. Drunk. Was she drunk? She felt drunk. Her thoughts were becoming increasingly muddled. Tamayo's world was still spinning when someone else appeared. How curious. Why were there two Narutos all of a sudden? The second of them looked toward the original. We've got trouble, boss. You died today, demon! Mikago squeaked and scarpered. I'm never going out for supplies, Agayan. Coward! The Hashira shouted at her, rapidly retreating back. Stand and fight. Nope, nope, all the nope. I don't think so. She who runs away lives to fight another day. She was still running when she felt a sharp and sudden tug on her thoughts. It was a feeling she knew all too well. A message from the young master? Make a portal to him. She groaned a little to herself, then gulped. Oh, that can't be good. She cut a crimson tear in the air with her blood art and hopped into it, leaving a baffled Hashira behind. What did I just witness? The Slayers had found Tamayo's home. In hindsight, Naruto was almost disappointed with himself. He'd gotten distracted. Rusty. He'd been enjoying himself too much, his attention focused solely upon Tamayo to the exclusion of all else, so much so that he'd failed to notice the threat creeping closer to her door. It was downright shameful, really. Thankfully, he'd left a clone behind to watch the manor, but still. This was embarrassing. Daki and Jotaro would never let him live this down. If he hadn't left them behind to watch over Tamayo, they'd be laughing their arses off right about now. Can't blame you. Sounded like you were enjoying yourself. And he had. Now sleepy scarlet slits swept over the band of 7 swordsmen now stalking toward him. Heh. If that wasn't a tongue twister, he didn't know what was. Was this a rogue band of hunters? Unlikely. Chances were they'd been stationed in this area for quite some time, trying to track Tamayo down. Then he'd come barging in without a second thought. Small wonder they'd noticed. They might not even know it was Tamayo they were hunting. That answered one of his questions at least. If Tamayo was properly allied with them, they wouldn't have sought her out like this. Perhaps they would be proper allies in time, but not yet. Slayers hunted demons wherever they found them, consequences be damned. She might even be on good terms with some of them, but not all. Well, he cracked his neck 7, eh? I don't know if I should be amused or insulted. The former. This isn't even a warm-up for us, and you know it. If there's a Hashira here, I can't tell. He was right on that account alone. Their gaze raked over the unlikely band, taking them each in turn. Hashira were difficult to detect at the best of times, but the others weren't. What were these, rookies? Arrogant souls looking to make a name for themselves by cutting down a helpless demon? Now he felt a little insulted. Plunking himself down on the porch, he tugged a gourd of sake from his belt, bound by a worn cork. Tearing the stopper free with his teeth, he spat it out and drank deeply. It burned all the way down. Good brew. Shuten's best. A single sip was enough to kill a mortal man. 4 demons? It was damned good sake. Already he could feel all his anger and stress burning away, replaced by a pleasant, tipsy euphoria. Gotta marry her someday, he thought to himself. She really does make the best stuff. Evening, gentlemen. Still grinning, he hallooed at the 7 swordsmen. What can I do for you on this fine night? They paused, unaccustomed to such a greeting. One stepped forth. Their leader was a grizzled veteran, his dark hair streaked with gray, his worn visage heavily scarred by time and battle alike. A dark eye patch dominated the right side of his discolored face, hinting at even more grisly scars lurking beneath. No rookie, this. A warrior stood before him. But for all that, he held himself well, moving with purpose and poise. He made no move to draw his blade. Indeed, he approached boldly, pausing only a stone's throw away. "You can tell us where your comrades are." His voice was low. "Do so, and I shall grant you a swift death." Naruto tooted softly. "Counter offer. Leave and I'll spare your lives." "We do not truck with demons." Pity, pity, pity. Such a pity. He'd earned points for style, but so many points lost for stupidity. The wind turned then, blowing the Slayer's scent toward him. He inhaled reflexively, realizing the faded amber coat the man wore was no coat at all. He stank of blood, while his intern sang, "Hashira!" Kurama perked up. Not a young one at that. Wonder which style he uses. "Die, you say?" He took another long drink, gasping as it burned his blood. "You're not the first Hashira to say that to me." "No, there have been so many." Setting the gourd down, he planted both hands upon it and leaned forward, fangs flashing. "And you have to ask yourself, what happened to them?" Those behind the Hashira wavered, even if the man before him did not. "I tried to spare them, you know." Naruto bowed his head. "But they never listened to me. Not one." Rather than retreat, the Hashira reached over his back, drawing a single massive sword. It was a large, looming thing, amber in the moonlight, nearly as large as he was tall. Near the hilt a single line of kanji lay scrawled across the surface of that cold steel. It was a phrase he knew all too well. Destroyer of demons. "Which are you, then?" Naruto smacked his lips. "Flame? Wind? Stone?" "I am the Blade Hashira," came the simple retort. "I am your end. Nothing more." "Blade? That's a new one. Such a stick in the mud, this one. Not fun at all. No name for me?" "You won't live to remember it." He pursed his lips. "Humor me." "If you insist," the aging Hashira retorted. "Yatsuhashi Daichi." That towering broadsword swept down, planting itself in the soil with an ominous clang. "Will you stand and fight? Or must I come to you?" It was going to come to violence, then. He just knew it. The doctor in him made one final overture of peace, soft and quiet. "Last chance?" he pleaded. "You're hunting the wrong quarry. Me and mine have done no harm." A pause. And then, "I do not believe that. I can no longer believe. All demons must die." Naruto felt his shoulders slump. "Don't make me do it." "Please don't push me." He said as much. "I don't want to be the bad guy." The Slayers shifted restlessly. "See this bottle?" He held the gourd out, liquid sloshing within. "Think of this drink as your blood. Spill it at your own peril." Daichi swept forward and slashed it, spattering his chest and ruining his coat. Naruto looked down, sighed, blew out a sharp, angry breath. It was always the old ones. They never learned. An ember of anger sparked to life in his chest. He exhaled slowly, releasing a thin plume of steam into the night. "That was perfectly good sake you just wasted." Yatsuhashi brought his Nichiren blade around with a cry, sweeping at his neck. It never arrived. Clawed fingers caught its naked edge, holding it at bay as surely as a stick. His hand bit down, spiderweb fractures bleeding across the steel from the point of contact. The Hashira balked and tried to push through, to no avail. When that didn't work, he sought to retreat, tried to draw back, all in vain. He could have released his sword at any time, but without it, he had no means of slaying him. So he did what any slayer would do in his place. Blade breathing. First form. A fist shot into his throat, shattering his larynx before he could inhale properly. "You gave me your name. Now I'll give you mine." He raised his gaze, glaring at the now choking man before him. "I am Naruto Uzumaki, son of Minato and Kushina. And I have had enough." An open palm shot out, cradling a raisin shuriken within. Chakra met flesh. Yatswashi evaporated in a fine bloody mist. All of this. He whirled on the remaining slayers, causing them to shrink back. All of you. None of you ever listen. I'm sick of it. As one unit, they panicked and drew their weapons. As one, for more died, falling to bloody pieces at his feet. A fifth survived through sheer bloody luck. Being near the back, they tripped and fell. Their blade trembled in their hands, eyes wide as they gazed upon their ruined comrades. They hadn't seen him move. Of course not. They were only human, after all. Young, too. Barely 14, by the look of them. The sixth, a woman, rushed in with blade drawn. Die, demon! Red eyes rolled. So did the Slayer's head. It struck the ground and bounced once. Naruto turned toward the sole survivor, red eyes blazing in the gloom. Think it through. His words must have shaken the surviving Slayer, because they stumbled back. Their sword fell from their hands. It clattered harshly onto the road. He could see the anger in their eyes, the hate, but also the fear, the cruel realization that they too would die just as needlessly if they fought. And they would if they picked up that sword. He disliked killing, but he would for his family. Remarkably, they listened. Good. Finally, someone with some sense. It heartened him to see such. He liked the ones who actually stopped to think. I can see you're the smart one. He stood, bit his thumb to make it bleed, and strode forward, letting a bead of red run down his hand. I've got a proposition for you. He crouched down before them. But first, what's your name? Bright eyes met his. Mairi. Naruto tilted his head. That's not an Eastern name, is it? And no. She shook her head, tears pouring down her face. My father is from the West. She buried her head in the mud, terrified to look at him. Please. I don't want to die. His fingers twitched. He should kill her. It would be so very easy. Just a flick of his wrist. And yet. Would you like to be a demon? Her head snapped up. What? I mean, yes. If I'll live. Then this is what you will do. He told her in no uncertain terms what he expected of her. Minutes passed. By the end, she nodded fretfully, never once taking her dark eyes from his. Do you understand? Another nod. Now go. Another spy couldn't hurt. He had nothing to lose, and everything to gain. I want to watch you live a bit more. He took her by the shoulders, pulling the trembling girl to her feet. That's right. Run away. Cling to your life. Go back to your fellow slayers, observe them, watch them, tell me of their movements. Let them know what will happen if they come for me again. And then, when you have fulfilled your purpose over the years, when you have learned all there is to know, come stand before me again. Mairi hiccuped, warbling a little, and he took pity on her. Do that, I'll make you a demon. Sound fair? She knelt. Yes, my master. And that's the long and short of what happened. Naruto clapped his hands. Nozomi didn't look much pleased with him. Neither did Sora. Nor Jiu. Susumaru least of all. They crowded around him, glaring bloody red daggers. Safe and secure though they were in his home once more, he could not help but feel a faint pang of dread. And why was Kurama laughing in the back of his head? So Susumaru growled through grit teeth. You went and did all that? Without us? And picked up another girl? If Tamayo weren't sleeping off her change, he suspected she'd object most strenuously to that. Instead, Naruto blinked thrice. Yes? Why are you looking at me like that? She absolutely hissed. What about me? I'm afraid I don't follow. Arg! Susumaru screamed at the ceiling. You're impossible. Do I have to spell it out for you? He scratched the back of his head. That would be nice, thank you. Rag? Apparently it was too much for her, because she dove on him and crushed her lips to his. He had half an instant to balk, then she was driving him down, tackling him to the ground. Sheer momentum won the day and he pitched back with a startled sound. She took the chance for what it was and latched on for dear life, squeezing him with all of her arms. There. She drew away, wiping her lips. Understand now? Someone cried out behind her. It sounded like the Spider Girls. No fair. Yeah. Daki buelled in on the side and clutched onto his arm, trying to pull him away. Mine! Says who? Naruto groaned as he found himself tugged to and fro. I'm not something you can claim. Can and have. Mine! Susumaru swore. Why, you little. Hands off. Obi, too. It was the pebble that started the avalanche. The Spider sisters jumped on him, and their mother with him. In no time at all he found himself cocooned in a tangled mess of bodies and voices. At least Mikago knew better than to jump into that dog pile, though not for lack of want. He reached out to her mentally, and was rewarded with a flinch. Not gonna join them? Nope, her mind brushed back against his. I'll just come back when you're alone. Less chance of dying. He huffed at her from where he lay. You'd best. I've got questions for you about Muzan. Meep. She squeaked, having been caught out. Please be gentle. I'm hardly gonna hurt ya. Go on. I'll see you tonight. She nodded and scarpered. No, Matt. He'd track her down later. Susumaru's hand dipped lower, and he swatted it away with a scowl. None of that. Ah. Naruto smacked his lips and sprawled back with a patience born of eternity. Well, guess this is my life now. Long live the king. A/N, more of a verbal and plotting chapter, but hey, we're getting there. To be clear, we're rapidly approaching the main timeline, and hitting another time skip next chapter. Or would you rather we linger in the past a bit more? Gotta let me know, you know. As ever, the Ember's rule persists. If folks don't like this tale, then I'll not continue it. I can't bear to write something folks don't like, and working 2 jobs on a near back-to-back basis leaves my energy at an all-time low. So by all means, speak up. Raise your voice. Make yourself heard. Reviews are the fuel that sustain me and my team in these darkened times. So in the immortal words of Atlas, review, would you kindly? Hope ya enjoy your previews. Far out as some may be. Preview. Edit. Before anyone asks, yes, the Dracula vibes here are intentional. And wildly different. I want to be a doctor. The silent mansion did not answer her. Is anyone there? Her voice echoed in the lifeless halls, bounding off seemingly endless staircases. All the stories say the man who lives here has secret knowledge. The shadows held no such thing for her. I want to learn, too, she swallowed, stilling her fear before barreling on. To help people. None answered her. Was this place abandoned after all, then? Had she come all this way for nothing? Stories, Something stirred in the shadows behind her, she knew it, if only because there hadn't been anywhere there when she'd entered the mansion. Her blood ran cold as she heard the faint sound of footsteps, accompanied by the sweet sound of dulcet laughter. Of course they do. Someone's chin came down over her shoulder, in her peripherals, whiskered cheeks dimpled in a smile. I'm the one who first started those stories, decades ago. And who are you? No fear. She remembered the stories. She mustn't show fear. You're him, then? The doctor. Of a sort. She whirled, and he was no longer behind her. I heal people. His voice echoed in the dark all around her. Help them help themselves. When she turned back, he stood before her, smiling. And you? You still haven't told your name. She told him. His eyes widened. Not heard that one before. A king needs a queen after all. You dare touch my blood without permission? Since we both heartily ridiculed that slayer, I'll allow it this once. There will not be a second time. Know your place, or it will be shown to you. A wife. She kissed him fiercely, mouth melding against his. Her hands pushed up against his chest, tearing at his clothes, even as his hand ran across her flank. She made a pleased sound and lifted her leg, allowing him to run a hand across her thigh. She twined the other leg within his, holding him fast. Love me. It was a plea. I'm begging you. My name is Baiken. I've come to slay you. Your kind took everything from me. A blonde brow rose. Baiken? I don't even know who you are. You will. Her blade hissed free. Now stand and fight. His head tilted. Why should I? What do you mean, why? Don't make him kill you all. All right, Miranjo. Say daddy. 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 Naruto felt his heart twitch. Well, damn. She actually did it. In the background, Tamayo preened like the proud mother she was. Little Hashira. Little men thinking they're doing the right thing. I'm not your enemy. Buzz off. Plots and pillars. Time was deadly poison to an immortal. As a demon, the very concept of it baffled Naruto, if only because it moved so swiftly for him. Days blended into weeks, weeks into months, and months into years, then decades. He found it ironic. Time was meant to be the great equalizer. Everything fell to it eventually, eroded by the inevitable exodus of sunrise and sunset. Hearts, bows, even minds, all fell prey to it in the end, sooner or later. For demons, time was far more dangerous precisely because they couldn't die, at least, not of old age. Hearts faltered, memories faded, hunger consumed. Which was precisely why it was so important to forge new bonds wherever one could, to surround oneself with family precisely so they could not suffer such. Doing so had worked wonders for him so far. Their ranks swelled with each passing year. Newcomers were vetted, brought in, and if they were found wanting, they were dealt with. Neither the Slayers nor Muzan realized just how close they came to oblivion. More than once, he kept tensions from boiling over. Hunts were carried out, never against the innocent, but rather the wicked. It was a tidy little system, if he said so himself. And then, one day, things changed. A woman approached the wooded manor. Nestled deep within the forest, it stood framed by shadowed trees to devour the very light itself, as though such a thing could not exist within the manor before her. Merely stepping toward put a chill in the air, one that all but threatened to steal the very breath from her lungs. Hope in her heart, and knife in hand, she nevertheless stepped forth. A trembling hand settled against the door, fingers curling around it to find purchase. Gingerly, she swept it aside. It parted with a soft sigh. Darkness loomed within. She lingered, afraid to step over the threshold. Stay calm. She willed the words at herself. This will be over before you know it. Just relax. What's the worst that could happen? Death. Evisceration. Torture. She'd heard the tales of this place over the years, a wandering mansion that never appeared in the same place twice. At times it lingered, at others it left at once. More often than not, the owner welcomed guests with open arms, but he'd been known to refuse others before. Great men had been turned away more than once, while mere paupers were accepted. Those who resisted. Well, she'd seen the skeletons outside. No. Mustn't think like that. One truth about this place remained constant. That was why she'd come here. Steeling herself, she stepped across the threshold. The faint, distant sound of a drum hit her ears. And the world shifted. A blink. That was all it took for everything to upend itself. One moment she'd lingered at the entrance. In the next she found herself standing in a dimly lit parlor. Dim, but not dusty. Mostly maroon perhaps, and she tried to ignore the stains upon the floor. Twisted stairs stretched on either side of her, leading up to a balcony near the back of the hall. Something shifted in the shadows near them. Is anyone there? Her voice echoed in the lifeless halls, bounding off seemingly endless staircases. All the stories say the man who lives here has secret knowledge. The darkness held no such for her. I want to learn. Too, she swallowed, stilling her fear before barreling on. To help people. None answered her, and here at last, her nerve faltered. Was this place abandoned after all, then? Had she come all this way for naught? I want to be a doctor. The silent mansion did not answer her. I should have known better, she groused. They were just stories. Stories, Something stirred in the shadows behind her, she knew it, if only because there hadn't been anywhere there when she'd entered the mansion. I know a thing or two about stories. Her blood ran cold as she heard the faint sound of footsteps, accompanied by the sweet sound of dulcet laughter. After all, someone's chin came down over her shoulder, in her peripherals, Whiskered cheeks dimpled in a smile. I'm the one who started those little tales, decades ago. She froze, a shriek stilling on her tongue. No fear. She remembered the stories. She mustn't show fear. You're him then? The doctor. Of a sort. She whirled when he took his chin from her shoulder, only to find he was no longer behind her. I heal people. His voice echoed in the dark all around her. Help them help themselves, you know? Sometimes healing means tending wounds. Shadows danced in the gloom, leaving her reeling. Other times it means ending lives. What kind of doctor do you want to be? A wise woman would have refuted those words and walked back out the door. But she was also desperate. She'd exhausted all other options. There was nowhere else for her to go. The kind that helps people. And so she sheathed her knife. Don't mistake me for a witch. I mean you no harm. No witches here. When she turned back, he stood before her again, smiling. This time, it reached his eyes. But you won't find many humans either. Despite Tomayo's best efforts. Tan hands clapped once, and candles sprang to life in the dark, bathing the gloom in a ruddy red glow. That's a frightful trick. She shivered. How does one do that? Practice. His lips quirked, exposing decidedly normal teeth, all things considered. When you have as much time as I do, you learn a thing or two. Here at last she got a good look at the man's face. Those weren't the eyes of a human. Nor were they those of a monster. Stark slitted scarlet, pupils akin to a cat, and yet for all that, he looked almost amused by her will, her defiance, her curiosity. This time when he stepped forward, still regarding her with those eerie eyes, she held her ground. Gods, he really was quite tall. But you are the first human to find this place in the last 20 years, he continued with a hum, so I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. You want to be a doctor, do you? All right. An arm swept back and she jolted as a door swung open on the far side of the room. Follow me. Let's see how much you can learn without going mad. Temptation reared its ugly head. She tried to peer past him, but she couldn't see anything beyond a faint light. Just like that? Just like that. He walked ahead of her, leaving her with no choice but to follow. I give a great deal to my family. There it was again, that play on words as he led her into the light. I lend my knowledge freely. To those that prove worthy of it. And you? A ruby red eye peered back over his shoulder. You still haven't told me your name. Her lips pursed. Isn't it customary for the host to introduce themselves first? Ha! A sharp bark of laughter burst out of him. Is it? I tend to forget little things like that. How the times change. Tell you what. A lone finger rose and she glimpsed the claw within. If you survive the week, I'll tell you all you want to know and more. Do we have a deal? That doesn't sound pleasant. Curiosity died an ugly death. How dangerous is this knowledge of yours? Not at all. He startled her with a wink. It's more the company you'll be keeping. The girls like guests. He tittered when she balked. Don't worry. They don't bite. Much. I've asked Daki and Jutaro to be on their best behavior. It's only Bella, Cassandra, and Daniela you need to watch out for. She blinked. Are they? Do not ask about the names. She asked something else instead. Just how large is this family of yours? Your name, if you please. He stopped her short. I'm enjoying our banter, but Karama would appreciate if you stopped trying to distract me. On a whim, she gave it to him. His eyes widened. Indeed, she took some small pleasure in his surprise. Lisa of Lapu? Another foreign name. Never heard that one before. And he never would again. 10 years later. Naruto's mouth ran dry. Wanna run that by me again? I don't know how else to say it. The messenger before him pressed their head deeper into the floor. There was an attack, sir? Try as he might, he just couldn't seem to swallow, let alone digest the news he just received. For once in his life Karama had fallen silent. He'd find no help there. By the log, he felt faint. How did this happen? A muscle jumped in his jaw, pounding alongside a vein in his temple. We were careful. He flung out a hand and grabbed a nearby wall to support himself. Firm fingers closed around a shelf instead, In his anger, he underestimated his strength. It came away with an awful crunch. The noise set him off once and for all. A snarl tore out of him as he whirled, casting it down in a shower of splinters. He stomped down on it, grinding it into sawdust. Once. Twice. Thrice. His right hand came down over his face, lone red eye glaring out between his fingers. Only then did his ire abate enough to think again. His gaze fixed on the masked messenger before him. Finish your report. It was not a request. Summarize it. Now. Nearly half a dozen brothers and sisters wounded, and a score of supplies lost. And the dead? He grimaced. Ours? None. His heart skipped a beat. How? Myri's delay saved many lives, and Lady Mikago was nearby. If not for her, Miss Lisa would have lost more than an arm and an eye. As if he needed to be reminded of it. How is she? Recovering. The blank white facade of that mask reflected nothing. Of course it did. This man designed it as such to conceal his identity. He alone could sense the tangled knot of emotions within. She remains in good spirits as stated, but still doesn't believe she's done anything wrong. She also tasked me with a message for you. He felt that knot grow tighter still. Don't hurt them. They don't understand. Of course she said those words. Naruto absolutely hissed. What was she thinking, throwing herself in the way like that? She was human. Humans died easily, so very easily. He would have turned her by now if she'd let him. He'd grown admittedly fond of that feisty doctor. Even if she butted heads with Tamayo these days. Who else would willingly throw themselves between a demon and a slayer's blade? Once again, he willed himself to exhale. Myri had proven her worth again, useful little spy that she was. She'd been busy these last 2 decades, it seemed. He'd have to congratulate her. But later. He still had questions. What of the settlement they were building? He knew answer by the young man's wince. Were they at least able to salvage anything? It was burned to the ground. Another hiss. How did this happen? The messenger fidgeted. They were taken by surprise. I already know that. He swung an arm out, obliterating the wall behind him. Servants scurried away from his wrath. What I want to know is how the slayers learned of this. When the messenger didn't dare contradict him, rightfully so, he buelled onward. Only a handful of demons outside the 9 even knew about that place. It was well hidden. Protected. So how? Kurama piped up at the last. You already know. He did. He just didn't want to consider it. They weren't careless. The only other explanation would be a traitor, yes. His blood ran cold and boiled all at once. A spy. That meant a mole in their family, not a new one, someone positioned in the upper echelons at the very least. Someone had sold them out. Lives had been imperiled, families uprooted because of this. He'd have to call another. He'd been too lax after all. And you're certain the slayers did this? He tried and failed to keep his voice level. None of this was staged? He wouldn't put it past Muzan to try something like this, but the man wasn't aware of them yet. If he was, he'd been remarkably quiet about it. No, that masked head bowed deeply, nearly kissing the floor. Multiple slayers were sighted, and 2 Hashira involved in the attack. Lady Mikago slew the current wind, and the present shadow, Lady Myri, turned her blade upon her own men in a pincer assault. There were no survivors. None remained to out her, thus her cover remains intact. That got a blink out of Naruto. She became a pillar? When did that? No, it's not important. People could get up to a lot in 2 decades. She never mentioned it in her letters. It felt like he was missing something here, but what? He bit back a growl, the noise of which rattled the manor from top to bottom. To their credit, his messenger only pressed their head deeper into the floor. They did not dare speak further, if only for fear of rousing his wrath. Muzan would have butchered them on the spot. But he wasn't Muzan now, was he? Don't shoot the messenger. He mustn't harm them, even if he was seeing red. If nothing else, he refused to fall that far. Anything else to report? Lady Myri has another, one she swears she'll only give to you. He could hear the grimace in his voice. He's with her. Is that so? A blonde brow rose. Fine. Thank you, Adrian. I'll give you a bit of my blood later. After a moment's pause, he issued another order. Have Lisa brought back to the manor once she's fit to travel, and I'll see about turning your mother. And stop wearing that ridiculous thing already. I'd like to see your face when I talk to ya, thank you very much. Low laughter pierced the room as the messenger rose to his full towering height. Must I? I find I rather enjoy concealing my identity like this. A blonde brow rose. Off it comes, or I'll take it away and tan your hide myself, young man. Don't make me sick sci-fi on you. As you wish. Golden hair spilled forth to framing a pale if handsome visage writ with worry. About the slayers. Naruto's smile died an ugly death. What about them? Are you going to kill them? Ah. They'd come back to this again. No one died, he said at last, choosing his words with, but there will be a reprisal. We have a traitor to find, too. It was almost painful, seeing the relief in his eyes. You won't slaughter the corps, then? He clicked his tongue in mild admonishment. Have some faith in your old man. They provide an essential function for this world. This was an accident. Accidents happen. I'll let this slide. Just this once. Barreling on, he silenced the younger man's reply. But that doesn't mean I'll leave them either. But they nearly killed Mother. And I'm going to find the one responsible for leaking her location and end them. He reassured him. There won't be a repeat of this. Go on now, you've done your part. Be with your mother. The man bowed and departed quickly, leaving him in contemplation. You're soft on him. Naruto pursed his lips and made for a different door. He's my kid. Of course I am. He found Mairi waiting him in an adjoining room. The moment she saw him, she prostrated herself before him. For a moment he almost didn't recognize her. Then again, time didn't stand still for her. She wore the signature coat of a Hashira, a white mantle rimmed with curling black clouds near the edges of the worn fabric. What had Adrian called her? Shadow Hashira, he'd said. It suited her. Her dark hair, once cropped short, was bound into a braid just over one shoulder, her face etched by scars that hadn't existed 2 decades prior. Wrinkles in her face too, and a scar under one eye. But the spark in them, the desire to live at any and all costs, now that he remembered. After all this time, she'd kept her promise. She'd be even more useful as a spy. If she survived what was to come. Reporting, sir. The young woman pressed her head into the floor at his feet at the sight of him, uncaring of her dirty uniform. I have news of the corps movements, and another raid in 1 week's time. A week, huh? Naruto thumbed his chin. Huh. Seemed they were getting uppity after what he'd done. How many Hashira? 3. Came the answering cry. Water, thunder, and fire. They will be coming here, to this location. His lips twitched. Yet more proof of a traitor. He'd have to weed them out, and soon. That. Many? A low, tired sigh pervaded the air behind him, reminding him that they weren't alone. Interesting. Let them come. Red eyes rolled. You're worse than Akaza, you know. I am not. They remained in the shadows, but he caught the glimpse of a smile therein. Akaza would slay them all in the name of a good fight. If they are weak and refuse to see reason, they will die. If they are strong of spirit and heart, they will join us, blood or no. You know, that makes sense. Honestly, there was no arguing with this one. In any case, you did well. Naruto ignored his erstwhile ally and knelt to pat his subordinate's head. Thank you, Mairi. I'm sure it was hard, all those years. Not at all. I was happy to be of service to you. She raised her head, eyes shining, cheeks flushing at his praise. I spent so many years pretending to be one of them. Will you make me a demon now? Like you promised? Naruto shared a look with his lieutenant. They shrugged, still not leaving the shadows where they lurked. Paranoid old bastard. He still didn't want to show his face to anyone. Not that he could blame him. If anyone knew his identity, if they saw his face, the world might end. The Slayers would become wild and truly relentless if they knew who was helping him. But did he have to be such a stubborn one? Fine, force the onus of choice on him, why don't you? Hold out your hands. Mairi raised trembling palms. Naruto bit his hand. Blood spilled into her trembling fingers as she cupped them. Drink it all without hesitating, he said. Anything less will probably kill you. Dark eyes considered the blood gravely. And if I live? A shrug. That would be telling. Go on now. Drink. To her credit, Mairi didn't hesitate. Not a jot. She drank deeply. And pitched back. Naruto exhaled in quiet relief. Welcome to the family. A/N. Prize for you if you realize who Adrian is. I wasn't subtle. And of course Lisa lived. I wouldn't introduce her just to off her like that. Last but not least, yes, that was a village reference with those 3 names. Had a bit of fun. Hashira raid next chapter. Another for you if you realize which 3 we're dealing with. I wasn't subtle. More of a verbal and plotting chapter, but hey, we're getting there. To be clear, we're rapidly approaching the main timeline, and hitting another time skip next chapter. Or would you rather we linger in the past a bit more? Gotta let me know, you know. As ever, the Ember's rule persists. If folks don't like this tale, then I'll not continue it. I can't bear to write something folks don't like, and working 2 jobs on a near back-to-back basis leaves my energy at an all-time low. So by all means, speak up. Raise your voice. Make yourself heard. Reviews are the fuel that sustain me and my team in these darkened times. So in the immortal words of Atlas, review, would you kindly? No previews. I haven't the heart for them. I'm so very tried these days. No, I'll still try. I have to try. Previews. You must be the new girl. The spy, was it? Will you be returning to the course soon? Yes. He wants me to continue my duties. Tamayo patted her head. Understandable. It was nigh on impossible to discern one of Naruto's family from a human. So long as she kept her hunger under control, she'd be able to supply them with information for years to come. Perhaps decades even, before the Slayers catoned onto her. Good girl. We're killing those traitors, right? Tell me we're killing them when we find them. Naruto forbore the urge to roll his eyes. Yes, Susumaru, there will be blood. Happy now? Very. She cuddled up against him, rolled over and straddled him with her hips. 2 of her arms gripped his shoulders. Here, let me distract ya. Hello, Hashira. Let's play. But first, the small fry. The manor exploded into light and life. Daddy says I shouldn't talk to strangers. You're immortal? Not quite. Naruto grunted, ignoring the blade in his neck. Just very, very, very stubborn. If you want to kill me, you'll need to try a little harder. Urokodaki was no fool. He didn't waste time with idle banter. He merely gripped his blade and tried to push through. Naruto blew out a sigh. It seemed a shame to kill such a man. Truly a shame. He didn't want to. Last chance? His voice rose. Or you'll lose a leg. Like your friend. Flame breathing. Thunder breathing. Daki's head snapped to the side. All right, old man, she cooed, all sinful snark. I'll play. Her obi snapped to life and her would-be slayer shot out the house. So much blood. Oh. Can I keep that one, Cassandra? He looks tasty. Surely father wouldn't mind if we killed one. Daniela, no. We were told to leave them alive. Besides, I saw him first. Shinjiro readied his blade. You're mad. Nope, Bella tittered. Just hungry. 3 for 3. We're killing those traitors, right? Tell me we're killing him. Naruto forbore the urge to roll his eyes as he stared up at the ceiling. Susumaru had ever been a wild sort. He wasn't at all surprised by her anger when he told her the news. Or where she'd ragged him to after. He laid an arm around her shoulders, exhaling a thin plume of steam as she cuddled against him. 6 arms really livened things up in the bedroom. He was well and truly spent. Yes, there will be blood. Happy now? Very. She cuddled up against him in their bed, nestling into his side. I want to be the one to do off him. He quirked a brow here way. You're making it sound like there's more than one. It's gotta be, right? She perked up and laid her chin on his chest, amber eyes peering into red. Makes sense. How else could they find one of our safe houses, let alone this place? No way they're working alone. You make a fair point. You know it. Samaru rolled over and straddled him with her hips. Two of her arms gripped his shoulders, even as two more gripped his face and drew him in for a brief, if scorching kiss. He took hold of her by the waist reflexively as she began to grind her hips against a fully clothed leg. Her remaining palms drifted lower still. He swatted one wrist to ward her off before she got him in a good grip. Watch it, miss grabby hands. She flashed him a lascivious grin. You didn't have any complaints last night. You weren't so forward last night. It was the wrong thing to say. His fellow demon released his face, then drew back, slowed her movements, dragging out each second. And a growl from him. He surged up to meet her. Her head tilted back now as he tore her vest aside and kissed her breasts, a faint sigh fleeing from her lips. Not down there, she mewed. Up here. He granted her request, capturing her lips with his own, pushing her down to the bed. It's not fair that you and Tama had a kid, she gasped out as he pinned her. I want one too. Naruto paused, a faint flicker of concern stirring in his heart. We've been over this before. Are you sure? Her legs locked round his waist. It was his only warning, then she twisted her hips and flipped him, mounting him once more. Yeah? She butted her head against his, long strands of dark hair tickling his nose. Well, no, we're going over this again. I want to be a bride. She kissed him fiercely before he could protest, mouth melding against his. Her hands pushed up against his chest, tearing at his robes, even as his hand ran across her flank. She made a pleased sound and lifted her leg, allowing him to run a hand across her thigh. She twined the other leg within his, holding him fast as they grappled with one another. You make a very convincing argument. A giggle. What can I say? I had a good teacher. Marriage meant a great deal to demons. Till death do us part took on a radically different meaning when one's partner could live forever. Oaths like that weren't so easily broken. He knew that as well as her. Childbirth was a more difficult matter still between their kind. For her to ask such. I was thinking Minato if it's a boy. She batted long lashes at him, cutting his thoughts short. Why do you think? His right ear twitched. Leave it to her to strike at his one weakness. Kushina if it's a girl? But of course. She bent down and kissed him again, biting his lip. You do realize how difficult it is for a demon to get pregnant. Good thing I'm persistent. And I never give up. Now you're just mimicking Alcade. Maybe. His lover cooed. What's she gonna do about it? Stab me? Oh, I'm so voice scared peeked into a gasp as he tweaked her undergarments. Say, don't we have that council with the nine soon? Then we better hurry. She grinned as gripped her rear and pulled her close. I do like a challenge. You must be the new girl. The spy, was it? Mairi flinched as she rose from her cot. Yes, my lady. Lady Tamayo was not one to be trifled with. She'd been taught that almost immediately. Her rank spoke for itself, her presence more so. She wasn't fooled by that kindly smile. Behind it lurked a killer, one who would do anything to protect what was her. One does not simply mess with the sixth demon lord. Unless one wants to be fed one's own heart. The irony wasn't lost on her. She'd sought power as a means to an end, a way to survive, and so she had willingly supped of Naruto's blood when offered. The strength that he promised was everything and more, but even then, it wasn't enough. She had thought herself strong, only to find so many stronger than her. She had reached the mountaintop, yet there was still so far to climb. Even now she was but a fledgling, a baby bird among those who had already learned to soar. The woman before her could kill her with a flick of her wrist. The notion was humbling. Here. Tamayo laid a tray before her. I'm sure you're starving. It's not human flesh, but the meat it's relatively raw. Bloody too. Mairi took the offering and bowed her head to the floor, unwilling to stare at her overlong. Will you be returning to the course soon? I will, once Lord Naruto deems me fit to travel once I've dealt with my cravings. Her lord had been clear on that too. She was to feed only on the wicked, or in the absence of such, the blood of beasts. Anything less and he would come for her. He wants me to continue my duties. She would be his eyes and ears in the core, the shadow among the Hashira. Fitting given her chosen title. It was nigh on impossible to discern one of Lord Naruto's family from a human. So long as she kept her hunger under control, and her eyes from changing, they would be none the wiser. She would supply her new kin with information for years to come. Perhaps decades even, before the slayers could tone onto her. Are you in love with Daddy too? Mairi's head snapped up with a start. That wasn't Lady Tamayo's voice. When she looked up, the lady of the manor was still there, but now Mairi spied a child sat before her, slender frame wrapped up in a pale maroon kimono. She could see her lord's bright red eyes in this one's face. They contrasted wonderfully with her long raven black hair and whiskered cheeks. The perfect blend of Lord Naruto and Lady Tamayo in every way. This couldn't be any older than 10, surely. And yet there was a frank wisdom in those young eyes that belied her appearance. Well? The girl asked in her flawless voice. Are you? Fire lanced through Mairi's face. No, nay. Not at all. We're practically strangers. The little lass only smiled all the more. Daddy says strangers are friends you just haven't met yet. That's how he and Mama met. Tamayo tittered and touched one hand to her face. My. Those were the days. Mairi felt her face go incandescent. Her? And Lord Naruto? No, surely not. She owed everything to him. She was in no way worthy. Not by a long shot. Yet it nagged at her. Now, Miranjo. Tamayo cooed. You mustn't be rude to her. She's part of our family now. Why don't you try saying her name? Say Mairi. Mairi! Mairi! Mairi felt her heart twitch. In the background, Tamayo preened like the proud mother she was. There's no need to be so formal. We're all family here. She bowed further. I am at your service, my lady. A hand patted her head. Good girl. A fist slammed against the table. We need to strike back. Naruto raised a brow. Kyugai flinched beneath that quelling look and sat down. Forgive me, my lord. My temper got the better of me. Don't worry about it. And we will. Naruto held a hand up to forestall another outburst. But not like this. His words echoed throughout the chamber. None dared to speak over them. 11 chairs lay arrayed before a round table, 1 for himself, 10 for the others. Not all had been able to attend, of course, but he'd happily settle for those who had. More than a few looked his way with fire in their eyes and hate in their hearts. He couldn't blame them. But now was not the time for anger. Or was it? They had at least one traitor in their ranks, if not more, short of gathering every demon he'd ever sired and every human in his service under one roof unwise. He had no way of knowing who the turncoat was. Thus it fell to more old-fashioned methods. No one in this room was a turncoat. Of that much he was reasonably certain. Daki and Jutaro preened a little under his gaze, basking in their newly earned rank as first. Jutaro would only chime in if needed. He didn't much care for these meetings. He could see Akaza near the back, never one for sitting over long. Mokugo was staring pointedly at the table, sweating bullets. Poor girl wasn't looking forward to the Hashira's arrival. Kyugai still looked positively chagrined after his outburst, but he had it in him to pipe in once more. The Hashira will be here soon. One of the shadows in the seats scoffed. Let them cone. Mokugo wrung her hands. We could run. Pointless. Someone waved a hand. Now that they have our scent, they'll keep chasing us. They won't stop until we bloody their nose. We still need to move the manor. Screw the manor. We need to send a strong message. He raised a hand for silence. Enough. I didn't call you here to argue. It spoke well of his influence that they fell silent shortly thereafter. A look was all it took. Even so, he could sense their anticipation, their anxiety. Sixth raised a point. A message was needed. Uprooting the manor and spiriting themselves away might buy them some time, but it would also make them look weak in the eyes of their adversaries. There could only be one course of action. We will fight. About damn time. Mikado whimpered. Do we have to? Susamaru gave the table a good hard smack. Bitchin'. We do. He refrained from saying why, knowing it would be obvious. Kyugai will separate them if they're foolish enough to enter the manor, but I want at least one of them alive. Do you understand? No disintegrations, or you'll be hearing from me. Buh. Fine, Phythian. As my lord says. Spolsport. Can't we have a bit of fun? I'm curious. Akaza planted his chin in one hand. You're looking to turn another Hashira? Naruto rolled one shoulder in a shrug. Possibly. In truth, he hadn't given the matter much thought. Hashira were damnably difficult to turn, and that was on a good day. If they actively resisted it? Even more so. He'd experimented in the past. Slipping them trace amounts of blood over a long period of time was a feasible route. He'd even succeeded. Once. Long ago. The Hashira had gone mad and slain themselves shortly thereafter. He hadn't tried that method since. More often than not, copious amounts of blood were needed. No, by all accounts these three Hashira were special. He'd seen them in his dreams. They'd be training the next generation to come. All the more reason to handle them with care. If won correctly, they could use this opportunity to win over said generation of slayers, or at least establish relations with the heirs who came after. If not, if they mucked this up, they'd have an implacable enemy howling for their heads. Mairi is still recovering, he said at length. We'll keep her, maybe even let them discover her, so they can welcome her back into the fold. Speaking of which, Jutaro piped up, where are the spider girls? A fickle sickle whirled through the air as he tossed it up and down. Thought they'd be all for this. Defending a fortified position is kinda their thing. Here at last, Naruto allowed himself a grim flash of satisfaction. They're preparing a little surprise for our guests. Laughter went up around the table. Daki's hand slammed up. Dibs on the Thunder Hashira. Akaza bridled. I wanted that one. Oh ho? One of the seated shadows stirred, leaning into the light. Little Miss First Rank thinks she can handle a Hashira now, does she? She pulled a face. Careful, Seventh. No. You should be careful. Girl. You may be his favorite, but you overreach yourself. Know your place. She hissed his way. One of these days I'll work my way up to your rank. Just you wait, you pink-haired bastard. That's right, keep trying, keep trying. Pearly white teeth gleamed in the gloom. I look forward to that day. Climb up to reach me, by all means. I'll enjoy knocking you back down. Naruto rolled his eyes. Sukuna. Fine. The tattooed demon leaned back, arms crossed. Spolsport. Daki turned a pleading look his way, practically begging for permission. He just couldn't say no when she made that face. Fine. But. He held up a finger to forestall her squeal of joy. Mikado will provide support. Both girls balked. I will, she will? Of course she will. This is your first Hashira, Daki. If worst comes to worst and you get overwhelmed, Mikado can handle at least one Hashira. Me? No, no, no. She really could once you got her going. Therein lied the problem. Getting her in the mood to fight. Even with her newfound strength she could be extraordinarily timid, but push her, and she could level a forest. The lumber industry was still thriving after her last outburst a decade ago. He only blew out a breathy sigh. But I don't want to use that. Again. I have faith in you. Her horns twitched. And I'll let you set up that sweet shop you've been eyeing in Kanto. WL. She wriggled in her seat. When you put it that way, how can I say no? And then Sukuna grinned. I'm talking the fire Hashira. The table erupted in a chorus of shouts. Hey! Thank God! Cheeky prick! First come, first served, weaklings. That multi-eyed facade swept to him. I'll allow you to send those new girls if you want. They need to be blooded. Cassandra especially. That eerie grin flitted out again. Those girls need to learn restraint. Might have to teach them a lesson if they try to steal my prey. Suppose I'll take water then, he said apropos of nothing. Anyone want to join in? I'll help. Susamara's hands shot into the air. All 6 of them. Pick me. Done. Another chorus of groans went up, Akaza loudest of all. No fair. You took all the good prey. The chair beside Akaza stirred. They will not come alone surely. But the small fry are always so damn boring. Perhaps, perhaps not, came the kindly response. This year's crop has proven themselves quite capable. His eyes sparked. Really? My scouts have been diligent in their reports. Akaza's hand slammed into the air. Dibs on the runts then. Naruto laughed. We have an accord then. You're welcome to deal with the dregs as you please. Give them a chance to walk away, but if they refuse, well. He slapped his fist down twice on the table, ending the meeting. Good hunting. Have the men stay back. Don't let anyone approach. We 3 will enter alone. His subordinate saluted. As you say, sir. Sir? He was getting too old for this. Urokodaki could feel it in his bones, an age-old ache that pervaded his very being. His joints were stiff, legs sore from the long walk that had led him here, his back already beginning to ache. Perhaps this would be his last hunt. Mayhap it was time to entrust it to the new generation. He wasn't so far gone that he couldn't train the next generation. He knew Shigoro was considering the same. Hashira though they were, the Thunder was older than he. Honestly, he envied Shinjuro his youth. The flame Hashira was new to his station perhaps, but he was in his prime, while they would soon begin to decline. Truly it rankled. He'd spent decades honing his craft, yet now in a few short years he would be far from his peak. Ah, to be young again, no, now was not the time for such thoughts. There was the manner they sought. This is the place? Seems harmless enough. Indeed, it was a humble home, all things considered, not overly large, but not small either. Did demons truly lurk here? They'd received reliable intelligence. Shigoro tsutade. Don't let your guard down. This host has caused the death of many a slayer. Pa! Shinjuro scoffed. Strength in numbers, nothing more. Urokodaki followed his comrades, but didn't speak of the worry gnawing at him, the same silent concern that had been needling him ever since they'd first set out for this place. Demons didn't group up. They didn't work together, and they certainly didn't form alliances. It just wasn't done. Went against their very nature, it did. They would fight over food and territory, turning on one another without fail. He'd seen it time and time again through his storied career. So where had this clan sprung from? The door to the manor slid open ahead of them. Shinjuro grinned carefree as ever. It would seem we're expected. Jigoro took point, being the oldest among them by far. He advanced soon thereafter, leaving young Shinjuro to bring up the rear. No sooner did he enter than they felt it. 1,000 eyes upon him. A faint, almost sweet smell, like honey on the verge of spoiling. He heard the sound of a drum. And the world shifted. What in the world? Greetings. A low voice came from nowhere and yet everywhere at once, startling them terribly. Seems we have legends among us here today. It sounded almost amused. Shinjuro Rengoku, the Flame Hashira. Jigoro Kawajima. Thunder Hashira. And let us not forget the great Sakanji Urokodaki, Hashira of Water. I'm honored, truly. You're him then? Urokodaki craned his neck back, frowning as he searched the speaker. The lord of this manor. Lord? The voice scoffed. Me? Do you see a crown on this head? I ain't king of anything. But you're trespassing in my home. Run along now, little Hashira. I'm not in the mood to fight, but my family is. You can stay and die. Your choice. Shinjuro turned his head aside and spat. He was the youngest of them, and still had his pride. You know our names, yet hide in shadows. Show yourself. Show yourself. Jigoro's blade cleared its scabbard with a dull rasp. Will not treat with a man who lurks in the dark. How rude of me. And whiskered blonde clad in orange robes stepped out the shadows directly behind them. His eyes were a pure, brilliant red, and his hands were on Shinjuro and Jigoro's shoulder. That was all Urokodaki saw before all hell broke loose. Jigoro lashed in a crackle of thunder, and was sent sprawling for his efforts. Shinjuro was only just turning when an open palm caught him in his ribs and hurtled him to the opposite end of the room, breaking through a wall. Urokodaki's blade had only just begun to clear its sheath when those wild, cat-like orbs drilled into him. Little Hashira. Each word all but dripped with derision. Little men. The demon exhaled in a heavy sigh, turning his head to consider each of them in turn as they crawled to their feet. Little boys thinking they're doing the right thing. I'm not your enemy. He drew himself upright, claws flexing. But you failed to see that. Fine. We'll educate you. He snapped his fingers. Urokodaki heard the distant sound of a drum. His sixth sense shrieked as he flung himself at their leader. Move! Shinjuro and Jigoro heeded his warning and lunged as well. It availed them not. Thump. With nary a word, the drum echoed again and manner exploded into light and life. Like a moment out of time the room he stood in inexplicably changed. Instead of bringing him to his quarry, his leap flung him well past the blonde as up became down, the ceiling, the floor. HRNGH? He caught himself on one knee and rose swiftly, cursing his lapse in judgment. What was once a humble little entrance had since an endless open expanse, the sort one might think to find in a dojo. Craning his neck merely confirmed his suspicions. Everyone had vanished. Everyone, save the young man now looking down on him from the high ground. Well, this was less than ideal. Urokodaki readied his blade, and himself, for the fight of his life. What have you done with my comrades? Naruto landed in a pointed crouch before him, grinning from ear to ear. They're alive. For now. I thought we'd have a little chat. Mokago hurtled through a wall. Daki's back struck the floor, bosom bleeding heavily. Panic reared its head in her heart, and she flung an arm up, diverting what would have surely been a death blow. That hurt, Gramps. You didn't even give us a chance to say hello. I've no interest in parleying with harlots. All right, old man, she cooed, all sinful snark. I'll play. Her obi snapped to life and Jigoro hurtled deeper into the house. Shinjuro crashed to a knee. Flies swarmed around him, resolving into 3 young women clad in blackest of night. Too fast. They were just too damn fast. He'd landed here and already lost an eye for his incautiousness. So much blood. Oh. Can I keep that one, Cassandra? He looks tasty. Surely father wouldn't mind if we killed one. Daniela, no. We were told to leave him for Master Sukuna. Besides, I saw him first. Shinjuro readied his blade. You're mad. Nope, Bella tittered. Just hungry. They descended upon him. Fire sparked in his eye. I won't die here. You don't wish to fight me? Urokodaki had faced many a demon before. He'd seen all sorts. Braggarts and cowards. Conniving and daft. Cruel and crueler still. Some had begged before his blade. Others remained arrogant until the last, certain of their victory until he took their heads. In all his years, he couldn't recall a demon ever wanting to sit down and talk. Most fought, while the weak ones fled. But to simply offer to converse. It had his guard slamming into place. In truth, no. The blonde before him extended a clawed palm. Firelight flickered the length of his arm, twisting his humble shadow into something monstrous. You intrigue me. You're stronger than your comrades, yet for some reason you defer to them. Why? Urokodaki flicked a glance toward the exit. There was a woman there, guarding it. Her amber eyes pierced his as she dribbled a tamari ball in her hand. Still she made no attempt to approach. A guard, then? Was her goal to keep him from fleeing? If so, he feared for his chances. No, such was the talk of the defeated. He just needed to stall, to trust in Shinjuro and Jigoro. They would return soon enough. I could ask you the same. He circled left as the blonde went right. What do you stand to gain from gathering so many demons in one place? Well, aside from starting a family, the demon doctor smiled. Would you believe me if I said world peace? I'm a physician by nature. I'd rather heal than harm. Without warning, that smile vanished. Who told you we were here? Tell me that and I'll let you and yours go, no questions asked. It was too good to be true. He didn't trust the offer for a moment. One could not truck with a demon. And besides, I cannot divulge such information, for I do not know it. Nevertheless, his sword came up, trailing a faint cloud of water. You are a demon. I am a slayer. I will do what I must. No chance I can talk you out of this? Urokodaki slipped into a stance and inhaled deeply. That small smile returned once more. Then you will die. Water breathing. First form. Even as the demon spoke, he shot forward, bringing his blade down in a singular stroke. Water surface slash. The demon didn't dodge. He just stood there, arms spread wide. Urokodaki's blade bit deep, all but taking his head clean off. Away it flew. And back it came. He simply regrew his head. An ugly fear dawned in Urokodaki's heart. Naruto's body whirled and struck him dead in the mask, cracking it. He tumbled away and came up swinging, slamming his sword into the man's neck. Laughter was sole reward. You're immortal? Not quite. Naruto grunted, ignoring the blade in his neck. Just very, very, very stubborn. He reached up, gripping his wrist as one might a twig. If you want to kill me, you'll need to try a little harder. Snap. Pain blazed through his left arm. Through sheer tenacity, he didn't let go. Urokodaki was no fool. He didn't waste time with tidy banter as most would. He merely gripped his blade with his good hand and tried to push through. Credit where it was due, his blade actually moved an inch. Another now. Then another. A consummate swordsman through and through this one. Naruto blew out a sigh. It seemed a shame to kill such a man. Truly a shame. He didn't want to. Last chance? His voice rose. If you don't stop, I'll have to fight back. The blade bit deeper, ignoring the mercy he offered. His fist kanonied upward. Urokodaki saw stars. A/N yup. We're talking about that Sukuna. Brawl continues next chapter, and it's a right doozy. Well? Did you like it? Yeah or nay? Gotta let me know, you know. As ever, the Ember's rule persists. If folks don't like this tale, then I'll not continue it. I can't bear to write something folks don't like, and working 2 jobs on a near back-to-back basis leaves my energy at an all-time low. So by all means, speak up. Raise your voice. Make yourself heard. Reviews are the fuel that sustain me and my team in these darkened times. So in the immortal words of Atlas. Review, would you kindly? No previews. I haven't the heart for them. I'm so very tried these days. No, I'll still try. I have to try. Previews. It was a massacre. But for whom? I'm terribly sorry. There will be no reinforcements. She flicked her wrist. A torrent of cutting spiderwebs flickered out, barring their path. Not bad. I'm not used to seeing this much of my own blood anymore. Naruto held up a hand, idly watching red drip from his torn bicep. You're pretty good. What say we put the sword down and talk? It would be a shame to kill ya. I'm not finished. Yet. I'll hold nothing back. He dragged his body into one final stance. 10th form. Fine. Give me everything you got. See what happens. They collided in a storm of raging swings. And you are? I am Asami. She bowed deep at the waist. I serve our Lord as his double. His will. His voice, when he is away. Doesn't he have clones for that? He does. The slender woman allowed. But he cannot speak through them as he can me. You dare touch my blood without permission? Since we both heartily ridiculed that slayer, I'll allow it this once. There will not be a second time. Know your place, or it will be shown to you. What the devil are you? Devil, Well, I suppose that's the right sentiment. Daki calmly reached down, plucked her severed head from the ground. Credit where it's due, you caught me off guard. She reattached it to her neck with a put-upon sigh. I nearly called for my him. Her smile became a scowl as her hair bled white. Doing so would have disgraced me. He gave me this task, and to think I nearly failed. Craning her neck, she looked past him as one might an amusing child. Stop playing dead over there, Mukago. I know you're alive. Jigoro felt a hand come down on his shoulder. His eyes bulged, but their grip held fast. A low, feral hiss filled the air. That slash hurt. It really hurt. It hurt. Blood splashed through the air. Akaza felt something twist in his chest. It pains me to see you in such a state. Become a demon. You could go much farther than this. His fist drew back with intent. Or would you rather die here? Think about your sons. Shinjiro stabbed his sword down. A pillar of fire pierced the heavens. Demon or two. Become a demon, Urokodaki? For little words, yet Urokodaki Sakanji knew they weren't spoken in jest. They were bold, confident, yet delivered with an icy calm disdain even as he hunted the creature calling itself Naruto through the mystic manner. Left, right, up, down. It didn't matter which way he went. The fiend was always there, always one step ahead. Each time they encountered one another, they clashed, and whenever they did, it said those same words to him. Such a deceptively simple offer. He promised power with his left hand and delivered punishment with the right. His cracked ribs would attest to that. Blast it all, there had to be a way out of this. Where were Jigoro and Shinjiro? Why did he hear the sound of a drum every time the rooms changed? Why not again? A flash of golden light at his flank demanded his attention, yet even as he pivoted he knew it would be too late. Claws flashed out at his face. A portion of his mask whistled away into the air, exposing a startled eye. Well? What do you say? Once more, the young man demon stood before him, feet now planted on the ceiling. It's a fair offer. He grinned at him, face only inches from his. I promise you won't regret it. He stepped back and took a stance, ignoring the agony in his right sight. Never. Come on. I'll even spare your comrades. The king spoke as though he hadn't heard him. Just let me turn you already. It's a fair offer. One life for two. I'm being downright nice here. He lunged. There's no such thing as a nice demon. Naruto didn't deign to dodge. He stood there upon the ceiling, an almost petulant expression flitting across his face. That express didn't change, even as Urokodaki's Nichiren sword swept across and bit into his neck once more. This time, the blade didn't even penetrate half an inch. A cold pearl of dread coalesced in the older man's gut as he strained against the upside-down demon. He'd been able to behead him before, for all the good it did. What had changed? That kind of thinking will see the cord destroyed, you know. With lazy grace, said demon grabbed his blade with one hand and reeled him in, driving a fist into his solar plexus. Wake up to reality already. Breath blasted from Sakanji's lungs as he folded around that powerful limb like so much bamboo. Ack. He was still reeling from the first when a second blow rocked his body. Now a third. He felt something rupture in his chest, taking his strength with it. Blood sluiced out behind his mask. Air. No air. Why couldn't he breathe? Oops. His tormentor saw it, and sacked him as one would a bag of grain. Didn't mean to puncture a lung. Here. Let me fix that. He was powerless to prevent him bounding off the ceiling. A hand slapped against his chest, glowed gold, and incredibly, the pain receded. He glowered up at his foe through his ruined mask. Why heal me? I am your enemy. Do you think such a thing would sway me? Haven't you been listening? That wild grin returned. I want you on my side. Sure, I'd prefer you become a demon, but you can remain a human if you're that keen on it. Urokodaki didn't waste a moment. He'd found his second wind and now he used it, slashing out in a graceful arc. Water rippled through the air. Naruto whistled in admiration and kicked backward to safety. He lunged after in pursuit, only for the distant sound of a drum to reach his ears once more. No! Not again! Too late. Left became right. Up, down. His charge turned into a tumble as the world inverted. The grinning demon took full advantage and delivered a debilitating kick to his spine as he stumbled by. Pain arched up Sakanji's back, sending him slamming into a wall. He righted himself quickly, anticipating an attack that never came. You really are a stubborn one. A low sigh trickled out at his flank. Put the blade down. I'm not interested in killing you. Fiend. His sword slashed out behind him and tasted naught but empty air. I'm really not. Once more, he found him in the center of the room, beaming brightly. Any other demon would have carved up your corpse and put your head on a spike. Don't make me do the same. Urokodaki took the moment for what it was, an opportunity, a chance to gather his strength, marshal his wits, face his foe, and ready himself once more. You say that as if you could kill me. Really? A blonde brow crept upward. Arrogance doesn't become you, Slayer. I'm not above killing you and resurrecting you to make a point. What? You're one of the oldest Slayers here, and undoubtedly the most principled. Much to his chagrin, the demon ignored those words and offered him his hand anew. More than that, you've decades of experience under your belt. I want that for my people, no, I need that. Still that hand stretched out toward him. Why fight each other when we could work together? Think of what we could accomplish. And the alternative? The smile faded. Don't test me. I really only need one of you alive. Killing you, however, would be a waste. Sakanji chambered his blade and inhaled, preparing another water-breathing form. I prefer to spend my remaining days in the sun. He wasn't prepared for the laughter that followed. It was an awful, throaty sound, a noise that had no business coming from a human's mouth. It lasted only a moment, but the sound would stay with him for the rest of his days. As he looked on, the blonde bent double, squeezing his torso as his shoulders shuddered in silent mirth. That's your reason? He cackled merrily, shaking his head from side to side. Ha! You really don't get it, do you? Why do you laugh? He was missing something here, Urokodaki just knew it. A crucial piece of the puzzle, one he couldn't see. But what? Why would mentioning the sun make this demon laugh so? Their kind feared the sun. Unless. No. He dismissed the thought immediately. Surely not. It just wasn't possible. Sorry, Naruto straightened abruptly, wiping a mirthful tear from the corner of his eye. Can't tell the uninitiated. You'll understand when you join us. If. Urokodaki rasped, drawing himself up. I've not agreed to anything. When? The blonde countered. I'll admit you're not half bad. I'm not used to seeing this much of my own blood anymore. He held up a hand, idly watching red drip from his torn bicep. You're pretty good. One of the better slayers I've seen this century. But that's all you are. As he looked on, that wound closed as well, leaving him hale and whole once more. Good. You're no Yorichi. That name. What say we put the sword down and talk? The Demon King dared a step forward. I'm sure once you hear me out you'll hey. I was talking. They collided in a storm of raging swings. Again he took a lethal blow to the neck, again the wound closed before his very eyes. Only one chance. The Hashira gripped his wrist to stifle his quivering arm. Steady your breathing. Focus. Inflict as much damage you can with a single strike. I'm not finished. Yet. I'll hold nothing back. He dragged his body into one final stance in spite of his wounds. 10th form. Red eyes rolled in mild derision. Fine. The demon beckoned. Give me everything you got. See what happens. Urokodaki lunged. And prayed Jigoro and Shinjuro were having better luck than he. The old man was fast. Daki would acknowledge that much. Faster than any slayer she'd ever seen, really. His wits were quick, his stance strong, his blade sharp. Against an opponent such as Jigoro Kawajima, a single mistake might well spell her doom if she weren't careful. Truly, the geezer was a credit to Hashira everywhere. Pity it wouldn't save him. She swayed back, face splitting in a merry grin as the tip of his blade tickled her neck. So close. Fiend! The old man gave chase, descending upon her in a storm of blades. Hold still! Never! Pivoting on one heel, she chambered a kick to his torso, reeled him in with her obi, and drove a debilitating backhand across his face. I'm sorry, she cooed as he reeled. Did I break your concentration? Here. Let me help. It was the simplest thing to fling him away again, smash him through a wall, and tear him across the ground. Oh, sounded like he'd broken something there. Jigoro might be a powerful Thunder Hashira, but she'd seen Hashira before. Never fought one herself, sure, but she knew her stuff. Keep them off balance, get up close, pick them apart bit by bit, until their stamina gave out, and then make the kill. Mikago had gone down in a single hit, the scaredy cat. She was off playing dead in a corner somewhere. If she wanted to leave her the glory, then fine. A sharp sting in one of her cloth whips was her only warning. Daki heard a harsh rasp of breath. Then he was upon her. Thunder breathing. First form. He rocked past and took her head clean off. Her body pivoted, caught her head in one arm, spun and drove a heel into his back, launching him away. Credit where it was due, the geezer didn't stay down. He was right up again. And bulking now, as she turned to face him, head in hand. What the devil are you? Devil, Well, I suppose that's the right sentiment. Daki calmly reached up, holding her severed head to leer at him. Credit where it's due, you caught me off guard. Almost made me panic. She reattached it to her neck with a put-upon sigh. I nearly called for Naruto. Her smile became a scowl as her hair bled white. Doing so would have disgraced me. He gave me this task, and to think I nearly failed. Craning her neck, she looked past him as one might an amusing child. Stop playing dead over there, Mikago. I know you're alive. Jigoro felt a hand come down on his shoulder. His eyes bulged, but their grip held fast, the hand growing stronger. Larger. A low, feral hiss filled the air. That hurt, you old fart. It really hurt. It hurt. Blood splashed through the air. Shinjiro creaked an eye open, waking from fitful dreams. For a fleeting moment he dared to hope. But no, the floor beneath him was a hard tatami mat, not the warmth of his bed. Ruka was nowhere to be found. Hadn't she come to bed? Oh. Memories rushed back. Shinjiro wished they hadn't. He found himself still within the manor. Which meant this nightmare wasn't over. Sure enough, a dozen aches and pains manifested themselves, reminding him just how close he'd come to death. No, he was certain he had. His last memory consisted of those creatures swarming him, his blade flying out his grasp, blood splashing through the air. Why was he still alive? Flailing fingers fumbled for his sword and failed to find it. No. Had he dropped it during the fight? There. Bleary eyes beheld it, just out of arm's reach. Had to move. Hey, you're finally awake. A rough voice intoned behind him. Took you long enough. Was starting to think you'd never wake up, there. Shinjiro whirled and noticed his savior. Only to realize he wasn't one at all. Skin white as snow, laced with wild curving azure lines. Tousled hair a strange pink, eyes burning a tainted yellow against cerulean scara. Clad in an open vest of darkest violet, and white pants rolled well below the knee, he looked like some wandering warrior. His appearance spoke for itself. Demon. This was undoubtedly a demon. He stank of blood. And yet for all that, he didn't strike him while he was down. Why did you save me? Save you? His so-called savior turned to face him. I didn't save you. He most certainly had. He plucked him away from those women and that thing. I just stole you from myself. An ember of cold dread sparked in Shinjiro's chest, but it was too late. 5 firm fingers flitted down, seized him by the collar, and hauled him to his feet. He tensed, expecting the death blow at any moment. His blade was well across the room. He couldn't defend himself without it. The end never came. His captor dusted him off, grunted once, and set him down on his feet. Go get your sword. A beat of silence passed between them. What? I prefer my fights to be one-on-one. Don't like ganging up on slayers. The unusual demon turned his head aside and spat. There's no strength in that. He jerked his tattooed face to the right. Like I said, hurry up and retrieve your blade already. A pale hand beckoned his way. It'd be so boring to kill you like this. I aim to have some fun before you die. Fun. Is this a game to you? A laugh. What else would it be? I didn't save you from Sukuna out of charity. Shinjiro edged toward his sword, never once taking his eyes off the cruel creature before him. You would betray your comrade for such a meaningless reason? No, no, no. His rescue waved a pale hand. He and I ain't friends. But you. I can tell your strength at a glance. You really are a Hashira, ain't ya? He bent to retrieve his blade. I'm the Flame Hashira. Shinjiro Rengoku. Akaza. The man-monster, before him grinned, taking on a stance of his own. I've been dying to fight a Hashira. Don't disappoint me, Shinjiro. I'll try not to. A fist filled his vision. There was no other warning. One moment the man before him was motionless, in the next his world erupted into stars. He saw it coming and twisted aside at the last. For what little good it did him. He'd been a hair too slow, and his right eye paid the price. Half his vision went dark in a shower of blood. A second slower would have seen his brains spattered across the floor. Then he was moving as well, pushing the pain to the back of his mind, blade rising for a singular strike. First form. Unknowing fire. Flames swarmed forth, annihilating the arm that had taken his eye. Oh? You dodged that? Not bad. Akaza danced back, waving the stub of his elbow with a cherubic grin. Your fighting spirit really is honed to the hilt. That same arm swung back, regenerating in an instant. Show me more, Shinjiro. What followed couldn't be called a battle, for Shinjiro remembered none of it. Time and time again those pale fists sought his life. Time and again he diverted them by the narrowest margins, slicing them apart, only to face them again. And again. Yet again now. He soon lost track of the innumerable times they clashed, the countless moments in which he came so perilously close to losing his head. There was no time for graceful flourishes or beautiful ripostes. It was a dance of death between two hardened killers. The first to misstep would die. You really are strong, aren't you? Akaza swayed aside, took a swing to the shoulder, then kicked him away, sending him skidding back. This superb reaction speed of yours. Remarkable. At first I just wanted to win the bet, but now? Shinjiro had an instant to catch his breath, then the berserker was upon him again, forcing him back once more, every in retreat. I think I want you to stick around. His foe laughed as they traded blows. Why don't you become a demon, Shinjiro? He blocked, and headbutted him to gain distance. Never. Far from being dissuaded, Akaza only cackled all the louder. That's what they all say. But you. I think you'll understand. We're alike, after all. I will not become a demon. His blade caught bare knuckles and stopped them cold, forcing a stalemate. It would be a shame to kill you here. Akaza leered at him over the Nichiren steel. Join our side. Shinjiro roared, took another arm, and blitzed the grinning demon in a blaze of flame. He could feel his breathing growing heavier by the minute. More and more labored. His knees were growing weak. Arms heavy. How long had they been fighting? It felt like an eternity. And then he made a mistake. Akaza feinted left, forcing his blade to follow, only to shift right at the last second. Caught unprepared, Shinjiro's blade swept too wide. The demon took full advantage and caught the blade in one hand. Made a fist round it now, uncaring as it bit into his flesh. He couldn't pull it out. Akaza held fast, grinning ear to ear. Become a demon, Shinjiro. He crooned. It's the only way to beat me. Never. Clenched knuckles struck Shinjiro in the chest and tore him free. His entire body creaked. He crashed backward, steadied himself, then raced back in. Flame flowed through his blade, flowing into the shape of a towering tiger. Fifth form. Akaza didn't even deign to dodge. No, surely he could have, but he didn't have enough time. Shinjiro tried to tell himself that as he watched the demon vanish within the blaze. That was enough, surely? No demon could possibly survive being immolated in such a manner. He slumped to a knee and coughed blood. Not good. His body was failing him. He'd taken too many wounds. It pains me to see you in such a state, Shinjiro. Akaza waded out of the smoke, already healing. Look at yourself. You could go much farther than this. His fist drew back, sparking blue with intent. Or would you rather die here? Think about it. Shinjiro gripped his blade. Flame breathing, esoteric art. Ninth form. Akaza tilted his head abruptly. Say, you have kids, don't you? His spirit flickered, and his breathing with it. What? Ah. You do. Me too. The demon grinned. Got a little girl about this tall. He mimed a gesture to his waist, beaming like some proud parent. Bit of a slow grower, that one, but I'd give the world for her. Lies. Tricks. Deceit. Everyone knew demons couldn't reproduce in such a manner. I'm sure you have a lovely wife, too. That grin didn't waver. Just like mine. You love yours with all your heart, don't you? He was trying to make him falter. And it was working. He aborted his charge and turned it into a thrust. Leave them out of this. His blade bit deep, sinking into the demon's forearm. How can I? Akaza gripped it with his free hand and flung him off. We're not so different, you and I. We both have things, people, we want to protect. Shinjiro felt something twist in his chest. Demons only care for themselves. Not our kind. Ask yourself this, Hashira. The demon planted a hand on his hip. What would you do to keep your precious family safe? Don't you miss them? Don't you want to see them again? Rengoku's knuckles whitened around his hilt. Of course I do. Aren't you doing them a disservice by dying here? His blood turned to ice. Stop. How they'll mourn you. I said stop. His temper sparked, and with it came rage. Ninth form. That's it. Akaza rejoiced at the sight, uncaring of the heat roiling from his body. That's the look. Hit me with your best shot. He took a stance as the ground pulsed beneath him. And when you fail? His eyes flashed with maddened glee, a berserker incarnate. You'll beg me to make you a demon? Shinjiro lunged with a roar. Rengoku. His ultimate technique knew no failure. It never had before. He cut down and thrust his blazing blade through the demon before him. A pillar of fire pierced the manor, roaring through the ceiling now to scorch the clouds high in the sky. He paid it no mind. So close now. The demon flung head up an arm, but he cut through that like so much butter, slamming blazing steel into at his neck. Something pierced him in turn, striking with enough force to shatter his concentration. The fire guttered out. Shinjiro looked down, saw the arm thrust through his stomach. His world began to dim. Fear overtook him. Ruka. Kaijuro. Senjuro. His wife. His sons. He never said goodbye. Ah, shit. He heard his killer curse. Look what you made me do, Shinjiro. Strange as it might sound, Akaza seemed genuinely upset to have taken his life. This'll kill you. You'll die. Say you'll become a demon. Think of your family, damn it. Don't you want to see them again? Shinjiro coughed blood. His lips moved. You can still be with them. Akaza all but pleaded with him. You can still live in the sun. Something about those words resonated with him. Were they truth? Falsehood, perhaps? He couldn't be sure. And yet... What was that? His tormentor leaned in closer, one arm bracing against his shoulder, golden eyes narrowed to thin slits. I can't hear you, Shinjiro. Speak up. Ack. An awful cough shook him. Cack. May the gods forgive him for this, for Shinjiro knew he never would forgive himself. I submit. Akaza blinked 3 times in quick succession. Then a grin bloomed across his face. I knew you'd come around. Through dimming vision, Shinjiro watched the demon bit into his wrist. He fetched a cup from the pouch at his hip and poured it into the earthenware glass. There could be no denying his intent. In a matter of moments, it was all but brimming with deep, red liquid. Akaza held that same cup up to his mouth. Drink. He urged him on. Quickly, now. Through dimming vision, Shinjiro considered the bloody cup. What choice did he have? It was this or death. At least this way. He could bide his time. Wait for the moment to strike. And so drank deeply. Blood poured down his throat. Reflexively, he swallowed. The world burned red. And he felt the hunger. A/N well. Didn't see that coming, did ya? Well? Did you like it? Yeah or nay? Gotta let me know, you know. As ever, the Ember's rule persists. If folks don't like this tale, then I'll not continue it. I can't bear to write something folks don't like, and working 2 jobs on a near back-to-back basis leaves my energy at an all-time low. So by all means, speak up. Raise your voice. Make yourself heard. Reviews are the fuel that sustain me and my team in these darkened times. So in the immortal words of Atlas, review, would you kindly? No previews. I haven't the heart for them. I'm so very tried these days. No, I'll still try. I have to try. Previews. Live or die, Hirokadaki? What'll it be? The mask fell from his face. Reinforcements? Susamaru clapped her hands. What fun, what fun! What have you done? A wail tore out of her. That's no fair. You cheated. Cheater. She was going to die. No. Not like this. She didn't want to die. I fought you fair and square. Then you pull a stunt like that? Unfair. Unfair. How are you still talking? No, never mind that. I cut you apart. Why aren't you dissolving? You've ruined everything. This was my chance. My moment to look good for Naruto. Her fists hit the ground as she threw a tantrum. Everyone will laugh at me now. It's all your fault. Die. You can just die. His sword flashed up. Daki saw it and screamed louder still. Brother! Her would-be killer scoffed. As if calling someone's for your kind would change anything. A gray hand closed around the Hashira's throat. You Raiyang? Thanks for watching. I hope you had as much fun as I did putting this epic what-if together. Make sure to smash that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell icon so you never miss a single twist in the story. Drop your thoughts, theories, or even wild ideas in the comments. I read every single one. And hey, if you're craving more awesome Naruto content, go check out the other videos on the channel. I've got plenty of heat waiting for you. Until next time, stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember, even a shadow clone needs love. Peace out.